land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The 2 tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Humpy, Lei Tingzhe, Anna Muzychuk, Vantajuli, and the legendary Pia Kramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
We are live. Round 7 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women is about to get underway. So many things have been amazing about this week in Stavanger. Least of all, maybe our beautiful scenics, although I really like this part of the show. Taking the aerial view. We got to get some views of Pulpit Rock. Apparently that's where the latest Mission Impossible movie was actually filmed. It ends the amazing voiceover we get each day from Grandmaster David Howell, if you didn't know what you were looking at there. There right now is the playing hall. Arbiters getting the board set. Make sure that everything is good to go before our rock stars enter in and cross the red carpet. We are excited to be here. Sometimes I wonder if it's possible to top the excitement of the rounds we've already had. Round 6 delivered yesterday, but I get the feeling this event is going to continue to deliver. Welcome inside the studio here in our amazing playing venue, International Master Danny Wrench alongside International Master Anna Rudolph and Grandmaster David Howell. Team, round 6 was amazing. The energy was hype all the way till the very end. But guess what? We have the top 2 players in each section going down in round 7. Hikaru Nakamura gets white against Magnus Carlsen. Anna Muzychuk gets white against Zhu Wenjun. Are we going to top what we had in round 6?
This is just getting better and better, and we thought that Norway Chess, with this innovative format where there's never ever a draw just as a draw, you need to play Armageddon, there's always a winner. It's already exciting as it is, but I think day by day the players are just raising the stakes, the excitement, the vibe in the atmosphere. There's a World Guinness record, by the way, taking place in the same building. David, what else can we ask for?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic few days. Yesterday saw blunders, brilliancies, pretty much bullet chess at some point with all those time scrambles, and I'm expecting more of the same today, but with even more on the line, as you mentioned. So much.
Maybe it's the Guinness World Record. Good call out on that. You called it, David. Even more on the line today, but the Guinness World Record, ever since that started downstairs with Oskar and Uden. Hey guys, they're right down there.
No.
The energy in the building has gotten even more electric if it was possible. It happened. Round 6 was incredible, but round 7 is ahead. Before we dive into all of that, preview, talk about the pairings, the epic matchups ahead, let's remind everybody who might be tuning in and need that refresher exactly what that innovative format is here at Norway Chess.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colours. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. For the first time in a classical super tournament, the prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
Who will be crowned the winner of this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's? The format is amazing. The breakdown is amazing. The accent is amazing. The time control is 2 hours base plus 10 seconds per move, starting with move 41. If the game is drawn, we go to Armageddon. Classical wins are worth 3 points. Classical wins are even more important as we get here late and down the stretch of this event. And classical losses need to be avoided. It's the only way you get 0. Armageddon, 1.5 points for a victory, 1 point for a loss. And as we talk about the scoring system and we back up and take a reset of where we stand, now that we've had this many rounds in the books and we've seen the players play each other, you start to get a real feel for what each player's story has been to arrive at the score they have. And I want to throw to our cross table right away and break that down. Starting with you, Anna, as we jump into the open section, one of the things you observe about the top 2 guys, Magnus Carlsen, of course, now with 12, Hikaru with 11, is that even though Magnus is leading, Hikaru is the only one who hasn't lost a classical game in the open section. What are your thoughts on that, and does that spell good news for him today when he goes up against Magnus with white?
I think what we see is 2 very different paths to almost the same place. Magnus is 1 point ahead, but because a winning classical chess is 3 points, this can change easily between the 2 of them, or even Prague could leapfrog either of those 2 players. I do think it's interesting how when Praggnanandhaa beat Magnus, of course that was a really difficult game for Magnus, and it was very crucial for him to recover from that with a win in classical against Fabiano, and ever since Magnus has been unstoppable. He keeps winning game after game since he bounced back from that loss, while the story for Hikaru is very different. He's undefeated in classical chess, and his only loss is yesterday's Armageddon against Fabiano, so drawing classical chess, and he lost the Armageddon battle, which was a revenge by Fabiano from day 1, which was the exact same but colors reversed the situation. I think I'm expecting an Armageddon. I was gonna say something like a very deep thought and it's gonna be a crazy game, but
you're not expecting Hikaru to take a lot of risk as white. You think he wants Armageddon?
The thing is, I think he has been really good at predicting his openings choices, and he was very smart with his preparation. But Magnus Carlsen is a formidable opponent. I don't think Hikaru would go for something crazy against the world number 1. The head-to-head score, later we'll be looking at it, obviously shows as if Magnus has a huge lead against Hikaru, but it's not really true, because since the pandemic, Hikaru has been doing actually really well against Magnus and winning against Magnus in speed chess format. I think the 2 are at their some of their best form here in Norway Chess, if not their best form among all the other players, and it's going to be a very close but probably Armageddon game is my prediction. Any thoughts, David? I'm
going to defer to Hikaru himself. The man himself, he sat next to us and said he's playing chess for fun these days, playing for content. I think he might take a few risks. He needs something at some point to overhaul Magnus, and today might be the day.
Yeah. All right, let's jump into the 2024 Norway Women Chess Cross Table real quick. We're going to dive into that one and just give you an idea of where that sits. Again, interesting storylines when you look at the top 2 ladies who are deadlocked at each at 10.5 points. Zhu Jun has won every single match she's played. She just won 5 of them in Armageddon. She only won in Classical yesterday, for those of you who missed it, by Shali Rameshbabu, lost her first Classical game of chess in 11 straight games with holdover from the FIDE candidates in Toronto. But a big win for Zhu Jun. Anna Muzychuk has also scored very well, but when she's lost, it was always in Armageddon, so she's always gotten points on the board. So those 2 ladies truly arriving at the score of 10.5 points apiece, but in very different ways. All right, We're getting up against it. We actually have players entering the building now, so we're already going to dive in and check in with Jovanka Huska. Jovi is giving us the pre-round breakdown every round, previewing and setting the table. Once again, Madam Huska, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Yesterday was filled with thrills and spills as Magnus's win allowed him to leapfrog over Hikaru and grab the lead. But funnily enough, these two play each other today. Now, Hikaru has white, but it's going to be tough because not only are these players incredibly practical, but they have some very clever opening preparation up their sleeves. Whoever wins this will most likely win the event. Meanwhile, for Fabiano, it's virtually a must-win situation against Alireza. Now, their Armageddon encounter was the most dramatic thing this event has seen so far. But both of these players really do need to focus on the present and forget about all of those missed opportunities. Meanwhile, for Praggnanandhaa, he's back to his beloved white pieces against Ding Liren. Their last encounter favoured Ding, but since then, Prag has gone on to beat the world #1 and the world #2. Moving on to Norway Chess women, well, Vantajuli might have let the lead slip through her fingers, but today she is playing Humpy, someone she has beaten earlier on in Classical. Now, it's very important that both of these players, because of their opposing styles, set the pace very early on in the game. Meanwhile, it's back to the board for Pia Kramlin and Lei Ting-jae. Pia left yesterday in an ecstatic mood after winning her match, whereas Lei Ting-jae has found herself in an Armageddon slump. Now, it's because of this I'm expecting Lei to force the pace and unsettle Pia. And for Ju Wen-jun, her Classical win yesterday meant that she now finds herself at the top of the table alongside Anna Muzychuk. And as luck would have it, they are playing each other. Now, Anna, to her cost, found that Ju is exceptional at Armageddon chess. But as a former Blitz world champion, I'm expecting Anna to take her chances in the faster pace once more. Back to you in the studio.
Awesome stuff there. Thank you, Jovi. Again, a great breakdown of every matchup we have. You know, we've highlighted the obvious storylines coming in here. Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen is the second place leader against the first place leader. Anna Muzychuk versus Ju Wen-jun are the co-leaders of Norway Chess women. So we obviously are going to focus on the top two boards, the top two pairings in each section. But the last time Ding Liren won a match, now, it wasn't Classical, was against Praggnanandhaa, Ramesh Babu. He took that match to Armageddon and ultimately got it done. Of course, the other storyline everyone is following closely on the edge of their seats, literally, is will Ding Liren, the world chess champion, turn it around at some point? Will today be a day where Ding Liren has some positive momentum coming in, remembering his last matchup with Prag? It's a good question, David.
Yeah, huge question. I think the whole world is wondering right now, and a lot of supporters on his side, of course. Just great to see the fighting spirit that continues despite the results that have been happening. And yeah, it's all about the position. I guess we'll be focused on the fight for first place in both sections, but I mean, just no boring pairings. That's the joy of Norway Chess, Anna.
Yeah, we absolutely love the format, the pairings, and the players. Even though the format is to basically always have a winner thanks to the Armageddon, it also somehow creates an atmosphere where the players are going for even more decisive games in classical chess than what a normal super tournament would have, which honestly is really refreshing.
It's definitely felt that way. You know, it's funny. We keep talking about that. We've had some great interviews with the players joining us in the studio. That's a question we have not asked anyone who's joined us yet. Let's remember to do that today. Obviously, we always hope to get a player sitting next to us. We've had some incredible breakdowns. Yesterday, Fabiano took on Stockfish victoriously. That was a lot of fun to have him analyze his games. Of course, Hikaru and Magnus, respectively, on each of the previous days. And Alireza Firouzja gave us a great interview after his victory over Ding Liren. So, great stuff by all the players when they have a chance to come. And look at that. Great stuff there between daughter and mom. Is Anna making the first move?
For Pia.
That's amazing. We've got our different celebrities making moves, and Pia Kramling, her reputation precedes her in women's chess, a legend, a true pioneer. Now she is very proud to be known in many circles as, aren't you Anna's mom? And Pia says, yeah, I am Anna's mom, when she gets recognized in airports or in any busy venue. She told me about it a few nights ago over dinner, and she just speaks with such pride. Obviously, Anna Cromling having built quite the following for herself, but happily following in her mom's footsteps in a career that has become a professional chess person. If it is a creator, maybe not necessarily a player. So awesome stuff. I had no idea Anna was making the first move today. She didn't say anything earlier.
No, she did not reveal it. This is a very pleasant surprise. And even Lei Tingxie just couldn't hold her smile back. It's just such a wholesome moment.
Will Anna Cromling play B3? Hurry, throw up a Twitch poll. We got to get votes. I want to see the stats on this. Will Anna Cromling play the cow? This is the question that matters more than any other in Norway chess. I'm going to guess yes. David?
I think yes, but Pia will quickly take back that move and choose her own afterwards.
I absolutely love the video on Anna's channel that is her showing the cow opening to her grandmaster parents, Pia, and obviously both of them reacting. I just thought it was just so sweet how they are, very strong players, and they at the same time love their daughter. So they very politely tell her that maybe in their opinion it's not the best opening, but it's very creative. It's a lot of thought put into it, and I think Anna must be really proud of what she has come up with and how Tyler 1 has picked it up.
But she played D4, it looks like.
Oh.
Perhaps she asked her mom, maybe politely, what move do you want to play, Mom? And if I had to guess, that is what happened, and Pia has intentions to play D4 today, but who knows? Either way, so fun to see all of our special guests getting an opportunity to stand next to, in many cases, their heroes, the people they admire, all big chess fans. We know in Anna's case, her mom is a hero of hers, and awesome stuff. We already talked about it again. We've got a crazy, awesome day ahead of us. The matchups between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen are always epic. People love them, even if they're not playing well. But in this case, it is the current second-place leader, the person who's been leading most of the time in Hikaru Nakamura, with the white pieces and a chance to exact revenge over Magnus Carlsen, who beat him in Armageddon with the white pieces all the way back in round 2. And then we have Anna Muzychuk with white versus Yu and Jun in a similar story. Both cases, those matchups went to Armageddon, and in both cases, the higher-rated player won when they were on the white side. Will Hikaru and Anna reverse their fortunes today? I can't wait to find out.
This is definitely going to be the main storyline of the day. Also, speaking of their ranking in the tournament, Hikaru overtook Fabiano on the world ranking, on the live rating. So this is literally the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, with the black pieces against the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. And the games have started. We have the opening moves ticking in here, Danny.
We do. And we are taken to our favorite place, the bird's eye view, where we get to bring it all in, talk about our favorite board, the favorite color. You know me, purple power for the win. Anna Muzychuk versus Yu and Jun. And again, by the way, we always set the stage with what we think is going to be the best chess on the board, and that is often based on the storylines off the board coming in. And today, we're very lucky that the top 2 players in each section are paired off, so it makes our job easy. But you never know what we're going to get once the moves are actually played, right? Will Fabiano Caruana's odd Italian now with knight BD2 turn into the more interesting one versus Alireza Firouzja? Or again, Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces against Ding Liren. Ding Liren's only victory in the event coming in Armageddon versus Prague. So not to say that we don't have interesting stuff as well. Humpy Canero with white versus Vaishali. Those are country women facing off. Vaishali beat Humpy Canero in classical. In many ways, Anna, that was the game that kind of helped get Vaishali going. She led from that game and never looked back until yesterday against Yu and Jun.
Very true that was the start of the incredible journey, or the continuation of the incredible journey of Vaishali the Destroyer, as you like to call her, since her win, the 5-win streak at the end of the candidates in Toronto, and how she started just taking one by one each opponent down, her being the youngest participant, and it felt like she was the most experienced player in some of those positions that she managed to turn things around. And her game against Humpy especially was crazy. If we remember how Vantajuli with the white pieces went for this h4, h5, she didn't castle. It looked like it was completely madness, and it wasn't an objective attack, but it ended up paying out. It ended up somehow in her favor, and that was the first classical win she needed here.
Yeah, and you mentioned actually an interesting stat to me before we started the show, Anna, that yesterday all of the players who won in Armageddon took revenge for the first half of the tournament. Do you think that might happen in Armageddon Classical this time around?
I think the players are very motivated. I was shocked when I discovered that it was the exact same. So they won Armageddons, the ones that went to Armageddon yesterday, all of them went the other way around. Everyone took a revenge for their first day Armageddon loss.
Not only that, it was the first day since day one where Black had a plus score in Armageddon. You remember after day one, all 6 games went to Armageddon. If you missed it, we had a score of 4-2 for Black at the end of that day. Yesterday, the score in Armageddon was 3-1 in favor of the second move. So whatever round 1 and round 6 is, or whether it was something about those particular matchups, Fabiano and Hikaru both won as Black against each other, right?
Yeah.
So who knows? It could be based on just the styles of the opponents, the particular openings that were played, and maybe we're leaning a little bit more into it. But it is something that we're always curious about, is the meta of who does have the advantage in Armageddon. It's a fascinating question because of the extra time White has, but the black advantage of having draw odds. Real quick on the stats, and we'll get to it later, but in the open section, there's been 9 Armageddon games, 6 wins for White, 3 wins for Black, either win or draw. In Norway Chess Women, we've had 13 Armageddon games, 6 wins for White, 7 for Black. So in the Norway Chess Women division, we actually have more wins for Black. So anyway, who knows what that's all about? You know that I'm all about the Nimzo, and Hikaru and Carlsen, Nakamura and Magnus to repeat and flip the script of first and last name there. We're going to have an interesting one. We've got the F3 Nimzo, which is not one you see every day. It has the potential to reach some really sharp stuff. So, David, I'm not calling you the prophet yet. We all love Danya, but if you end up being correct about that prediction that Hikaru came for a fight today, we'll give you credit for the crystal ball.
Yeah, Hikaru not shutting the game down early, not taking the risk out of this. This is very much high-octane chess in terms of an opening selection here. Magnus is the first to think. He's already been contemplating over the last couple of moves his choices. Danny mentioned the F3 Nimzo. Let's do a quick action replay. We saw D4 from Hikaru. He's been playing that consistently over the last few days. C4 and the Nimzo Indian characterized by this pin, the black bishop on the white knight. And the move F3 is regarded as maybe alongside A3, the most aggressive, ambitious way of playing this opening as White. White aims to build a big pawn center. Magnus prevents that temporarily, but now the question is asked to Black's dark square bishop. And Magnus historically has tried to avoid taking on C3, as far as I know. Often he actually employs the move bishop to E7, including against Hikaru in a very famous victory for Magnus many years ago in classical chess in St. Louis. So bishop E7 is the move I'm expecting, but it's interesting.
Bishop takes C3 is the move I want. I love those lines, and again, we had a lot of discussion about the Nimzo Indian yesterday, so I won't dominate that action again. But just to show the lines really quickly, bishop takes C3, BC3, and Black has number of moves, but C5 is the most theoretically challenging, and you can get a lot of fun in these positions with knight takes D5 here, and the positions can get truly wild very quickly. So whether the players want to go for this really, really sharp stuff, yeah, E4 is coming, and often Black will actually be down upon for quite some time and take their time gathering those ugly ducklings of pawns that only a mother could love there on C3 and C5. Black plays for the long-term positional advantages, given that White has all kinds of dysfunction on the queen side. But as you said, David, White has the bishop pair, and the dark square bishop is particularly menacing in this structure with all the potential weaknesses on D6 and E5 and D4. So anyway, this is the sharpest stuff. You already called it. Magnus normally plays bishop E7. He's already had success with that move against Hikaru, so maybe we'll see that, but I don't know. A little Nimzo kid in me hopes for the sharper lines.
David, I was going to ask you, since you know Magnus very well, you're good friends, and also chess-wise, you have worked quite some time with him and helped him. When something like this happens, for instance, a line that they themselves played against each other a few years ago, as you mentioned. Now Hikaru is repeating that variation, but do you think Magnus was expecting this in the first place, the F3 variation? Do you think if he did not expect it, then he's considering whether to repeat his game or not? Is he trying to get into the head of Hikaru in a way to figure out what he prepared?
Yeah, I think it's a twofold kind of question here, Anna. One, he's deciding kind of where Hikaru is best prepared, where Hikaru might have neglected to study this morning. Second one, he's just trying to dodge bullets himself. He's trying to say, okay, what have I studied recently? What's the likelihood of Hikaru knowing deeper than me in certain variations? What's a position that I can control, stabilize, and not get hit by any opening bombs, any novelties there? Magnus, he's kind of maybe the master in world chess. He has been since a young age of kind of ducking and diving and dodging all of these.
Hey, they say if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, apparently. Duck, dip, okay, we're not going to do that right now, but I will say the other thing he's got to be thinking about, because you called out that he had a game against Hikaru that he won in that very line with Bishop E7. But it's not like Hikaru doesn't know that, right? So he's got to be thinking about that game, remembering it. Of course, players don't sit around and rest on their laurels. Even if Magnus won that game, I'm sure he's already aware of maybe where both sides could have gone better. So sometimes, again, as we say in the beginning of this, we're playing checkers up here, trying to guess what's going to happen. They're actually playing chess downstairs, and Magnus surely is thinking about positions that are far from the present one that we see. By the way, Hikaru's already in the confessional booth, so we're going to find out pretty soon what he's thinking. Don't you just, I have to say, I didn't say yesterday how upset I was that Hikaru's game was over quickly. It had nothing to do with the fact that he lost in Armageddon. I realized toward the end of the day that we missed out on so much confession action because Hikaru finished early. So we love it when he's in the booth, and I would bet that Mr. Nakamura is about to give us a breakdown of exactly that loss to Magnus and maybe even what his thoughts were on preparation coming in.
Yeah, that would be great if the man himself will respond to the questions that we have posed here in the studio. And that could happen in just a few minutes if Hikaru is right now in the confessional. Long live the confessional booth. I think every tournament should have a confessional booth. And we need players like Hikaru who have the initiative, that the drive to be there often. He goes to the confessional booth 3, 4, 5 times a day.
He's basically our fourth commentator.
He basically is the fourth commentator, and he always gives a shout out to chat when he comes. But all right, we're going to give a shout out to the other 5 games. Back this thing up once again. Head back to the candy store and go shopping. What is our favorite flavor here? It's pretty far along, so I know the queens are off the board and it came from a Berlin, but we should call out the other battle of the number 1 and number 2 players in their respective sections. Anna Muzychuk and Ju Jun are deadlocked at 10.5 points apiece, as you can see right there. A Berlin, I'm guessing Berlin, by the way. I'm just assuming based on what I see. David, Grandmaster nodding. Thank you for helping the I and IM stand for insecurity. Appreciate the acknowledgement. Take us through it. What was it real quick to make sure that we've paid off both of the battles at the top board?
Yeah, this is the current position. We're already 14 moves in less than 14 minutes of the round. But let's do a quick action replay of the opening. It started with e4, e5. It was the Spanish. White here putting pressure on the black center indirectly, and knight f6. I'm not going to say the boring Berlin. It's the dreaded Berlin at this point. The Berlin Wall, one of the most solid openings in chess for black, often employed by the top players when they want to play solid. White allows a capture in the center, and rook e1, a bit like Magnus Carlsen earlier in the tournament. We saw him employ this against Alireza Firouzja. This is known to be a low-risk approach, where often white gets a small advantage, but the pawn structure almost symmetrical. Let's race down the opening moves. We see a pair of knights leaving the board. White occupies the center first. This is why often white is slightly for choice here with a pawn on d4. We see a set of rooks exchanged very shortly, and after queen to e7, White says yes. White says, okay, queens can come off the board, and pawn to a4 from Anna. This looks like preparation, I'm going to say. It's kind of very much modern chess. It's very pragmatic. White here risking precisely 0, but often, if you gain a bit of space, you can get optimistic a bit later. Maybe White's knight will come out via the queen side. Magnus employed this earlier in the tournament. Bishop might come out to f4. White's moves here, just slightly easier than black's, but Anna, it looks like the other Anna here, wouldn't be too averse to Armageddon if it gets that far.
Yeah, perhaps her strategy is what you mentioned. This position, this variation, is risk-free for white to play. You have a slight advantage, more space, better chances for the pieces to be active, easier development, while black is the one who needs to be precise in terms of how do I get my c8 bishop out, how do I develop it, how do I develop my a8 rook. The knight is in the way of the d pawn, so you're going to need to move it if you want to open up the diagonal of the bishop, or you will need to push b6 to go fianchetto the bishop on b7, but that runs into a5. So I think it is a good practical decision for a situation where you're facing the women's world champion, Zhu Wenjun. She is by rating the favorite, but Anna has been doing extremely well in this tournament, and I think she's ambitious. I think this is the kind of ambitious choice that is risk-free ambition.
Yeah, and again, I think if we're just being honest and calling it like we see it, they both have a little bit of a lead to protect, right? So it's exactly like you said. It's a way to push very safely, and it would probably be hard for the position to get out of control for either player. Should they start feeling the heat, they will likely have a road to shut it down, or at least an attempt at that. So you got to respect it, right? Getting to Armageddon, remember, everyone, means that even with a loss, you get a point. And perhaps in this particular matchup, even more importantly, it prevents your opponent from getting 3 points, right? Because a loss here would not only spell bad news, no one likes putting a donut up, right, in the scoreboard, but you really don't want your opponent getting 3 points at this point. So they might say, you know what, we've both been playing some of the best chess. Why don't we go to Armageddon and try to pick on the other players for the rest of the tournament? And again, that would never happen, but it makes sense strategically. This is not a surprise to see this on the board. But likewise, on the other side, the battle of the top two players between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, it is the opposite. At least currently, we think we might get a really sharp Nimzo, but it's a little different there. Hikaru is actually chasing Magnus. He has the white pieces. Anyway, so we've touched in now on both of the battles at the top of our respective divisions. Let's back up again to the bird's eye view. From 30,000 feet, I spy with my little eye something that is green. I want to go to Prague and Ding Liren. There's a lot of moves there. And knight to d7 is, well, it is, I guess it's a position we see a bit of a theoretical one. But I wonder if Ding has more ambitious intentions coming with a move like f5 potentially. That move signals that maybe he wants to get jiggy with it on the king side.
Yeah, we saw Ding employ something actually very similar, not quite the same, but similar against Fabiano Caruana. And Ding in that game earlier in the tournament was hit by a novelty very early on and didn't kind of recover there. Here, the difference is that the black queen is on d8. In that game, black went for a slightly odd-looking maneuver, slightly artificial with queen b8, queen a7. There was pressure on the diagonal, but things got sharp very quickly. He later did drop his knight back to d7, and as Danny mentioned, this supports any pawn push in the center, d5, f5, just giving the central pawn a bit more support. But I think more importantly for Ding fans, and I'm counting myself among them here, he's got a position with a bit more time on the clock. It looks like for the first time in a long time, he's not the one being hit in the opening. And he's just going to get a position, and one he's very familiar with. Ding, known as maybe the leading expert in these types of positions, as black.
Yeah, he's one of the, if not the absolute leading expert of these variations, and it's one of his favorite openings, which is good news. It's good news, especially if you are on such unfortunate streak as losing 4 consecutive games. Yesterday's one being the most heartbreaking, blundering checkmate in 2 with half an hour on his clock. I think it's crucial that Ding Liren tries to put all that behind him, much easier said than done, of course, and start fresh against the only player whom he beat earlier in the tournament. So that was a draw in classical chess in round 2 against Praggnanandhaa, but Ding Liren did win the Armageddon. He'll need to build on that confidence to make a comeback in this tournament, because right now he's the only one who is at the very, very bottom with only 2.5 points.
That's a good point. And if we go all the way back to that second round, despite the criticism that rightfully went Ding Liren's way, perhaps for that very, very fast draw in round 1, after beating Prague in round 2 in Armageddon, Ding Liren's tournament didn't look so bad at that point, right? He had 1 point, even for the loss against Magnus, and then he had 1.5. Against total after beating Prague in Armageddon. But if you look at the score there below Ding Liren, he still has 2.5 points. So it's been a while. All right. Well, Pragg now taking a think. Maybe he'll be here for a while. Perhaps knight d7 is a move that has him double-checking his preparation. I doubt this is something totally new, at least not from a structural perspective. These guys understand what they're trying to accomplish, but it is different, as you pointed out, David. Not the queen b8 remaneuvering plan. So Pragg going to take a second and be practical before he moves forward. He's going to be practical about it. I don't know. Let's back up before, unless you want to show this idea.
I'm not too keen to jump in. I think Pragg will show it on the board, but normally, if I remember correctly, White should be aiming to play knight to c4 to get rid of a dark-squared bishop in this type of position.
Yep.
But yeah, early days there. We'll check back in.
Should we check back with Hikaru and Magnus just to update on this very sharp line that they're playing?
I am totally into that, especially because it's the line that I wanted.
Your Nimzo.
I wanted it. I mean, no discussions with Magnus ahead of time, of course, but this is the fight we want to see. It's not the line with bishop to e7. And so it makes me wonder, David, is there something about that game? We don't have it in front of us. We could pull it up that Magnus either didn't like and didn't want to repeat. Certainly Hikaru was inviting a game that he had lost, so he must have had an improvement somewhere. But this is the sharpest theory. This is the type of position we were highlighting exactly. Let's bring up the analysis for David and go into it, because we stopped because I didn't want to be selfish and dominate with Nimzo theory, but this is a wild and fun one ahead.
Yeah, this is a wild position. Queen to d2. Interesting choice there from Hikaru. I'm not sure if that's the main move or not, but let's backtrack to the moment we left it. Danny, you mentioned bishop e7 has been played before by Magnus Carlsen. It's actually maybe the most trendy move these days at the top level. White builds a big pawn center, and these days, Black's most popular move is to play c5 to challenge this way. The game that Magnus won after kind of struggling through a very dodgy position against Hikaru many years ago was after the move e5, and after d5, Black put a bishop on c5, aiming to kind of stop the white king from castling on the king side later on. So a battle had previously occurred between the two of them here. Surely Hikaru had an improvement up his sleeve, as Danny mentioned. So Magnus, smelling a rat here, decided, okay, let's switch things up. Bishop takes c3. There was a trade. We actually predicted these moves. They are the main line, at least the older main line of the Nimzo. And after d takes c5, Black has a choice here. Black also has the move f5, but queen to a5, a well-known choice. e4, hitting the Black knight. For those of you at home wondering, Black's knight should not take on c3. Be careful here. You shouldn't take on c3 in either direction. This would only land Black in hot water here. This is a pin. If you try to defend your queen, then White's bishop just steps out, and on the long diagonal will soon win a pawn on the g7 square. This is to be avoided. Likewise, queen takes c3. White simply blocks, defends his rook in the corner, and the Black knight drops off next move. So Black's knight instead retreats. Bishop e3, castles, and this is the current position. Magnus with a lot to think about, mostly to do with how to activate his queenside pieces, how to regain the pawn on c5. Anna, it feels like Hikaru, this is back to what we were seeing from him earlier in the tournament. Him landing the surprise, him catching his opponent in the opening.
Great preparation by Hikaru. Once again, this has been the storyline most of the days. Very few times it was his opponent that managed to predict better what was going to be on the board or surprise the 5-time US chess champion, current world number 2, who hopefully will soon tell us about all this, about his preparation and how he's feeling today, because he is a very regular visitor of the Confessional booth, and we're hoping that we will have the video, the clip for you guys to show, and for us to also see what is Hikaru's preparation like. I think you know a bit more about Magnus's preparation, if that can be disclosed.
I know that Magnus was not preparing chess moves for sure. Yeah, he's pursuing a new addiction with golf and getting a lot better, I'll say. Like he's pretty committed.
I wonder who persuaded him to play the Nimzo Indian this morning, Danny.
Don't look at me. It had nothing to do with any of this.
This is
but
fishy.
but
Nimzo.
We talked about a number of different things. None of them were the Nimzo Indian. Okay, but let's dive into the current line, because I think that one of the funny things to understand too about Black's compensation in these Nimzos is that while you are going to attempt to get back the pawn, I'm going to bring back the analysis board here. You're not necessarily invested in doing so. And I just want to show one idea, because you're right. This is the older line that used to be the top line. I'm an old man. And at some point, this was the topical theory. So I still remember a few openings well, and this is one of them. But after knight a6, the fun idea here is that, or this is a position that gets interesting to play, is yes, you take back that pawn. And white normally doesn't want to let you win back the pawn. And the knight is also very well placed there. So you'll see a capture on a6. And even if you take with the queen, for example, which spies the long diagonal and would prevent white from castling, so white puts the knight on e2, now you're going for things like knight to c6 after knight e2. And your intention is actually just to play the position without regaining the pawn. The knight will come to a5 and into either c4 or b3. In some cases, you can also bring the knight into e5. And if you grabbed a d file along the way, then d3 becomes an available square. And then the other long-term feature is that when that bishop on c8 gets developed, it will find its way to b5 or a4. And so this is fun. Okay, objectively, computer still says they like white, and again, white is up a pawn. But these positions at one point were very topical when some old people still played chess at a level that was never close to this. So anyway, this is a fun dynamic, because I think you get a very imbalanced game. You get an opposite code bishop battle, both sides fighting for different things, which if Magnus hasn't looked at these lines, and if indeed we do find out from Hikaru's confessional that there was a bit of a surprise there, for whatever reason Magnus decides not to go for bishop e7, and now Magnus is thinking and trying to remember variations, this could get interesting. He's already down 20 minutes on the clock, and those positions are super imbalanced and fun. So there you go. I can't wait to see where we head.
I'm really glad I was wrong about the more solid approach by Hikaru. This is very promising for a potential decisive result. Not saying that Hikaru's advantage is any big, but that this is a sharp and complex position that either of them could try to play for a win, depending on how the next couple of moves will be how the next couple of moves will play out, and if either of them play any inaccurate moves in a position where it's going to be a lot harder to find the perfect way of playing.
Indeed, and agreed. All right, well, we've talked a lot about this one. Oh, Magnus is about to move in this one. I think I saw rook d8 potentially. Yeah, and that is another move. I obviously highlighted knight a6 as the main move. This attacks the queen and often forces it to b2. But some of the ideas we talked about, black trying to complete development, fight for control over the light squares, is going to be the story in this game in terms of what Magnus is attempting to do over the next few moves. But all right, we are going to back up, take a look at all 6 boards, and attempt to take our first break of the day. We have action everywhere. Round 7 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women 2024 edition is just getting underway. Hikaru Nakamura has visited the confessional booth, but we are not going to play that at the break. We're going to play it when we return. So don't go anywhere, fans. We're going to be back in just a moment from beautiful Stavanger. There you see Hikaru Nakamura coming in, and smiles on his face. Anna and Pia Cramling, the whole family of very strong chess players there. So much chess ahead. We're having a blast. Don't go anywhere. More chess after the break.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Hikaru Nakamura, and this is my Google Auto, wait, what was it, Google what? This is my Google Autocomplete. So the first one we're gonna do is right here. This is, what is Hikaru Nakamura IQ? This is a great question, obviously. I don't know the answer to this one myself. I did an online fun one on stream and it was 109 or 102. Obviously, that's not accurate, but nobody knows. What did Hikaru Nakamura study in college? That, of course, the answer would be political science. I did not actually finish, but I would have majored in that. What is Hikaru Nakamura ranking? Okay, currently number 3 in the world in classical chess, and I think number 2 in blitz, something like that. What is Hikaru Nakamura's favorite opening? I don't necessarily have a favorite opening per se, but I do like the move 1e4. How old is Hikaru Nakamura? The answer, of course, would be 35 at the present time. How tall is Hikaru Nakamura? And this one, it's generally 5 feet 7.5 inches. I don't know what that is in European standards, but it's something decent at least. How much does Hikaru Nakamura make? Obviously, I do quite well as a content creator, so I think that's all that people really need to know. How to pronounce Hikaru Nakamura? Now, even myself, when I pronounce my name, it's definitely more Americanized versus Japanese. Certainly, if I was pronouncing it correctly, it would be more like Hikaru as opposed to Hikaru, but I've spent so much of my life here in America that that's just how I pronounce it, and everyone does the same thing. Is Hikaru Nakamura Japanese? Answer obviously is yes. I am 50% Japanese. My biological father, 100% Japanese, and my mother is Caucasian white, primarily a mix of Scandinavian, if we're being really technical, but I'm 50% Japanese. Is Hikaru Nakamura world champion? So this, of course, a generic question. It depends what format of chess they're referring to. If we're talking about all forms of chess, I am currently the Fischer Random World Chess Champion. If you're referring to traditional chess, I am not the world champion. Is Hikaru Nakamura the best chess player? Now, a lot of people like to think I have this massive ego and I think I'm the best in the world at chess. I am pretty good, but definitely not currently the best chess player, and historically nowhere near the top. But I would say I do consider myself to be probably in the top 10 to top 15 chess players of all time, which is still pretty good, all things considered. Thanks to the audience, of course, for asking me these questions, and I hope that the answers were very enjoyable for everybody and they learned something new today.
All right. Welcome back to round 7 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. He's no longer starting his confessional booth visits with All Right. Maybe it has something to do with the social meme that the team had a lot of fun making if you missed it from a couple days ago. But Hikaru Nakamura has taken his first visit to the booth, discussing his current game versus Magnus Carlsen, and here's what he had to say.
Okay, everyone, we're back. And today I'm not going to start with the all right phrase, because when I used allrightchess.com, when it made this really funny Instagram post, I think it was, using the all right from the Hey Ya song by Outkast. So I'll start a little bit differently. It's good to be back. Today is round number 7 of Norway Chess. I'm playing with a white piece against Magnus Carlsen, and today I decided to play a Nimzo Indian once again with this f3 move on move number 4. Now, it's worth pointing out that I have played this against Magnus. In fact, I made a video for YouTube on the worst loss I ever had, and ironically enough, it was against Magnus in the Zurich Chess Challenge. It was either 2014 or 2015, or it was around that time. I don't remember the exact year. But I played this line. He played d5, a3, bishop e7, e4, and we had a game where I was actually completely winning, and then I made this huge blunder when I was a little bit low on time and ended up losing, which was a big tragedy at the time for me. So I have played this before. Now Magnus is thinking here whether to go bishop e7 or bishop takes c3. I'm not sure what he's going to do. This is something that I kind of had some idea I was going to do even before the game, but I think it's probably coming as a slight surprise to him. So that's fine. The other game's pretty normal. You have some classic Italians between... Actually, Praggnanandhaa is very similar to my game against Fabiano in round 1, and then Fabi and Alireza also playing an Italian. So very slow start, you could say. I would say in those games. My game maybe as well. Hard to judge. But feel pretty good so far. I mean, people are probably wondering actually about my tweet this morning, which I also put out a tweet. And I'm sure because Norwegians follow this tournament religiously, and credit to them, by the way, because if this were in another country, nobody would really care whatsoever. In the general public, I guess you could say, not to downplay chess, but since probably people saw my tweet, we're so back. Actually, nothing to do with chess whatsoever. It, of course, had everything to do with the stock market. So it's not like I'm suddenly thinking I'm going to win the tournament or be number 2 or any of this razzle dazzle that's chess related. Absolutely not on that playing field at all. So for anybody who's wondering, so I'm sure they're going to bring that up and think that I'm making some point about the chess tournament. If I wanted to tweet about chess and being back or something, I obviously would have put a tweet last night, not 3 hours before the game. So for anyone who's wondering, that the tweet had absolutely nothing to do with chess and everything to do with the game. It's much more enjoyable, actually. So that's it for now, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Wow. Quite the session there. He talked about a lot of different things, and some of it was chess. David, the initial breakdown, of course, his prediction about what Magnus was going to play for, and getting a different line than maybe he hoped for, according to Hikaru's analysis there.
Yeah, he referenced that game that they'd had in the f3 Nimzo from a long time back. I mentioned it. I thought it was in St. Louis. He corrected that. It was in Zurich. Magnus won that game, but Hikaru did get a good position out of that opening. Clearly looks like he's the better prepared player here as well. More than 15 minutes up on the clock. Hikaru in good mood. We've seen it before, Anna, this storyline. Hikaru landing the first punch in the opening, and he normally has the quality to back it up.
I think he is really happy with it. I think probably we will hear even more of his thoughts, because he's going to have a lot of time to spend in the confessional. I don't know how many times during this game he's going to visit, but I would predict 3-4 at this rate with such a time advantage.
Well, I have an answer on that. He's definitely going to visit at least twice, because he's already gone back, and we're going to go right back. We're going to throw it right back to Hikaru Nakamura, and his second visit to the confessional booth probably has something to do with the fact that he did maybe out-prepare Magnus a little bit, Magnus spending a lot of time on the clock, so Hikaru apparently has got some time on his hands.
All right, guys, we're back. Today I'm not going to start with the all right phrase. So, bad news. Magnus decided to play something that's very boring and very solid rather than trying to play one of the very aggressive lines. So I'm not particularly happy about that from the standpoint of the tournament. Obviously, if I'm looking to win the event, I do need to win this game. I think it's very unlikely. Let's just say we draw this game, even if I win the Armageddon. It's hard to see Magnus with 2 whites in the final 3 games, if I'm not mistaken, not winning at least one of those games in Classical, if not more, considering he seems to be awake now. He seems to be very much in the tournament. So from that standpoint, it's actually quite bad that Magnus wants to be very solid. Of course, it is what it is. So we'll see how well he knows the lines here. If he knows one of a couple of different lines, there's a good chance this could be a draw very, very quickly, which would suck for the chess perspective, but it would mean I can get back to trading GameStop, so that would always be a plus, like I was doing before the game. So we just have to wait and see what's happening. But I would say right now it's not necessarily the line that I was hoping for when I played this. And I guess to use like a poker analogy, because poker is another thing that I spend a lot of time on, or I used to at least. Sometimes you try to play the odds of the situation, where you try to like play it where you're in some cases. Actually, I should say my favorite game is not Hold'em, but for example, you play Pot Limit Omaha. Like you're trying to win one way, and then perhaps chase the pot low or high, and vice versa. Obviously, I'm using terms that most people won't understand, but it's sort of where you're trying to play for 2/3 of the pot effectively versus a situation where it's like you win or you lose. And so Magnus, I think, is being very pragmatic here, just being very, very solid. And it's not the line I was hoping for sure. And I think Magnus kind of knows that too, that if he can dodge some stuff today, or dodge bullets, to use the famous Phil Hellmuth quote, I think that he's well aware of the tournament situation. So we'll have to wait and see how it transpires. But unless he doesn't remember the line, or unless he surprises me with something, I think there's a very, very high chance it's going to be a draw pretty quickly, is my guess, which it's what it is. Not what I was hoping for, but that's life. So that's my bit for now. I mean, either I'll be back in here pretty soon to say that it's a draw, or I'll probably be sitting at the board thinking a lot. But I think the next probably 20 minutes will determine sort of where this game is flowing and everything. But that's it for now. So I will see you guys all a little bit later on.
Thank you to the fourth member of our commentary team for filling the dead air space, I guess, in the early stages of this thing. We're talking about trading GameStop. We're talking about Omaha high-low and pot odds. And like I guess Hikaru said, for the second time since you joined us after our first break, he's thinking this game has the potential to get to some very forced lines. Magnus taking a lot of time, perhaps with the intention to try to avoid these forced lines. David, I don't know if you have any insight on that, if you have any prep to show, or if you have some variations to display that might break down why there's a potential draw maybe ahead.
Yeah, we will jump into the position. Just one thing to mention about Magnus, he really hates long forcing lines where he has to find a series of only moves in order to make the draw. He would rather get a position where he has a vast variety of moves at his disposal and work things out there, try to outwit his opponents, maybe make them face some tough decisions. But in this specific situation, the one thing Magnus will not do, I'm pretty sure, is to take this pawn. To everyone wondering at home, why can't Black re-establish the material balance? It looks like Black has the healthier pawn structure. The problem is here for Magnus, he has two loose pieces, and after queen to b4, the queens come off. White solves that problem of the shattered pawns, and after a queen trade, we would see a position such as this one where actually it's White after the Black Knight moves that might well just go material up. At the very least, White has the bishop pair and a long-term advantage. The dark squared bishop especially strong. Knight to d3 check, for example, wouldn't do too much. The White king could simply shift. Maybe even take that knight with a advantage. So what I'm expecting from Magnus, and Danny, you mentioned it being a typical theme in a similar position, but you need to activate this bishop. So pawn to e5, to my eyes, looks like the most healthy move, maybe aiming to capture this knight on the edge of the board. And if we just go a couple of moves deeper, the most natural moves to my eyes would be, for example, bishop to e6, to try to play rook to c8 and take this pawn. There we go, e5 is on the board, so we're headed in this direction, and I guess the big questions lie on whether White can hold this pawn for much longer, maybe by planting a bishop into b5 or putting a knight on the d3 square. And maybe these are some of the forcing lines that Hikaru is talking about here. If Magnus is accurate, probably he's able to trade everything off and win the pawn back, draw incoming, but still some work to be done, still some work ahead.
I was glad that I wasn't right about my game prediction, but then Hikaru was disappointed the second time he went back to the confessional that he wishes Magnus didn't go this solid, that it wouldn't be heading towards a more forcing draw. I agree with you, David, that I don't think Magnus necessarily wants to go for it, especially if there's like some line where he would need to be the one finding the most accurate or the only moves to get to that draw. He's playing very practical. This is a typical setup and he's just developing his pieces. But yeah, it is a solid approach, and it makes sense when you have the black pieces in a tournament situation where this is the leader of the tournament against the second placed in the field, and whoever wins this classical game probably will win Norway Chess.
Well, and to Hikaru's point, he said, and knows the rest of the pairings very well, right? That Magnus gets a couple more whites before all said and done, so he expects Magnus to maybe get another classical victory, which explains his disappointment if this did indeed go to a draw. Even if Hikaru managed to win Armageddon, it would still be Magnus in the lead after that game, actually, which would mean 1.5 points for Hikaru, but a 1-point score for Magnus would keep him a 0.5 point in the lead. So anyway, I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, and I do wonder still if Magnus is spending time precisely because he likes the idea of trying to find something to play for in this game, but we'll see. Hikaru quickly responds with knight to f2. I've also been told that Magnus has already taken his first visit to the confessional booth. We're not going to get to that right now, but it's something to tease the fans ahead. We do have a Magnus Carlsen visit, and we'll get in his brain and see how he's feeling about the position. But right now we're going to back up again, take a look at the other games in progress. And I've got my eye again in the upper right corner on the green board, Praggnanandhaa versus Liren. This position is heating up quickly. Knight c4 indeed did come, as you said, David. Got to get rid of that dark square bishop if you're white. But Liren went for the most aggressive, sort of principled approach. He played f5, and we're getting a very quick open kingside. And this will be interesting. One of the things you have to point out right away is Liren is up 30 minutes on the clock. I don't know that we've seen a confident, perky Liren at the board in a very long time. I mean, the meme, unfortunately, and any of the highlight videos that have hit social media after our rounds have usually had Ding's head in hand. It's just the truth. It hasn't been going well. So Prog down 30 minutes on the clock means he's probably out of prep. And Liren is definitely not out of prep, having used only 7 minutes for every move to this point. David, your thoughts?
Yeah, I was just getting a sense of deja vu, Danny, and then I realized Hikaru actually refers to it in his confessional, but it's slipped past me. We've seen this position before, and in this tournament. It was,
oh my gosh,
Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura, round 1, the first day of the tournament.
And that actually went well for Hikaru.
It did, with black.
That's right, and in fact, Hikaru made the mistake of capturing on f3 rather than reinforcing the e4 pawn, and we talked about it. We were actually applauding the approach from Hikaru, and he got a good position against Fabi. So if we get the exact same line, Liren was criticized for maybe not knowing the London that Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana had, but maybe he paid attention to this one that Fabiano and Hikaru had. So if Ding improves on Hikaru's play, shout out to him.
Yeah.
That would be huge, and it is the exact same knight jump as well, because Hikaru was analyzing it during that game against Fabiano in the confessional booth, whether the knight goes to d2 or h2, and the subtle differences between the knight placement and then what happens once white pushes f3. So this could be it. This could be the improved version of Caruana Nakamura from just a few days ago here in Norway.
Yeah, and in this case, we have to ask questions about Pragg, whether he's done his research, because Pragg's the one significantly low on the clock. He spent half an hour more than Ding to get to a position that the players, if they'd been doing their homework, should really have known. Yeah, it's interesting how these.
It's so crazy how that did that. Like,
yeah,
Hikaru went into talking about GameStop and Omaha High-Low, so you have to forgive us a little bit. But no, in fact, now all the analysis is flooding back in terms of how much we were applauding Hikaru Nakamura's approach against Fabiano. Remember, he forced Armageddon pretty easily as black was better, and then ultimately won against Fabiano in that first round. And one of the plans we talked about here in this position, David, that again is possible, is black playing things like d5, and if you don't take the knight on c6, that knight is going to go to e7, and at some point, and here comes d5, right on cue, Liren plays d5. If you don't make a series of trades over there on the queen side, black will play knight e7 and c6 with the pawn, and you don't want that black squared bishop arriving to the b8, h2 diagonal. That becomes a very dangerous position for white. So we spent a lot of time analyzing this. In fact, probably of all the games in round 1, we've spent more time on Caruana Nakamura, so if anyone wants to go back and see. But this is interesting. Pragg doesn't look like he knows or remembers this game at this point.
Yeah, it does not feel like it. And Pragg has been very well prepared throughout the tournament and throughout his career. So it's surprising to see that this is one of those few cases when he didn't expect this, but this is Ding Liren's favorite opening. You kind of expect someone to play their favorite opening, right?
Yeah, that's the one thing about the Italian game. I know at all levels, even from kind of club player level all the way up to Super Grandmaster, the Italian has so many move orders, so many nuances. It's confusing for everyone. One little move order difference and it can change the entire picture. So maybe Pragg had studied Ding's usual move order. I think Ding slightly switched up things. But I mean, I've been there so many times myself. At tournaments, you're often tired in the evenings. You turn on your phone, you flick through the games, the other games that have been happening. You're like, oh, that was interesting. But you're so tired, you don't check deeply with computers other people's games. And this is one probably both players recognize the position. They probably both saw it on day one from those other players in the tournament. And maybe they haven't gone deeper. Maybe they haven't investigated. They're just trying to work it out now for themselves.
I saw a featured chat comment that maybe Ding Liren watched Hikaru Nakamura's recap videos. Like, maybe he did. I mean, maybe he watched the recap video and saw Hikaru's thoughts on this particular line of the Italian and is happy to get what Hikaru did as black against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, maybe we just briefly before.
Yeah, let's show the critical lines, because we spent so much time going deep in that game, but I think we should at least show the critical ideas here and what happened where Hikaru made his first mistake. Because if Ding Liren improves on E takes F3, if I'm remembering correctly, in a few moves, that could be a very good position for black. So go ahead, David.
Let's do that. Already a big question for Pragg. He needs to move this knight. The other day, back on day one of the event, we talked about this position. Anything other than knight takes bishop is already a mistake. White will be worse, and it's because of what Danny mentioned. If white retreats the knight, for example, which looks quite tempting, hitting a loose pawn, maybe attacking the bishop as well, white will now suffer after the move knight to e7. If white does nothing, then just to highlight this on the board, you hit the bishop, you kick it away, and suddenly you redeploy that piece on this fantastic diagonal. Black's pieces are pouring towards the king side. Knight coming, the queen will soon land once the black knight moves. And this is one-way traffic. Black has connect 4, and therefore great attacking chances in that direction towards the white king side. So Pragg needs to, after d5, take this bishop. That's what happened. Fabiano did play that move. And here, after the move f3, if I recall correctly in that game, this is the moment when e takes f3 was played. A bit of a mistake, but instead we were quite lucky. Black's chances. I think. Yeah, after knight to e7.
Was that was the move we found? We'll see if the engine likes it. Go ahead and play it.
That's right.
But I think it was the best. Yeah. Okay.
And it's happening. Pragg has just taken on b6, so this could very well be the position in a few moves if Ding Liren takes back and f3 is played by Pragg.
Knight takes bishop on the board. Fascinating.
And the key there, everyone, if we want to just get to that line again real quick, knight takes b6, f3, played by Fabiano. The key reason why e takes f3 maybe wasn't as effective as knight e7 is because you actually help white solve the problems that they've created for themselves by putting the knight on h2. That now the queen and knight can activate and get going on the king side. And you haven't really capitalized on the space advantage that you earned. You certainly didn't achieve connect 4, which David always wants, with 4 pawns on the diagonal. So knight e7 actually keeps the hopes alive of connect 4 if you play that instead of e takes f3. And yeah, f3, knight e7, you have the threats of c6, and just to show it, because we looked at it in the analysis with Hikaru's game, knight e7, if you take e4, black can take back with the bishop. And the pieces are... Was it the bishop or the pawn?
I quite like the bishop.
I quite like the bishop too. Yeah. And the point is that black is still bringing the knight out to either f5 or g6. The queen quickly joins the fight. And this position is a bit of one-way traffic for black on the king side. So...
yeah, it's more fun to play for black at least. And in this position, the reason e takes f3 as well, it's just trading on white's terms. It's trading on the opponent's terms, no need to rush. Yeah, so knight e7 is the move. I think we were liking the idea of queen h4 in this position as well, if I remember correctly. But either way, Ding, faster player, more confident player today. Great start for him, I think, to this game. Pragg looks a bit indecisive right now. Still trying to work things out for himself. It's taken him a long, long time on the clock.
Very long time. It's starting to make us worried about what you said. Sometimes a subtle move order change could entirely change whether you are prepared or not. Because for sure, Praggnanandhaa has prepared. He always comes very prepared, and he must have prepared the Italian. But I think you're right, David, that because Liren has slightly changed how he plays this line usually, that caught Pragg off guard, and he ended up landing in the game of Fabiano against Hikaru in round 1 of this very same tournament, but he doesn't have it analyzed. It's one thing to realize that it's the same position. I'm sure he does. But if you didn't analyze it, that information doesn't help much. If anything, it might make you feel bad, like, oh my gosh, I should have analyzed it. It was here like 1 week ago in Norway.
Yeah, it's a famous saying, right, Anna? I think we've all heard it on the tournament circuit at some point. Sometimes it's better to know nothing than to know a little bit here. And
especially when it comes to electricity, I can validate that. I have electrocuted myself trying to change out an outlet and a ceiling fan on more times than I am comfortable talking about.
No.
So electricity, better to know nothing and call an electrician than to know a little bit. Pro tip. All right.
And yeah, let's allow Pragg a bit more time maybe to mull things over, but already it's getting dramatic on the clock and potentially on the board on in this game. So maybe we switch over to the other Italian, which is also heating up. Also some really unorthodox play there from both sides. That is the board in the middle there, the gold board, I'm going to call it, between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja. Yeah, it looks like the games in the Norway women's chess section at the moment a bit quieter. Looks like this is where the action is at. We see a question mark on this last move.
We've arrived just in the right moment, it seems. But also the computer was critical of bishop g5, which I did not understand why the engine didn't like that move. Seemed like a normal developing move, pinning the f6 knight a move ago by Fabiano. I think sometimes the engine goes a bit, I don't know, subjective. If you can call an engine subjective.
Well, it could also be the depth is maybe not as deep. The depth is not as deep as what these guys have at home. And I wonder if the computer was suggesting g5 or something to try to get a piece. And if that was the case, I would guess it's just the computer not fully understanding the position at this depth versus the superjet engines that the computers are bringing it home.
And the superjet engines that these players are, Fabiano himself proved it here in the studio that he can easily outplay our engines. So that's probably what's happening, Danny. I think you are right that these aren't question mark moves unless g6. David, how do you feel about g6? That's a bit more awkward than bishop to g5.
Yeah, definitely looks a bit awkward for black. Maybe we just do a quick rewind. You mentioned that bishop g5 move. It was a very typical Italian game type of position, some slow maneuvering. Just a couple of things that to point out that are different from that other clash between Praggnanandhaa and Liren. Firstly, here White has re-maneuvered his knight over to g3 before castling. So White is technically a bit ahead in terms of where he wants his pieces, but obviously lacking the move castles here. Does mean that tactics might not work in White's favor, but he used the extra time after Black retreated, bishop a7. A very brave move, I've got to say. H6 might be chosen by kind of more solid players here, but bishop a7 does really tempt White into playing the move bishop g5, and this is where the big question lies after White retreats. I agree, by the way, Anna. Bishop g5, a really natural move. G5 here really shows the strength of the White knight on g3. I think this is... just, you don't hesitate. You sacrifice. You pretty much have to, actually, at this point. And this is in an unbreakable pin. Knight h5 is going to come to overwhelm the pinned knight on f6. White's queen is going to jump out to f3 as well. This just looks like game over. I don't see any tactics that work in Black's favor. And Firouzja needed to avoid this idea of knight h5. So I totally understand why he's played g6 in this position. Knight h5, a bit of a threat on the board. Not sure what was stronger, simply. Really hard to work out. It looked like a priority to stop this move.
I'm curious, what was bishop g5's problem if we back up? I don't know what else the computer suggested, but just to try to understand where this game is going and or what preparation the players might have, because that move seems so natural. It's the move you would teach every beginner player to play, is to pin the knight on f6 to the queen and invite tactics on the king side. When you've brought both of the white knights to f3 and g3, you are primed for action over there. And so what was the move that White was supposed to play?
Instead of bishop g5?
Yeah. Doesn't make sense to me.
Just Casa, I think, is what the engine wants, or A4. It somehow doesn't want to commit to the bishop on G5, but yeah, we can't really.
Doesn't make a lot of
see
sense to me.
why,
I'm gonna just chalk this up to lack of depth from the local.
Yeah.
With more time, it might change the evaluation, which is okay. It doesn't mean that it's not awesome and helpful, often guiding us and making sure we don't miss what the big moments are, either brilliancies or blunders. But in this case, I think it's quite possible that it just doesn't have enough time to appreciate that the piece sacrifice is fine, that white doesn't need to go for this variation of castling. And in fact, in a lot of these Italians, David, one of the modern ideas is that white will try to delay castling for these types of opportunities. It's not something you see if you look at the Italian or Four Knights or some of these more traditional double king pawn games in terms of old theory. You see both sides castling, doing what the computers suggested to do there, apparently, and the more classical way to play chess. But these types of ideas where deep prep and the flexibility of castling queenside is still in the air. Fabi can move the queen and get the king to the other side of the board and then go all in on that side of the house. And don't be surprised if that's what we see. When Fabi was in studio, he said he's an attacking player, but he doesn't get the chance that often, right? Remember that? Yeah. We'll see if he calls our bluff here. I would love if Fabiano went all in for an attack on the king side here, David.
Yeah, and I will just mention, I try not to do this too much, but I did turn on the computer, and I'm going to defend it for once. There was maybe a slightly stronger move here than h6 for black. Black did have the option of playing the move knight to a5 in this position, ridding white of this bishop, and at first I thought this looks scary. Maybe white can play the move knight to h5, but there is a tactic after knight takes c4 here. White loses the beautiful Italian bishop.
And bishop takes f2.
Takes f2.
I see. That's why it was a blunder.
That's why bishop g5 the engine doesn't like. That makes sense that there's a concrete line to exploit it.
I spent all this time trying to give the players' jet engine supercomputers at home more credit than the chess.com engine. Turns out the chess.com engine was right. I hate that guy. I hate the chess.com computers. Let's back up. God, I hate that guy. Yeah, but that's fascinating. So normal, and by the way, I had my eye on this f2 tactic, but it doesn't work. Bishop takes f2 and knight g4 check, for example, doesn't do anything, right? It only works because the e4 pawn becomes vulnerable if white goes for knight h5. Yeah. So that's actually really instructive. White did not have to play knight h5, by the way. White could have given up the bishop here, but still instructive to see why it was a mistake and why that computer is right.
And Fabiano plays knight a4 to avoid all those variations after knight to a5. The bishop will have this tiny spot on a2. It's usually not like the most active square for a lot of pieces, but for the bishop, it is just as comfortable. It is a great spot, actually, because it's far from being attacked, and it's covering the exact same diagonal, so it will be doing just as fine on a2, and avoiding that black can capture this really strong minor piece of white. And that's why the engine is judgmental about g6, because the engine thinks that Alireza, instead of pushing g6 and avoiding knight h5, black could have just played knight a5, the same idea, David, that you showed, if we just roll back one move to highlight, if that's okay to show real quick, that it's a very similar idea. After h6, bishop h4, so even with the variation that Alireza had on the board, simply instead of g6, the computer wants to play knight a5 and say, I don't care about knight h5, I don't care that my king will be really vulnerable looking. I'm just going to take on c4, allow you to take on f6, so it will be a weakened structure in front of the black king, but it just doesn't care. It doesn't care that this ruined structure. It even wants to play moves like queen to d7 and say, take my pawn if you want to, because if you take it, I will play queen e6, and I'm taking your c4 pawn, and whose king is weaker? White cannot castle.
Wow, that's fascinating, and it's a really good example of why concrete preparation, right, and the new way to play chess, right? We're not relying on principles necessarily, or at least not only anymore. An open king for black on the king side does not spell disaster if you have a very concrete line like this, including that queen e6 at the end. That's a real killer, and probably a pattern that the players are familiar with in these types of games. But yeah, Firouzja did not take either chance to go knight a5, whether it was early on after the question mark given to bishop g5 from Fabiano, or the second opportunity. So will he regret it is the question. By the way, you as fans might regret missing some of our confessional content at the break. So I'm gonna say it. It's time to give us your prime that time of day. Subscribers are gonna get some amazing stuff when we throw to our next one. We have a Magnus confessional, which apparently is hilarious. Pia Cromling visits the booth again. Fabiano Caruana visited the confessional booth, and Anna Muzychuk.
No way.
So Anna Muzychuk follows suit. The second player in Norway Chess Women to go to the booth. So we're going to have a bunch of content coming at you at the break. Tons of confessional action to get into. But, okay, David, you were about to interject and give us another thought on this position here.
I was going to say, just before we move away, this is guaranteed to be sharp. It's going to revolve around whether black plays the move g5 or can get away with playing the move g5 now or any time in the next 10, 15 moves. So this is really fire on the board. I have a feeling this is going to be a decisive game, just the way it's shaping up. I can't see this ever being dull, ever being boring. So, wow, what a start to round 7 here, Anna. Just exciting.
It is a great start, and Fabiano mentioned it, that every game of his against Alireza, doesn't matter with what color, doesn't matter what tournament or format, they always play really exciting, crazy complex positions, attacking chess. They both love it, that's their style, and they go against each other in the same manner. It's always sharp, it's always really, really entertaining, and oftentimes it leads to mistakes because these are really difficult to play positions, but they are not afraid of going into these muddy waters.
As Fabiano said as much yesterday. He said he was looking forward to playing Firouzja because he's always up for a fight and has a ton of respect for Alireza, as he said. Feels like when he's at his best, Alireza Firouzja plays maybe the best chess in the world, and those were high words of praise coming from a guy that played some of the best chess in the world for a really long time over the last couple decades and didn't lose a single classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a world championship match, something nobody else can say who played Magnus Carlsen in a world chess championship match. So pretty high words of praise from Fabiano Caruana about Alireza yesterday, but maybe he's hoping Alireza doesn't play his best chess today, because right now this position is going to become a sharp one, and we'll see if Firouzja can maybe get slightly upper hand here against Fabi. All right, we're going to back up and take a look at the other games.
Is there any chance we could just quickly look at that last move of Fabi? Because I think the computer really wants to push g5, and you guys were like, oh, if g5 can be played, maybe then, you know, Alireza will be fine. So is g5, which is usually very, like, a big question. Am I getting checkmated if I play g5, or am I gonna be okay with that extra piece and my king will be safe? Is g5 okay?
Yeah, I think we need to investigate, as you say, Anna. It's what I was kind of trying to hint at earlier. Either black plays g5 and wins a piece, or black plays g5 and gets checkmated. There's nothing in between.
Or both.
Or both.
Maybe black plays g5, wins a piece, and gets checkmated.
So let's try it out. g5. Watch the bar, everyone. Does it shift? Oh, barely. White is all in here already. White's committed. White has to sacrifice. The bishop on h4 was trapped anyway. And the big question is this position. Black has lost a move playing g6 and then g5, but at the same time, black has kind of gained a move because the king on g7 does a better job of defending its knight. So here, a few questions. Firstly, what's next? Huge winning threat of knight h5 check, overwhelming the pinned piece on f6. I wonder whether it's king g6.
I'm sorry, but I look at this position, and I prefer white.
It looks
like,
terrifying.
It doesn't matter to me what the engine says. It doesn't matter to me that black is up a tempo. The lack of a dark squared bishop, and f4 is on the agenda. Just highlight that f4, you cannot stop this move. The f file will open up. The rook and bishop will have a party on f6 at the black king's expense. He's paying the bill for that party, and it's a messy one, the kind that you come home to, and you're like, who left you the credit card? Mom did, because she was worried we needed food. And, you know, that's the kind of stuff that happens at this party. So this is, I just don't agree. I think that this is exactly what Fabiano Caruana is hoping for. And it's going to be a long-term fight, one that White is happy to engage in.
Yeah, I guess it might be hard to achieve f4. That's the only thing I'll say in black's defense here. After a move like rook h8, there is still this pin, and if you ever shuffle your king into the corner, watch out. There might be tactics in the near future. I'm going to try and make this happen. I'm not sure exactly how bishop e6 say. If you play f4, but I'm going to jump.
By the way, I wonder if you literally could have taken on h2 and played queen h8 check and then knight g4.
Well, yes.
Because I think puzzle rush time. I think it was takes, queen h8, and knight g4, and I think you're winning.
I missed my puzzle rush session today, guys.
I actually been doing a lot of puzzle rush every morning right now. And look at that.
It shows, Danny. We should all do it.
That's bananas right there. Not even bananas and peanut butter. Shout out to that subscriber right there. Great username. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so maybe Black is getting the attack in this game. This is going to be a fun one.
I think you're right. I'm wrong. It's just fun, as you say. It's sharp. It's crazy. And Fabiano Caruana, he doesn't care about g5. He wants that. He wants that action.
He wants it, and Alireza wants it too. He will obviously evaluate the risk because it's his king that might get checkmated. He will care. Possibly after rook h8, the computer is cool as a cucumber. Just wants to push h3 and then continue with life with a piece down. There's going to be no sacrifices on h2. Danny White can move the king out of the pin. So maybe it's that simple.
I would love to see g5. We love it when it gets wild. By the way, I had a feeling, you know, when we first started going around the horn, we set the table that it was Nakamura versus Carlsen, and we had Muzychuk versus Jun, and I said, once the pieces start moving on the board, usually we get told where we're going to focus by not just the storylines that came into the round, but the action during the round. And that was kind of what I was thinking about this game, swear to God, in mind. And it's funny because now we're hoping for sacrifices, because if sacrificing other people's pieces is wrong, I don't want to be right. And that is what commentators dream of. This is going to be a game that is so much fun to analyze. And that rook takes h2 line was fun. So, all right, let's back up actually this time. Thank you for pulling us back, Anna. That was the right call to see those variations. And let's go around the horn again. What do we have here? Lots of moves, by the way, between Nakamura and Carlsen.
Yeah, maybe that's the game to update right now. The other games still in their maneuvering phases. Prag has played what I believe might be a novelty against Ding Liren, not copying that first game, that first round clash between Nakamura and Caruana. And on the camera here, Hikaru's shaking his head.
Oh?
Are we going to see a draw? A repetition of the position?
Was that the first time or the second time we've seen bishop d7 and queen b2? We have to go to there. Ooh. Let's go to there.
Oh, this might be draw right now.
Let's jump in immediately.
Okay, this could be the line that Hikaru was talking about.
We've seen this position twice now. If white brings the queen forward to b5, black hits that queen, and the queen, if she retreats yet again back to b2, we'll see a dance. The queen and bishop just yo-yoing back and forth here. Hikaru, the onus is on him. If he wants to play on, wants to win this game, he needs to find a different move other than bringing the white queen forward to b5. The problem is black's coming in with bishop c4, so I totally understand why he would be reluctant to allow black's bishop in right now. Big choice, Anna. What do you think? What do you predict?
I didn't want to be right with my prediction that this was going to be a solid game that goes to Armageddon. I was very happy I was wrong, and now I don't want to be right because I thought we are in for a fight. Danny, your thoughts?
I think in this case, as I said, if sacking other people's pieces is wrong, I don't want to be right. If guessing draws is right, we all want to be wrong, right? In this case, you are probably right, Anna. I was super excited when Magnus played the line that this old dog actually remembered. But turns out, Hikaru, being a bit of an old dog himself, he knew that this line was not for choice, actually, if black wanted a fighting theoretical battle. It was a line that was going to more likely than not lead to these types of variations. And given that Hikaru headshake number 22, I know it well. It's a confident one. It's not a disappointed one despite how it looks. It's him recalling lines in his head, and he's like, yeah, I got nothing better here. I got nothing better here. 22, because it's a catch-22. We're getting a draw.
Yeah.
Calling it.
This is the kind of game that gets opening nerds like myself excited. We learn a lot about theory. We figure, oh, Nimzo Indian, this is how you equalize with black. But ultimately, perfect play from both sides in chess does lead to a draw. And Hikaru does play queen to b5. Second time we've seen this position as well. And if Magnus continues to harass the white queen with his bishop, a draw is pretty much guaranteed at this point. Armageddon incoming.
Post-Armageddon.
And we like that. Hikaru doesn't like it because obviously for the tournament situation, this is not ideal for him. With the drawing classical, they will both get 1 point, and the win in Armageddon gives you an extra half point. But that, even if Hikaru wins in Armageddon, he will still be half a point behind Magnus Carlsen.
Indeed. Indeed, he will still be half a point behind. Gain a few classical rating points while he's at it. Not sure that that is on his mind, but Hikaru is currently the world #2 after leapfrogging Fabiano Caruana earlier in this very same tournament. And it will also mean, with this draw, by the way, that Hikaru remains undefeated in classical. He's the only player in Norway Chess 2024 edition not to have lost in classical yet. Even Magnus, who's leading the tournament, went down to Prague, if you missed that earlier. You must have been hiding under a rock, because when Prague does good things, the world usually is on fire about it. There's conversations everywhere about it. So anyway, I don't expect Magnus to try to trip it up either, although what a meta 5-head play that would be. 5D chess if Magnus goes, you know what? Oh, he says a Jadoob. That was hilarious.
He touched the bishop and then he lets it go. Or did he say, was he adjusting? Did he say?
Yeah, he said Jadoob. I saw.
Jadoob.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was going to offer a draw when I saw him talking.
No, it was definitely a Jadoob. And we're going to get Magnus's confessional no matter what at the break. One more time, throw us your prime if you don't want to miss that. Hey, that rhymed. Okay, get back to the chess, Dan. Yeah, so we got a Magnus confessional to break. We got some other stuff. We're probably going to go to that break in T-minus a few seconds here. We don't want to miss the handshake, but the reality is we are expecting a draw here unless Mr. Carlsen wants to surprise Hikaru. What would you say about that, David, from a psychological perspective? If your opponent is expecting you to repeat and you don't, obviously the chess on the board matters the most at this level, but is there any sort of meta to that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's the chess on the board that matters the most, and maybe the tournament standings. It's a good result, ultimately, a draw for black, for Magnus, so I think he will go for it. But usually, if you can play on with no risk, and you feel that you've got the draw in pocket for later, you should play on. Keep testing your opponent, kind of assert your dominance, show that you are the one holding all the cards. They are the one in the submissive role trying to ask for the draw, play for the draw. But here we see Magnus staring at the score sheet. He knows objectively as well, he should force it here and now before white is able to get developed. If black gives white time here, white will happily move the bishop out, castle, and white's still a pawn up. But yeah, mind games always come secondary to the moves ultimately here, Anna. And no matter how much willpower he has, Magnus, I think he's going to settle for the draw.
I think so too. I think bishop d7 is likely, but I do like that he said Jadoob and then touched the bishop. Obviously, Jadoob. If you play over the board chess, that is a phrase you need to learn. It's French, but we all say it at international tournaments. It means that you are about to adjust the piece, and that's the only way you can do it. If you touch a piece, I don't say a word, you have to move that piece. So he made sure that he's just adjusting the bishop. He's not obliged to move it. He could still consider, for instance, rook a to c8, and then play bishop d7 later if he wants to repeat. Maybe he will do that. Maybe even if he repeats, he can repeat a move later as well. Can he?
Yeah, quite possibly. Maybe
more mind games.
More mind games. I mean, and I think Magnus cares about not just the fans and those watching, but every opportunity to play fighting chess is one that he invites, and because he usually wins a lot of those games. That's the thing. It's good. It's good to be king, right? It's good to be Magnus. He's like, look, all right, this position is probably fine for me to continue on, but you already called it, David. Getting a draw makes sure that even if he loses Armageddon, he is still the tournament leader after 7 rounds here at Norway Chess. So you wouldn't begrudge it either way. It is a big question in his mind. I have a feeling we might just be sitting here for a while if we're actually waiting for the handshake. So I'm not sure if we should or if we should back up. By the way, apparently I've been told Hikaru is in the confessional booth as we speak. He's there right now, just giving us more action. So getting all that time he can as a journalist on site before he heads to Armageddon potentially.
And we still have Magnus's confessional to play as well.
Yeah, we
and
got
Hikaru
so much
for the
content
third
ahead.
time. Pia
Too much
Crowling,
content.
Anna Muzychuk. Everyone is visiting the confessional today.
Yeah, it's like episode 28, the confessional. Magnus Carlsen, though, I think he'll take the draw. We've also seen early in the tournament, we shouldn't forget, Magnus's Armageddon stats are out of this world. Just incredible. He's the king of Armageddon, so he'll feel confident if he does bail out here and out with a draw. He holds the key. He's keeping us waiting, though. Bishop back to d7. And ultimately, shake of the head. Looking at the score sheet a few moments ago, I think he's going to go for it. I think we'll see our first result.
So the official threefold will be once Bishop d7 is played, it's Hikaru who still needs to go back to b2, right? And then Bishop to e6. Is that the third position?
But given the head shakes, the sort of acknowledgement that neither player is thrilled about it.
Yeah. I was just curious who is going to be the one that claims it, because they can't even offer a draw. This is too early. You cannot offer a draw within the first 30 moves, so they will have to claim the draw.
With these two guys, I wouldn't be surprised if they repeated moves until they got to move 30, rather than one side making the claim. And I'm being, they're
too proud.
They're proud, and their rivalry is real. I mean, we know it, we see it in every event that these two guys throw down in. Shout out to the Speed Chess Championship just around the corner. That was something we did talk about this morning. I will say that, and getting excited about the live final in Paris, and Magnus is looking forward to that. Assuming he makes the semifinals. It's not a foregone conclusion, but the semifinals and finals will be live in Paris. Will Magnus and Hikaru once again be throwing down in our Speed Chess Championship final? Going to be epic. But all right, these guys are proud. That's my point. And they don't like offering, and there is gamesmanship to that. I think maybe for people who haven't played over-the-board chess, so many fans have come into our world over the last few years, they may not necessarily understand, but there's what is it, David? It's a game of chicken. It's a staring contest, and neither side wants to budge. And I don't want to be the one to claim a draw, because I'm not. You're too weak. You claim it, right? I don't care. I'll play on forever, right?
You should be happier with the draw. You claim it.
Yeah.
That's the perfect way to describe it, the staring contest. That's why Hikaru's gone away from the board. He doesn't want to sit there kind of saying, please, sir, can I have a draw? He's allowing Magnus to think. And there we go.
There it is.
d7 is on the board. So if Hikaru plays queen to b2...
And Hikaru can claim it before queen b2. So we'll see if Hikaru doesn't mind so much, maybe not too proud today. By the way, we saw queen h5 by Pragg in that game versus Liren. So much amazing chess ahead, even if we get an early Armageddon action. It'll be disappointing for all fans that we don't get more confessional action by these two guys for the rest of the day, but it means we'll get Armageddon before the other games take our attention. So Norway Chess, the format continues to deliver, has us on the edge of our seats in more ways than one. And, okay, Magnus.
I think he will claim it. He'll say Bishop e6 and it's a draw. He's playing it. No, okay.
I told you. I wasn't. I mean, they might, but they might just not. I mean, I'm telling you, these two guys, I wouldn't put it past them. I told you. I told you they're not. Okay, finally. Okay, fine. All right. I don't even know if that was legal because they didn't make an arbiter claim, but it was legal enough for everyone as far as the spirit of that rule is concerned. For those who don't know, the letter of the rule is you're not allowed to offer a draw here at Norway Chess until 30 moves, which means a claim is the only way for a peaceful result to be had before the 30-move mark, which means in theory, they kind of just took a draw without actually making the claim. So they sort of got away with one, didn't totally prove us wrong there, but that was fun. All right, we're going to go to a break. We've got so much more chess ahead. Cannot wait to unpack what's happening between Praggnanandhaa and Liren, of course, all the other games as well. But we've got awesome confessionals when we return. More of round 7, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues when we are back.
So I actually mentioned to Peter, I think last night, that there was a possibility that Hikaru would go for the f3 in Muzychuk, since he's done that a couple of times against me in the past. I mean, not with success, but that's not because of the opening. He was better out of the opening both times he did that back in 2014. But then I sort of forgot about it, and I think he forgot about it as well. Even though, yeah, maybe there was something in the file which I didn't see. It wasn't one of the main options, anyways. Yeah, I tried to go for something kind of common sense here. I feel like it cannot be too bad. At the moment, I'm thinking if he goes bishop b5, I go bishop d7, a4, rook c8, and so on. Maybe white is a little bit better, but it should be fine. So I think he's probably going to go knight h3, and then I'll probably go e5, knight f2, bishop e6, and so on. And again, it doesn't seem to be the end of the world. So yeah, I mean, to some extent, he's won the opening battle, but yeah, I don't think it's a big deal.
So, hi everybody, I am back. It's a little bit strange to me to be speaking during the game, because I've always been someone who never spoke during the game, not even in my childhood. I just liked to be so quiet, never spoke to anyone, not even getting up to say hello to anyone. Okay, maybe hello, but not more. And now I'm here speaking a little bit. So today, my daughter helped me. She found this very good first move, d4, and I was so happy. So I wanted to play d4, of course. And now I'm having an exciting, it's exchange variation in the Slav, but I think it's very exciting anyway, and I will just go back and fight.
Hi everyone, it's my first appearance in the confessional room. I will lie if I say that I didn't know about its existence, but it's something that we don't have at the other tournaments, so we are not used to that. And when we are playing the games, you know, we can be so focused that one may forget about everything that is going around. Anyway, I'd like to share some thoughts. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing the first Norway Chess tournament for women. It's really wonderful, and it's not only about the tournament, but how people are taking care of chess players and of every single detail. So thank you so much. As for my game, the position is not so super exciting, but let's see what happens. And last but not least, I'd like to support Ding, because we chess players, from time to time, we all go through difficult periods, and unfortunately this time it's for Dean, and I wish to support him, and I wish that he comes back to his best chess, because I believe it's the best to compete when everybody is showing his best, and to determine the winner this way. So I remember that when I was in similar situations, that when some chess players came and they tried to support me, it was really very precious. So let's do the same now to Dean, and let the best one win. So that's all for now, and see you later.
Welcome back to round 7, and our coverage here, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues. A lot has happened already early on in this round, and a lot to unpack from those confessionals. Team, first of all, Magnus at the top, kind of funny, saying that Hikaru has tried this F3 Nimzo before, unsuccessfully, I might add, basically said, so funny there. And then maybe the best confessional we've had from anybody so far, Anna Muzychuk going out of her way to deliver some awesome words of gratitude to the organizers of Norway Chess, talking about the opportunity they're providing here for women and how important that is for the future and how they treat the players. And then also her support for Ding Liren was just awesome and endearing. And that's a visit that was worth waiting for, Anna.
Absolutely. She's such a wholesome person. And Ding Liren, too, like one of the most humble human beings you see in top chess, and we all want him to do well. We all wish him the best. But Anna going out of her way to visit the confessional booth for the first time in her life. As she said, it's not usually a feature at tournaments. It's strange for them that they can do this, that they can go and talk during the game, as Pia herself mentioned too, that she likes to keep to herself. But she went, and she was just full of gratitude and full of compassion. It's incredible to see how the players support each other.
Yeah, I agree. It was worth the wait. Pia, trendsetter, we called her. She started it with the confessionals, and I mean, I'm hoping the rest of the women as well join us, because that was, yeah, really nice, really sweet to hear. And maybe she's going to bring Ding some luck as well, because Ding looks like he has a great position so far today, up on the clock as well.
It is funny. We were listening to all the confessionals, and of course we didn't mention Pia Cromling's confessional. Again, great to see her there. But I agree, and I want to go to that point, David, because after the support coming there from Anna Muzychuk, you and I were also just talking about Ding's position, not just for his advantage on the clock, the fact that he clearly came to this board a little more prepared to enter this line in the Italian than Pragg did, whether he saw the game between Fabiano and Hikaru earlier or not. It doesn't matter, because Ding Liren has a big edge on time, and he's at a great spot here. I think this position is better for Black, David, than the evaluation is currently giving it. And I know you agree, not just because you love the Connect 4 pawn chain, but let's dive into that one if we can. Pragg versus Ding Liren should be where we go, and just talk about why we see so much potential for Ding Liren, knock on wood, to maybe win in classical chess for the first time in a long time. Not that we're rooting against Pragg, but let's go to there.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's jump in to see the world champion. Can he score a classical win for the first time this tournament? It looks relatively promising for Black. It's something that certainly didn't occur in the game from round 1 that we were alluding to earlier, that clash between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. Black has Connect 4. This beautiful pawn chain often means Black should be attacking in this direction. Just a tip for everyone at home. Attack the kind of side of the board that your pawn chain is pointing towards. There's one issue with Ding Liren's position right now. It is this Black knight sitting on b6. White has recently played the move b3. And often knights on the 6th or the 3rd rank, depending on which side you are, they do get dominated by pawns if they cannot jump forward. So it's just time to find a new circuit for this knight. I'm not sure whether that's back towards f6. I quite like this idea, just to kick away the white queen out of your camp. You can also make an argument for maybe putting it on the d6 square. In Pragg's defense here, White is still relatively solid. White's pawn structure, not ideal. The e4 pawn really clamps down on the king side. But active pieces, the bishop might land on a3. The queen is nicely placed. If the white knight gets involved, then potentially some tactics in the air. But yeah, Ding, this is the best position he's had in a long, long time. And I'm actually expecting the move knight d7 just to land it on f6. And maybe he's not better, but he's definitely not worse and easier to play.
Definitely not worse. White has the pair of bishops, but the structure is more closed than open, which favors the knights and those knight maneuvers that you're pointing at, David. So I love the idea. I think he is considering knight d7, knight f6, or knight c8, knight d6 as his two main options here in this position, and just trying to evaluate where he needs the knight most in terms of the rest of the strategy, the rest of the plan. And do you need to chase that white queen away before there are sacrifices perhaps on the h6 square?
Big questions. Pragg also been tenacious all event, even when he's been rarely worse. He hasn't been in a lot of bad spots, but when he has been, he's been a super tough opponent to take down. So Definitely not piling on or implying that this is worse for Pragg than it is, but it is exciting to see Ding Liren perked up with a potential opportunity here as black. Certainly an advantage on the clock, and excited to see how this one develops. I want to back out to the one that is further developed and for sure giving us the fireworks we wanted. The peace sacrifice has landed, everybody. The eagle has landed. The package is delivered. We're actually staring at the position that we left when we showed the amazing puzzle rush. Rook takes h2 sacrifice. You know what I'm talking about. It's Fabiano Caruana versus Alireza Firouzja, and I think we got to go back there before swinging down and making sure we check in with all three of the games in the Norway Chess Women division. Look at that. The blue arrow appears. We have a wild blue arrow in the walkabout here for the first time today.
Yeah, the blue arrow, meaning that this is by far White's best move right now. He actually plays h3, which, Anna, you mentioned was also approved of by engines, but another blue arrow appears. h3, given a question mark. I mean, from a human point of view, makes just as much sense as h4. The pawn is protected on that square, no longer vulnerable to the black rook on h2. But now, queen to g8, apparently. I'm going to say that's very tough, just visually. It looks like a blocked square. But maybe the difference will be that once the queen lands on the g8 square, the white bishop in some lines might be attacked with gain of tempo. Wow, I mean, this is going to be so sharp. I think we'll see that question mark appear on multiple moves because it's just such an irrational position. It's so crazy, and it's hard to know, actually. I mean, no natural moves for either side.
No, this position is anything but human-like. It's going to be the clash of extremely sharp and accurate lines that they need to find and figure out. But that's why we're going to see lots of question marks too, because they aren't finding the top moves of the engines. Maybe they are finding better moves than our engine evaluation. I am actually curious if this h3 will turn out to be good or bad. Doesn't seem to be as bad as the computer says it, to put it mildly.
I have to ask, just analyzing the position now and trying to solve for myself why queen g8 is so strong. If we can bring up the analysis board, is the idea as direct as basically going queen g8, queen h7, and just sacking on h3? And it's just a very straightforward approach for black to just crash open the party on the h-file?
Could be. Very well could be. I mean, one idea, for example, if white again shuffles into the corner just to try and get out of this diagonal. One more move, white gets a big attack with f4 now. But I think, as you said, Danny, queen h7. I'm not sure, maybe you even take on h3 first.
Yeah, maybe
queen
first.
h7. This looks like a killer.
Just to show f4, and then I wonder if there's... Wish there was some way to sacrifice for mate, not the bishop. The bishop's the easy one, but I wish there was some way to sack the queen or something. But bishop takes h3 should do the trick.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
Looks like you'll crash through. And
by the way, it's crazy that bishop takes f6 check as a move here. By the way, and then you take e5. I just want to show the whole thing.
Oh my God, king of the hill.
And then you go to e7.
Oh,
because if you take oh, you're going to go all the way? I think you go to e7. And the point is, if you take f7, the queen can just take. Because when the bishop moves off that, we got more puzzle rush on the board today. There's going to be, okay, I think just bishop g4, yeah. And again, remember, bishops are like ninjas. Just when you think you've won, they come from out of nowhere, snipers, controlling the board from far away. And this position is winning. This is so much fun. This is the kind of stuff you just get so excited to see. And Fabiano Caruana, again, almost calling his shot yesterday, but maybe it'll backfire. He called his shot by said he's always up for a fight against Alireza Firouzja, always up for a game because Alireza is always up for a fight, were the words he said. And what a fight this might be. Will Alireza find the blue arrow, queen to g8? Big question ahead.
And this is so crazy because there's lines like queen to g8, white can play queen f3 to pressure the f6 knight. The knight jumps away, but the white knight jumps in with a check. So knight h7, knight h5 check. It looks like the black king is in trouble. King f8, bishop h6 check. What is going on? These are some of the lines they need to calculate to evaluate who is going to be okay in a position like this where the king goes back to e8 after a tour around the world. You know, you castled or almost made it to a proper king side, and now you're back on e8. This is so strange. Like, Yeah, you castled and then you put the rook back on h8 and you walk your king back to e8, so you uncastle.
This is great. This is why David said it's going to be super hard to find. It's why we said that queen g8 might be such a difficult move to put on the board. But all right, we only have 2 minutes until our Armageddon battle between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen gets underway. And at that moment, speaking of difficult, it's going to be difficult to look at anything else. So we're going to quickly actually throw to a video here yesterday. The fans enjoyed Fabiano's visit to our studio so much and his commentary, not just for his high-level analysis, but his anecdotes, that they put together this quick highlight reel of the last time Fabiano Caruana officially joined us as a commentator during the 2021 World Chess Championship. Let's take a look there.
Why can't I just jump over it, right? It's like an electric fence. It zaps me back. If I could put the king here, we have a different position, right? Have you ever jumped on an electric fence as a kid?
No.
Where I grew up, there were a lot of them. You keep out like elk and stuff, and you ever like run from your friends, you're playing tag, and you jump on the fence and instantly, like I've jumped on an electric fence, been shocked right off of the fence.
Danny.
That's how the king feels right now.
Danny, that explains a lot.
Freaking out.
I had no idea that was a troll clip. Shout out to the production team. That was not what I was told to throw to. They said throw to some highlights of Fabiano Caruana. That was a troll clip to make fun of me, and that is a true story, and maybe it does explain a lot. Thanks for Fabi. Okay, but we're in Armageddon. Who cares? It's time to focus right here, right now. Hikaru Nakamura in second place coming into round 7. Magnus Carlsen in first place in round 7. A battle of the tournament leaders. Remember, in round 2, it was Magnus Carlsen who won this Armageddon battle with white. Will Hikaru Nakamura serve revenge?
And this is early days. This was not the Nimzo Indian. It was actually Magnus Carlsen who switched things up first. He went for a Queen's Gambit, declined, and very tense position here. We see black with 2 very strong pawns in the center, but at any moment, this structure could change. We could see a capture of pawns. Black would be left with an isolated queen's pawn. A very fluid position, all pieces on the board as well. Hikaru really flexible with white structure. 3.5 minute time advantage on the clock. This one is going to be a lot of fun to watch, Hannah.
It will be, because he keeps increasing his time advantage. Starts with 3 extra minutes for white, but black has draw odds. That is the Armageddon format. Magnus will need to speed up, because there is no increment until move 41. So this is crucial that you don't get flagged.
A change of openings. Advantage Hikaru or Magnus, David?
I was going to say Hikaru, except it looks like he might have just sacrificed a pawn. I'm not sure by choice or design. Knight takes d4. Is that a move right now?
It is a move, and you should just highlight it real quick. You could even show it.
It's on the board.
If I have my, yeah, it's on the board. If queen takes d4, bishop c5, we don't even have to analyze. Oh, and Hikaru knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he looked up to the ceiling. Best harmony inspiration.
Okay.
And this is what he wanted.
This is what he wanted, and you can tell Hikaru has caught Magnus by surprise a little bit. Also, a 4-minute advantage on the clock. It started as 3. It is now 4.
I have a feeling this might be preparation.
Wow.
I think it is.
Yeah. He's only spent, 37 seconds, Hikaru, to play 17 moves. That's an average of just over 2 seconds per move. But over the board, that is tough. And it's a complicated position. Nobody gives up a pawn like that and reacts instantly without a shake of the head, without a pause even. Magnus here, he's walked into a landmine.
He did. Apparently, knight takes d4 is a mistake. And here, the best move for black, all the suggestions of the computer are to give up the rook. Not move it. Give up the exchange.
He moves it, though. What does Hikaru have in store? He drops his bishop back. Remember, that knight was poisoned. The white queen couldn't have taken that piece. There would have been a deadly pin on the diagonal. So it's now the bishop doing the work. The bishop is going to kick the black knight back. And material balance restored.
And it is now a 5-minute advantage for Hikaru on the clock. This is, okay, I hate these types of comparisons. I really do, when we try to do the how much time on the clock is worth as compared to like a piece or a pawn. I really hate when commentators do that. But this is a significant advantage on the clock, and it is borderline material, especially when white is also just better, and Magnus knows it.
Yeah. He regained the material with interest here, and he just has total light square domination. The white bishop on g6 will contribute to so many checkmating patterns around the black king. Long-term, short-term. Magnus in huge trouble.
He is in trouble. White has the pair of bishops. and it's equal material, so much time for Hikaru, and maybe it's going to be an extra pawn if black cannot hold on to the d pawn after knight e2 or knight b5. I don't know exactly where you need to be going with the knight, but how do you defend the pawn?
Hikaru does just that. You called it, Anna. Knight to e2 is going to win the d4 pawn. The tactics are problematic on the long diagonal. The light squares are an issue. Black doesn't have a bishop to guard him. Magnus is in big trouble, and Hikaru Nakamura bringing the heat in Armageddon here, trying to exact his revenge from round 2.
Look at the body language as well.
I was just going to say the same, David. He's so confident. You can see it. You can see it while also looking at Magnus doing the opposite. He knows he's in a very, very difficult spot here, if not already lost the position.
Knight d5, that is a tough move. It's just giving away a pawn, but I think the idea is to land a potential knight f4 idea. The black knight will continue its journey if the white knight on e2 ever moves, but Magnus doesn't find it. The blue arrow move not found, and the bar continues to climb, to grow. Magnus looking up at the screen in the tournament hall. He's checking the move counter. We've reached 20 moves. Still another 20 before he gets any increment. He's already down to 3 minutes. Danny, you mentioned it's worth material here. I fully agree.
And again, I hate those comparisons because it's always subjective. It's like saying the bishop pair is worth 7 and the knight and bishop are worth 6. The math doesn't matter. What matters is the specifics of the situation. But this specific situation sucks for Magnus. He's down a ton of time on the clock, and it is so much against a guy like Hikaru who's so fast. That's why he looked up at the monitor. How many moves do I have to make to start getting some time back? Oh my God, 20 of them. At move 40, I will start getting 1 second per move after that. Anna, as you've said many times, though, 1 second is just barely enough not to physically flag. It's not going to be a lot to help the position.
It's very different to have 1 second increment online than it is for over-the-board chess, where you need to make a move and also press the clock within that split second.
Ooh, knight d5 now found, but I keep looking at queen to b3, by the way. That's just on my radar. Now if I play it, you take a 4, rook e8. No, you have queen d5. Okay, so it doesn't win the queen.
There's rook d6 there, Danny.
Oh, rook d6 does win the queen, though. So the idea, queen to b3 looks great.
Is he about to just go for that insane line where the knight on f4 is hanging?
He does
is doing
see it. Queen to b3. Been waiting for it. It's brilliant. Rook to d6 check will be the discovery that wins the queen. Magnus Carlsen is going down in Armageddon. Hikaru Nakamura getting the job done. A little bit of a spinny there, a spinny piece, and now we see Hikaru Nakamura almost the full duck lips there. Hikaru was happy with his position.
This is incredible. This is a masterclass from Hikaru so far, but Magnus gives up his queen. There was a discovered check. The black king had to run into the corner. It's going to be a rook and a knight for a queen. Magnus actually is quite fond of giving up material in this way. He doesn't care about queens. He really values piece play. Black does have a passed pawn on the d-file, but yeah, objectively, we know it's lost.
But I don't think Magnus is fond of this particular one, though. I think he likes it, and he always senses that moment, David, to your point, to flip the script from a practical perspective, make his opponents uncomfortable. You're right, but not here. I mean, here White can put the bishop on e4, and won't be surprised if Hikaru does it. He's probably just calculating whether he can do even worse, like queen takes b7. But bishop e4 looks simple, coordinate, and when you've got 4 minutes on the clock, too, Anna, pretty tough.
This is an incredible game, and Hikaru Nakamura has been brilliant. The preparation, the way he found some of these extremely sharp moves, some of it was preparation, but the rest of it, like queen b3, he finds these double exclamation mark moves over the time within such a short think.
It's funny, I was wondering, I kind of had a feeling he was calculating queen takes b7. Indeed he was, and Hikaru's so accurate, David. You've said it many times, that when he has the chance to do whatever it is, to put his foot down in these positions and just ruthlessly convert, he often does.
Yeah, this is why he's so consistent in Title Tuesday, so dominant in Bullet Brawl. Hikaru, he senses when to change the speed. I mean, he's slowing down now, really professional, because he's done the hard work. He's got the material advantage. He's got 4 extra minutes. Blunder checking, that's the main job now for Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus needs a miracle, most likely based on running the d-pawn forward, but White has so many pieces are on the board right now. It's hard to imagine that working. Black's knights look nice, but they aren't on stable squares. This is a cleaning up job that Hikaru should be up to. nerves are the only real thing that can get in the way right now. But Magnus, we saw it early in the tournament. 26 out of 31 Armageddon games won. That is incredible. It looks like this might be one of the rare exceptions.
And that was 26 out of 31, by the way, before he got Armageddon and won again. I believe it probably is even better now than it was. Not that the stats matter. You made your point. I'm just saying, yes, Magnus Carlsen is pretty dominant in Armageddon, and we'll get an accurate and updated Magnus Carlsen lifetime Armageddon score at some point, but yeah, point proven, and it's not easy to beat Magnus in the Armageddon format, but Hikaru on his way to doing it.
Yeah, Magnus fighting hard though. I love this last knight move, this jump from black. It stops white's main plan, which was to push the pawn forward to a5 to destabilize the black bishop, and that square was covered, but queen a6. Hikaru's so accurate. This knight now, the black knight, if it jumps, if it captures a pawn, it might just get stuck, trapped on that square. The white queen will come back and catch it. Magnus, I'm guessing he's going to continue journeying in with his knights, but black's bishop is actually a real source of concern here. Anna, Hikaru, he's just moved up all the gears. Look at the time advantage still intact.
This is huge, and this is move 28. Magnus still needs to play 13 moves before there's any increment. He's playing knight to d2 with the idea that then the knight can jump to b3. That's a way of stopping white from pushing a5. So I think he is at least finding an immediate way to not be immediately lost. But it's still concerning. Hikaru is pushing a5 regardless, so he's saying that I don't care about knight b3.
Yeah, I guess the idea was to maybe take the black bishop, and the white pawn would have become super strong. But
Magnus is actually also trying to get a knight e2 check trick in at some point. It doesn't work right now because the queen can go all the way back from a6. She is spying that square, but watch out for the knights to get dirty there against the white's king. You have to be careful. Knight takes e4 would unleash a rook on f8 to maybe capture a bishop on f2 at the end of some of those lines. So the reason I highlight is because if Magnus can somehow remove the queen or play d3 and cut off the queen's gaze, it is tricky. You're right. So as best as you can make it tricky, down a queen, down a ton of time, and objectively losing against Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen is doing just that.
Yeah, he's staying alive, and that's the main thing. In a lost position, again, good tip for everyone at home, just postpone the inevitable. You might get a chance later. Just keep fighting as long as possible. Keep setting traps for the opponent to fall into. White's bishop moves, just preventing any of those tricks that you mentioned there, Danny. Really nice, maybe unexpected move there from Magnus. There was a peer over at the clock. He's getting nervous now. He knows he's got to speed up. He's not found his rhythm. Knight back to b3, attacking white's rook in the corner. The rook will shift. Centralize maybe to the d1 square. That would be the most logical move to blockade black's pass pawn. What's Magnus got up his sleeve? It's looking tough.
Is he going to try to push the d pawn, but that invites the trade of bishops? He's doing so. His pass pawn is his only chance in this position, and the white king, if there's any tricks with the checks that you mentioned, Danny.
Yeah, but as you said, it also invites simplification now. And Hikaru, David, you already shouted it out, but I'm going to double down on the point. Hikaru managing that time advantage so well. And again, if you're watching this and you're a young, ambitious player or an ambitious tournament player, doesn't matter what age you are, the point is Hikaru really putting on a master class of dictating the tempo and just recognizing that why give my opponent any unnecessary chances? Use the other advantage I've earned, which is the one off the board, on the clock. And that's why he's able to continue to play these just super accurate moves. And we called it material earlier on, that it was a material time advantage. And that probably paid off, because if that was a mutual time scramble, David, that might have been nasty. There were some tricks with the knights, and it wasn't fun. But now Hikaru has made it look easy, and I think this one is all but over.
Yeah, it looks like he's extremely close now. As long as he avoids any blunders to do with black's pass pawn, then white has the queen. White also has some seriously strong pawns of his own. Yeah, again, note how Hikaru, he always pauses when there's about to be captures or some hardcore calculation needs to be done, when the opponent has a threat. When it comes to maneuvering, piece placement, he's so good at trusting his instincts there. So definitely one for any improving player at home. The most clinical way of doing this, I'm not 100% sure. I would really want to kick this black knight out of the f4 square, if possible. Will he try to do that with his queen, with a pawn?
Yeah, you can play g3. You could play queen b4 as well, which attacks the knight and guards d2. Maybe even queen f7 as a way to attack the knight. Okay, he goes for the pawn move, which That's the most human way to do it. As long as you've calculated that your king doesn't get in trouble, that makes a ton of sense. And you love your queen where she's at anyway, because she helps the a-pawn advance. And
D2 by Magnus, though he's not moving the knight because he's got this trick with rook e1 check and promoting his pawn in case of a capture.
King f1. Now Hikaru in blue arrow territory. That's dangerous territory.
Oh, King
Gotta
f1,
find King f1.
The only way to keep his advantage.
Only winning move for Hikaru Nakamura. Under 2 minutes now. Will he find it? The blue arrow shows it. King to f1, covering any checks.
Talk about Magnus Carlsen just making life difficult. Here we are seeing Hikaru Nakamura put on a master class in Armageddon as white. Yet it's not easy against Magnus. And just, oh my God, he doesn't see it. He played Queen b4.
Look at this, Magnus.
And Rook d4. I don't think Hikaru saw that move.
He did not.
Oh my God!
The head shake shows that he did not see this. If the rook is captured, there's knight e2, fork, picking up the queen.
And he sees that he has to take d2 now. Wow!
Oh my gosh!
Now Magnus should
What a
fold.
comeback!
Oh my gosh, Magnus Carlsen pulling a rabbit out of the hat. Will it be enough? Remember, a draw wins as black. All he has to do is hold this game to win in the Armageddon format.
He did everything perfectly, Hikaru, for 35 moves. On the 36th move, he slipped, he blundered. This should be a draw, but white's pawns are so dangerous. Look at them, racing down the board. This is still not easy at all for Magnus Carlsen. He will, however, get the increment now. They've just reached move 40, 1 second after every move. Can those pawns win the day for Hikaru Nakamura? He needs to win it all over again. The game started again, basically.
He needs to, and he knows it. And that's the hardest part, when you know that you were completely winning and you spoiled it. He needs to somehow put that behind him, but at the same time, he's playing a game with only a few seconds on the clock. Can he do it? Can Hikaru forget about his missed chance? Like, he was completely winning.
It may not even matter if he can forget about it, because at this point, the position is probably objectively holding for black. And as long as Magnus Carlsen can do what he does, I am just shocked here. Hikaru played brilliantly. He brought brilliant prep to the board. He literally had a brilliant move in this game with queen to b3. He defined the term brilliant on his way to what looked like an Armageddon victory over Magnus Carlsen, but he's the GOAT for a reason. Magnus doesn't give up, and in this situation, heck, Magnus might be playing for a win here if he can gather some of those pawns. No, Hikaru might simplify.
Magnus might flag! He almost flagged. He wasn't down to 1 second, and there's only 1 second. He's about to flag again.
Wow, Magnus
Hikaru
looking right
trying
for the
to
edge. 1 second again. He's going to flag.
He lost time.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, the reaction of Magnus.
What in the world did we
Cannot
just see?
believe it.
Magnus is like, he knows that he should have held. Hikaru comes back sheepishly like, oh man, I don't know what happened there. Magnus smiles. What in the world?
Game. Hikaru was winning on the board. He was winning on the clock. Then he wasn't winning on the board, but he did win on the clock. David, your thoughts?
Wow, speechless. We've seen the players play blitz so many times against each other, online, over the board. You nearly never see them lose on time, but Magnus lost his rhythm. It was such a complicated position. It was the nerves, it was the tension, everything that's at stake. And yeah, it was still a drawn position. That's the heartbreaking thing. Still a drawn position when he lost on time.
Crazy. And, you know, we talked about the time advantage early on. At one point, Magnus was down more than 5 minutes in this game. We said it was a material time advantage for Hikaru. In fact, I was trying to avoid the metaphors, but in the end, it actually came back to haunt Magnus. And, of course, Hikaru not happy with how he had to get the dub there, of course, beating Magnus on the clock when he was completely winning at some point. But in the end, he does get the win in Armageddon. He does deliver revenge. Let's get a replay of what just went down. Instant Sports Center recap replay style. Let's see what happened here. I just cannot believe what we just saw.
Wow, and here Magnus had only just realized he was down to 1 second. This was where the panic set in.
And Hikaru, by the way, gets credit for the trick there because he played King H5, which made Magnus think about Rook takes G3. I see you nodding over there, David, because Rook takes G3 would have been met by F4, and then you don't get Rook G5 again. So Magnus actually didn't know what to play, and it was just enough to make him pause
Hikaru went back to say something to Magnus. I wonder what that was.
No idea. Hikaru went back to...
Did he say sorry? Because obviously he didn't want to win like this. He was winning on the board. He didn't want to flag Magnus. That's not the way that he was aiming to win this game.
I think he did say sorry.
I think you're right. I think that's exactly what happened. He went back to say sorry, and then Magnus was kind of like, don't apologize, right? Classy,
chess.
Classy guys there in both victory and defeat. And I think Magnus knows that Hikaru was winning in that game. I mean, kind of deserved to get it, but in the end, deserve's got nothing to do with it, as they like to say. Magnus would have loved to have held that game and ultimately won because of the Armageddon format, but he was unable to do it. So, oh my gosh, we have so much more chess ahead here. All 5 of the other games are actually still going. They are all still in Classical, despite the battle you just saw there in Armageddon. We ask ourselves every day, can the action top the previous day? I think we are on pace for round 7, perhaps being even better than round 6, if that's even possible. But right now, we are on pace to take our next break. We got to do it so we can come back and then dive into all the action ahead. Firouzja looks like he's making Fabi regret that piece. I go, wait, no, he hasn't moved actually since we left it, but that position is still going to be a wild one. So much to talk about between Pragg and Liren as well, and we have to get into the battles taking place in the Norway Chess women's section. So don't go anywhere, fans. Are you not entertained? These two titans deliver once again. They give us what we came for. Hikaru and Magnus and everyone else still playing here in round 7 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women.
I'm here with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, number 3 in the world in Classical at 2,789, number 2 in the world in Rapid at a rating I should have memorized before we started filming, number 9 in the world in... Did I say number 2 in Rapid?
I said the wrong word.
Yep, yeah, damn it. All right. I'm here with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, rated number 3 in the world in Classical Chess at 2,789, number 2 in the world in Blitz, and number 9 in the world in Rapid, and he is playing in his 3rd Candidates here in Toronto. Hikaru, it's
good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too. Wow, I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with the 3rd Candidates. We're here in Toronto.
I think I'll be pretty succinct about it. It'll either be a very good event or probably a very bad event.
Going into the 2022 Candidates, I don't want to say you didn't expect to be playing for first place in the final game, or you just kind of didn't have any expectations, period.
Well, I think in that Candidates, my only goal was to not make a fool out of myself. I think if I go back to sort of the start of the whole process, playing the Grand Prix, the FIDE Grand Prix events in Berlin, it was mostly the same thing. I just wanted to be competitive, and that was all I was hoping for.
How has it changed your life? Obviously, as a creator now, but also just for chess, the love for the game.
First of all these people during the pandemic have been watching my stream. These top players, I'm not saying they're watching every day, but they had at least seen it. And I know some people like Wesley, hey Wesley, I think watch it very frequently. When they watch streamers, or you watch people streaming chess, your view of the person becomes very different when you actually have to compete against them. For example, if I go back to when I played Magnus in this famous match, I think it was 2009 or 2010, I forget when it was, in Moscow, the famous Blitz match, Magnus was able to see that my opening theory was not great. We played a bunch of games, played a bunch of different openings, and I think one of the biggest things that he realized is that my opening theory, my general knowledge was not great at that time, and he was able to use that against me a lot in some future games over the following years, and I lost a lot to him. Neither of us really knew each other, and so it sort of made sense to play. Now, obviously, I've said this too, I would never do that. If I were given the choice, I never would have done that, looking back, but it is what it is.
What is the future of chess in your opinion?
Well, nobody's going to like my answer on this, but I think nothing's going to change. I think, truth be told, I think FIDE is very, very resistant to change. I don't think they want to get away from the long history they have with classical chess and the classical world champions and the whole format. I don't think anyone's going to be as dominant as Magnus has been, or perhaps will be, and if they're not changing it for him, I don't think they're changing it for anybody.
Obviously, you love chess, and you're... I mean, I hope, right? Like, you love chess. We can start there. Do you love chess?
Echitsale Vuga refers to what kind of chess?
Bughouse chess? I don't know. I have no idea.
Who defeated Viswanathan Anand in just 6 moves?
Lebanaronian? That guy.
What opening did Itshufu refute in Bog Champs 2?
Or the London. Either the London, the Stonewall, or the Copycat. 3 answers.
Who was the #1 rated woman in 1984?
I don't know. Pia Cromling. Pia Cromling. Anna Cramling's mom, of course!
Who is the only player to have won a World Cup while not representing an EU federation?
Okay, who is it? And how could I get that wrong? He's a famous legend.
There's a lot Danny doesn't know about chess, but there are some things you do need to know. Danny's new course for Chessable covers everything you need to know in just 2 hours. Check it out for free today.
Norway Chess continues to deliver here in 2024. What a crazy game we just saw between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon. If you just got here, you missed it. You made a bad choice with your time. You're going to want to back up and see what just happened. It was so wild. It was brilliant preparation by Hikaru Nakamura and brilliant execution. Up until the final moments, Magnus Carlsen turned it around, but ultimately lost on time. What can we say about what happens when these two guys play? It's magical.
It's a Classico. I used to think, and probably in classical chess, I still think that El Clasico is Carlsen versus Caruana. But by the way, during this tournament, Nakamura took over Fabiano Caruana on the world number spot. So maybe the El Clasico has changed not only in speeches, but also in classical, in every single format. When these two face each other, it's fire on the board.
Yeah, just the rivalry of our age, I guess, right now across all time formats. It's incredible. I mean, they're two. I mean, they're just the #1 and 2 in the world at the moment. I mean, Hikaru showed that he really, really wants to win this tournament. The amount of pressure he put on Magnus there, not many people can achieve that. Not many people can take revenge like they did, as Hikaru did there for his earlier Armageddon loss in the tournament.
And not many people can hold on like Magnus Carlsen did. He almost, I mean, I said I thought it was almost over, right? I pointed out that Hikaru Nakamura seemed to have managed his clock very well, flexing the other advantage he had earned by having that brilliant prep. He was playing flawlessly, converting, stopping every one of the the tricks Magnus had, but Magnus was relentless in creating opportunities for Hikaru to go wrong. And indeed, Hikaru did slip, and he did go wrong, and it almost cost him up until that time scramble when Magnus took just one pause too many and lost on the clock. So I know our team is probably going to throw that together and make an incredible YouTube recap for those who are subscribers to the youtube.com/chess channel. I'm sure many of you already are, but yeah, you're going to want to check that out. That is the point. You're going to want to check that out. We've got so much more chess to check out in this one. Our prediction may be coming true. We said we thought it was an easier position for Black to play in Praggnanandhaa versus Liren, and it's an advantage that is increasing for the world champion. Will he get his first win in classical chess in a long time? Who knows? But I think we've all really had our eye on the Fabiano Caruana, Alireza Firouzja game. Firouzja found queen to g8, by the way. And we will soon be joined by a guest, as you saw zoom out there with an empty chair. That was pretty funny. They were like, ooh, who's going to join us? What's going to happen? Yeah. But all right, David, break this one down. And I really do want to get to what's happening in the Norway Chess women section as well. We haven't had a chance to touch on those as much because the Open has given us Armageddons and insanity. So it just is what it is. The chess kind of speaks for itself, as they say, and we have to go where the chess wants us to go. So, David, what do we got here?
Yeah, we've had several actually fully decisive rounds now in Norway Chess where all of the games in Classical had a winner. And it looks like another of those rounds where blood will be spilled. The players have chosen violence. Queen to g8, last move. I see the featured chat there asking what's the idea behind Queen g8. And in order to show that, figure it out, we have to rewind just one move. If we jump in and go back to this move h3 from Fabiano Caruana, not only is this move a bit of a mistake because it no longer protects the bishop, which would have been the case if you'd pushed the pawn to h4, so you'll likely gain a tempo against this bishop in the near future, but this pawn is also a target. And queen to g8 is a dual-purpose move. Firstly, it breaks the pin. I know for anyone starting out the game in chess, a pin is one of the most annoying motifs in a game, especially with a bishop hitting a knight like this with a queen behind. Here, the knight is defended by the black king, so you can actually safely move the queen out the way. Activating the queen via h7, we mentioned that sacrifices on the h3 square might be a key resource for black, going for the white king behind that wall of pawns, but also simply unpinning the black knight. Now the black knight is free to move. Anna suggested a variation earlier. For example, queen to f3 would look extremely tempting for most humans, and the black knight now is free to defend itself, move out the way, gain time against this loose white bishop. And the more time you gain, the more organized you'll be, the more likely you are to capitalize on your material advantage later. Let's remind everyone, black is up a whole knight right now, just for 2 pawns, but the pawns aren't the biggest factor. It's all about the attack versus the defense.
Who is attacking who? After knight h5, it looks like white's attack is rolling. If we just go back to that line for one more moment, David, if that's all right, because it looks like white is chasing the black king very successfully. The king has to go to f8. You have bishop to h6 jack. The king goes back to e8. This is the weird position we mentioned that black castled in this game, and now black has uncastled. The rook is back in the corner. The king is back on e8. But it seems like that's all that black needs to get his king into safety. The king is safer on e8 than if it was on the king side. And the check stopped. Knight on h7 is a key piece so that you are not getting a knight f6 fork. The check stopped. The f7 square is guarded too. And now black is a piece up. It has been the story of the sacrifice, but if there's no more attack, it will remain to be the case. I guess there's questions about should white try to win material back. There's bishop g7 attacking the rook in the corner. The rook has nowhere to go. But it's just such a very complex and sharp line. I feel like for Alireza, not just because of the bar screaming, but it seems like he's going to be the one enjoying this position because once the king is no longer that big of a factor, he's got more minor pieces, and minor pieces in this position are key.
Couldn't agree more with everything you both said. That's an incredible line where the king walks all the way back to e8. By the way, you were highlighting knight g5 at the end of that. I saw. That's crazy that you allow knight f6 check fork and the king moves and you're winning the queen anyway. What a wild ride that would be if these two guys take us on. Okay, you're going to show the line we were highlighting that when you allow knight f6 check and move the king and you're still winning, that's pretty bananas. Fabiano, now with head in both hands, maybe realizing for the first time just how dangerous this position is, maybe recognizing that Queen G8, you said at the break, David, we talked about it was an only move according to the computer, but some only moves are harder than others, right? And when you looked at the position further, by process of elimination, Queen G8 actually became kind of the only move you consider this very direct plan of just coming to the H-file and crashing through with bishop takes H3. Fabiano Caruana is in trouble.
Yeah, huge trouble. I think he played this sacrifice, or he kind of committed to it extremely early on in this game, and at some point he was all in. There was no way back, there was no reverse gear, and this is what he's left with right now. The clock situation, roughly level, but ultimately if the attack doesn't work, you're just lost. And yeah, his struggles here at Norway Chess continuing.
It's going to be very tough for Fabiano. I'm curious what are the lines he's considering. Obviously, Queen F3 is just one of the moves that he can play. We only analyzed that move. There's D4. There's all sorts of other ideas as well. But essentially, he's the one who needs to prove that he has enough compensation for the sacrificed piece.
Indeed. He has to prove it. And will he? But a guy with us now who doesn't really have a lot to prove right now, at least not in the eyes of fans, delivering on an amazing game, an Armageddon battle that had us all on the edge of our seats. Take us through it. Your thoughts, Hikaru. It was a wild ride in the end with a scramble, but overall you got it done against Magnus. And what can you say about what just went down?
Yeah, well, I would say that I'm actually more annoyed now because when I was on the other broadcast, I realized that the line that I chose not to play towards the end of the scramble was actually winning. So I'm a little bit annoyed about my technique from the Armageddon game, but I think in general I got a pretty good position in that one, and I think I controlled my nerves and I used my time very well. So pretty happy with the result. The way I got it wasn't great, but you know, that's Armageddon.
Do you mind taking us through that line? Was it King F1, or what was the line? What David's going to pull up the board.
When I played this G3 D2, it was to play King F1, and then I just panicked. I thought knight D5 was playable, but I can play Rook D2, knight E3, King E1, and I think it's winning because there are no good checks basically. Yeah, this is just stupid. It's just winning. It's just over. Yeah, like knight C2, King D1, knight E3, King C1, knight G2, King D1. I mean, pretty terrible. So yeah, this is just simply winning, and then like I thought, so like when I decided I couldn't go King F1, then I played Queen B4, and this allows Rook D4, and then I'm still better, but actually the problem is, as I started to realize during the game, Magnus can basically get this. Actually, wait, I took on D2, right? Yeah, I took on D2. As I realized during the game, Magnus can try to sack the knight for the 2 pawns on the queen side and just make a draw. So I kind of had to start playing for the cheese at some point, and. Yeah, I mean, he definitely misplayed it when he let me get this king to the king side. I still thought I had a chance to win here, by the way. But yeah, he played somewhere around here when he let my king get to F4. I think that's when of course it's fine and he shouldn't be losing. But now there are tricks that exist. I think if he had kept the king like on E7 and E6, F6, and just put the rook on A6, I don't really know what I'm doing there. But once he let me get the king to F4, and then I got this H4, H5, it starts getting really, really tricky, and he was too low on time, and he ended up flagging when all was said and done.
Did you allow Rook takes G3 in that final position where Magnus flagged purposely to make him think a little bit and question the Rook takes G3? Maybe you have F4 in the line, or what were you? Did you play?
Actually, I just blundered. I thought I had Rook C5. I thought I could sack the Rook, but you have King B6 at the end. No, it's just a blunder by me. That's pretty terrible too.
When you played King H5, it gave him pause, so we thought maybe there was a part of that. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. I see what you're, that's like when I accidentally was a genius last year against Mamedyarov in the Armageddon game where I was supposed to take something, I didn't take it, and then he couldn't reach and get the queen. that was by accident. Like that was just accidental, although it was brilliant in some kind of weird way. But yes, this was simply Yeah, it's the same kind of accidental brilliance because you have to reach and grab the pawn. I mean, it's like one of these games that you play in Washington Square Park when you're like 10 years old and you play one of these African-American guys and like they try to block your hand or they do something and you can't play the move and you run out of time and you owe them like $20. It kind of reminds me of, but yeah, so that was just a blunder. I thought I had Rook C5, but I don't. So
well, I want to go back. Maybe this wasn't brilliant playing King H5 and causing Magnus pause with rook g5 check.
But you know what I'm talking about, right? It's like when you go to reach and they put their arm out and they block.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It's a classic park trick, right?
Yes,
they make it difficult, or in some cases, people literally take the queen and don't give it to you if you need it. But I do want to go back to the game because, yes, okay, maybe this wasn't brilliant in the end, but it did cause Magnus to lose on time. But you had some brilliant moves in this game. In fact, the preparation, we have to go back to this line where you allowed knight takes d4 and played bishop to g6. I don't want you to reveal any more than you need to at home, but we were pretty hyped at this point and singing your praises in terms of what you had clearly brought to the board with a 4-minute time advantage against Magnus Carlsen. What can you tell us about this line that worked so well?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus has played this bishop g4 line. The queen's gambit declined a few times, so I was vaguely aware of it. I think in general, the good thing is since I don't actually play every tournament under the sun, I can show some of these ideas because I don't have to play again for a long time. That helps. You know, if I had to go play like a Grand Chess Tour or some of these events that I'm sure Fabiano is playing, for example, I almost certainly would not have played this in the Armageddon game. But yeah, I think Magnus actually just, he assumed that I blundered a pawn, and he was wrong because after rook f8, bishop f2, black's in a lot of trouble. And he also missed this very nice tactic with was it knight f4? It took me a second to spot it, but he missed it. And yeah, this queen b3 is really nasty, actually. I think it more or less just wins the game for white. And he just missed the tactic. I mean, maybe he didn't see rook d6, maybe he thought rook e8, but then there's queen d5. But after knight f4, rook d6, it's just completely winning for white. So yeah, I mean, it should have been very smooth. Obviously, I messed it up, but I got what I wanted for sure.
Magnus doesn't lose in Armageddon that often. In fact, we were talking about the stats, but you got the job done here in Armageddon, showing that the preparation can get it done. Did you have this opening ready in case you got an Armageddon battle against Magnus? I mean, we can see the stats there just because he tends to like that format. You've said earlier in the event that you're not necessarily a huge fan of Armageddon, but you've chosen some really great approaches. You beat Fabiano with black in what felt like just really a dialed-in approach. Here with Magnus, a very dialed-in approach. So what can you tell us about your thoughts and what you're putting into the openings you're choosing in this tiebreaker?
Yeah, I mean, I think I just try to play good chess. But on the other hand, when you play principled, like I did yesterday, it was just a poor choice, and I just got steamrolled by Fabiano. So, I mean, I think the openings, if you make the right choice, you look like a genius, but it's very easy to make the wrong choice and look like a complete fool, like I did yesterday. So, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot that went into it. I just did not expect Magnus to repeat, so it's one of those things that I kind of had ready to play against anybody.
Okay.
Did you expect him to play what he played in the classical game? Because I was wondering, you went into the confessional and talked about some of those lines. How happy or unhappy were you with his choice in classical?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is twice I've been right and once I've been wrong. So what's the first? There was an early one where I was right. Who repeated or didn't repeat? Alireza, yeah. I think Alireza didn't repeat against me. He played one thing in the classical game, then he changed it up. Or maybe Fabiano was only the second one, but I basically thought Fabiano would not play the same thing, and then he did, and of course it went very badly. But I sort of thought Magnus would not play the same thing. So when it comes down to whether you think they're going to play the same thing, and in the 10 minutes whether you try to prepare something if they repeat the classical game. And I had a feeling Magnus would change it up, and he did. So yeah, it worked out.
And Hikaru, you've narrowed the gap to Magnus. We heard you in the confessional talk about how he has 2 whites in the last 3 rounds. You have 2 blacks. What's going to be your strategy there to try and close the gap, overtake him?
I mean, it's very hard to know. I think, I mean, the one advantage I have is that I still have to play Ding, I think, with the white pieces. That's if you picked anyone in the term to have white against, that's probably the player I want to have white against. At the end, I think in general, let's just try to play good chess. I do feel that the 2 remaining games I have with the black piece against Alireza and Pragg, they're very ambitious players, and I do think that Alireza is going to win today, which is going to definitely boost his confidence. So I expect a fight tomorrow, and if I play well, good things will happen. If I don't, bad things will happen. So it's actually really straightforward.
You are within half a point, I guess, to Magnus, as you pointed out. It's going to come down to whether you play well and have fun. Do you mind giving us your opinions on the 2 games that are still in action before you leave?
Yeah, so actually, the more I look at... So Fabi's game, he's doing horribly. I mean, basically, as I said in the other broadcast, all these lines where white sacks on g5, I feel like white's always getting d4 and f4. Almost always in the variations where white's doing well, you're getting d4, f4. Fabiano hasn't gotten either of these moves in. f4 is not playable. d4, I think, isn't playable here. And after queen f3, knight h7, followed by king f8, I mean, it just looks to me like black is simply winning here. So this does not look good at all for Fabiano. I think there's a very good chance that he's going to lose this game. A very, very good chance, I would say.
And were you surprised on the other board that Pragg went for the same line that Fabiano did against you, back in round 2. But spent a lot of time on the clock, so either maybe somehow missed that game or didn't know exactly where he wanted to try to improve on Fabiano's play. But Ding Liren was very happy to get this line and seems to be in a pretty good spot here.
But I mean, this is all very confusing because both players use a lot of time. This is not a situation where Ding blitzed out every move like I did against Fabiano. If Ding was blitzing every move up to that point, that would make sense. But neither player was blitzing out the moves. So I'm a little bit confused as exactly what was going on. I mean, my personal view is that probably Ding came with his preparation, and he's just not doing anything else besides that. He's just going to trust his preparation. He's not looking close at the details, and he just shows up and plays. So that part I understand from Ding's perspective. From Prag's perspective, I'm also a little confused as to why he spent so much time. Honestly, as I look at the position now, it's very, very hard to judge. I think that Prag is a little bit better, if I had to guess here, just because of the 2 bishops. And it doesn't look to me so obvious how black can't get the rook to f8, and e3 probably doesn't work here. So if you don't have those obvious ideas, I mean, maybe there's rook e8 followed by e3. I could see that making some sense. Actually, I think that's probably the best try, because otherwise white's going to go a5, a6. And I think that long-term, white probably will be a little bit better. So that one has a long way to go.
Okay. That's pretty interesting evaluation there. Yeah, it's very different. Fabiano played f3 against you, right? And this is a completely different structure than what you got there. So
well, I mean, without f3, I mean, it can look kind of dangerous to play, but also if you have time to prepare, I think it's completely fine what Prag did. So okay. I mean, I don't know. I think that game is going to depend a lot on the clock. It's going to depend a lot on who's able to move quickly at the critical moments. I think if they get into a scramble, that'll give Prag a big advantage because he's such a great rapid player specifically. So I think if they get low on time, that's going to be Prag will probably get a huge chance to win this game. It's a matter of whether Ding can kind of figure it out before then. Although it looks like Prag's down half an hour, so time probably won't come into play.
All right. Well, this was awesome. This was an awesome day. It's always disappointing for us as commentators. We're just going to share, we often refer to you as our 4th commentator in the crew downstairs, visiting the confessional booth pretty consistently. We enjoy it. So it's disappointing.
What do you want me to say?
You don't have to say anything. I'm just saying.
Happy or make them angry? I mean, there's no in between.
It's disappointing when you leave early because we missed your visits to the booth. So
yeah, I mean, I would say though that it is great to see someone like Prag doing that specifically because he does represent a new generation. He's one of the young kids, and to see him kind of doing that, perhaps someone who could be more accessible and be more communicative in general, I think could be good for the future. So I'm actually quite happy to see that Prag's doing that because I think when you look towards the future, I mean, sure, I'll be around a few more years. Magnus and Fabi probably will be, but these kids are the future of the game. So I'm really happy to see that Prag is doing that here, and I think the future's bright, especially for the Indians.
Yeah.
Do you think the confessional booth should be a feature at more events, more super tournaments?
I mean, I think the thing is, some people feel comfortable speaking in English. Some people don't. I mean, maybe there's a way to do it in your own native tongue, obviously. I think that's probably a more practical idea if you want to do it in a more serious way, because not everybody speaks English well. And they're going to feel very nervous and awkward anyway. So that might be the way that you do it. I think still, most people probably prefer not to. I think a lot of people are still part of the older generation. The thoughts are, you try to focus only on the game. You don't want to do all these gimmicky sort of things. But I think on one hand, it actually can sort of make you more relaxed and sort of enjoy it more. And also, I think sometimes talking out loud can be a good thing. Like, I think Prag, unfortunately, he was lost against me when I found this line, but he noticed the blunder when he started talking out loud. I'm not sure he would have noticed that otherwise. So there might be something to it that it could be beneficial.
We certainly agree. It's definitely beneficial for the fans. And, we saw that same clip from Prague in real time. So, well, Hikaru, this is awesome. Despite the fact that we are going to miss you for the rest of the round, we wish you congratulations, of course, for getting the job done in Armageddon. A little revenge, I guess, from losing to Magnus earlier in the event in Armageddon. But
you guys are overhyping it. I mean, you're overhyping it. You
guys made it hype. It was awesome. When you guys play, it does tend to deliver. So this was a lot of fun, and thank you for joining us.
Sure, no problem.
All right. Well, there you go, everybody. That was Hikaru Nakamura, who did beat Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon, and it was hype. It was crazy. It was a time scramble that had us on the edge of our seats, and it is now kind of a two-horse race between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura here in Norway Chess. Of course, that's not totally true. A victory in Classical, as you all now know well, is worth 3 points. But by the way, you see Prague shaking his head there. That's interesting. Anyway, awesome thoughts there from Hikaru, and a lot of awesome chess ahead here, Anna.
Awesome chess, and Pragg checking his score sheet for a second. Was that a glimpse to take a look at if he's gonna reach the time control, that so important move 40 soon? And what move number are they, David?
They're at move 27. Pragg has 28 minutes left. So it's going to be a scramble. It's going to be a rush to the finishing line.
That explains why he's concerned about the move number, as there is no increment until both players have completed move 40. And he's got less than 28 minutes. That is, Liren has twice as much time. He never has had this much time advantage. And time advantage also usually shows confidence, more confidence in your moves. You make quicker decisions. And we want that for Liren. We want him to be back at where he used to be and find himself again.
Yeah, that's right. And the longer Pragg thinks, the more confidence he'll be gaining. I think Hikaru mentioned that he preferred White's chances long-term. That might very well be the case, but short-term there might be some dynamics in the position. If Black can reorganize himself, if Black can somehow get pieces to hit the White Queen. At the moment it's impossible, but the White Bishop covers the f8 square. If he can ever add the Black Rook on a8 to the mix, you can see how Hikaru's idea of Rook e8, e3 might start to make Pragg a bit uncomfortable. So definitely he needs to speed up. This isn't Pragg as we're used to seeing him, having taken down Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru with White. This is Pragg uncomfortable.
Completely agree. And again, the head shake was kind of revealing, because either he's frustrated with his position, or he was frustrated about something he was clearly spending his time on, almost at 10 minutes on just this move here, and he's already got to know that he's under 30 minutes, right? So, and I agree. I think that it was really interesting to hear Hikaru's thoughts on the long-term features of the position with the bishop pair, but the short-term features, I mean, Rook e8, trying to go for e3, and again, the fact that Ding does have the time advantage and maybe some pressure coming to Prague's king. I think no matter what, even if the long-term features might be okay for Pragg, I think Liren has not had a better chance to get a victory here in a while. And so, will he use his time advantage? Will he find a way to increase what is certainly some pressure right now? And according to the computer, an only move with h5.
Yeah, an only move, but maybe the most natural move to prevent White's big threat. Pragg pushing a pawn on the side he's weaker. That goes against conventional wisdom. The computer doesn't really like it, but a big threat on the board. White wants to push and trap the Black Bishop. So before White lands h5, Black plays h5. The downside being that you do loosen up some dark squares around your king. So I guess the White Queen will sit pretty, at least temporarily, on the g5 square if Black pushes. A lot to work out for Ding, but then again, a lot of time. And yeah, even if he doesn't find the move h5, maybe other moves, options available, like rook to f6, followed by bishop to f7. It still looks like he's got enough flexibility here to be confident. Yeah, Ding, I'm optimistic for his chances. It feels like this is the day where things might turn around.
I agree. And again, I was definitely surprised. And again, obviously we're lucky to have the computer evaluation in front of us to give us the confidence to perhaps disagree with a titan, a chess god like Hikaru Nakamura. But it is, you know, definitely Ding Liren's opportunity here to put pressure, and the computer agrees that Black should have some pressure if it can push forward, if Black can't push forward. So, but of course what Hikaru was saying is true, that the long-term features of the bishop pair are why you can't count on Pragg, not just because of the fact that he's Pragg, and we've already seen him put up tenacious D and do all kinds of stuff to make his opponents work for the victories they've gotten. But yeah, the bishop pair is a long-term feature to watch out for.
Definitely. I think we don't need to show too many variations in this case, but maybe one, if any, would be just to put some moves on the board. h5, attacking the White Queen. She doesn't have too many squares. She needs to defend her pawn. On h4, I think the most natural would be to step forward. Following Hikaru's advice, I think the Black Rook should swing. All of Black's pieces actually coordinating pretty well now towards the king side. And if White is careless, I just wanted to point out one idea. I'm not sure it works. I was trying to trap the White Queen. Maybe you can play the move e3, and if White takes,
I love it.
e4.
Beautiful.
Swing and win. So this might be a resource up Ding's sleeve if he's able to kind of land this. Needs a bit of a helping hand, but I don't like Prag's queen all out on her own. Black's pieces coordinated, white's pieces very much not the case with them. So, okay, we'll leave it there maybe as Ding contemplates his move. Maybe a long think here, critical moment.
Yeah, but the line you showed, David, is not that crazy. It doesn't require that big of a blunder because e3 is a threat regardless. So if white doesn't make a move that stops the pawn push to e3, then all those ideas with rook to e4 and trapping the queen with rook g4 will be alive, will be a case. So there's going to be quite a lot for Pragg to figure out if h5 is played by Ding Liren.
Yeah, I agree. And if you don't keep the queen out there all alone, inviting maybe the queen trap lines David just showed, then you got to back up. And what are you doing with that, right? You can't go back to the queen side. It gives up the h4 pawn. Are you going to go to h3? So, again, Pragg is going to have some things to think about, especially if Ding Liren finds the move h5. And we have some things to dive into between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja, but we're going to do that, and regardless of what else happens, dive into all three of the games in Norway Chess Women when we return. We have a Fabiano Caruana confessional that's coming at you at the break for our subscribers. Enjoy that content. OMG, this has already been such an amazing day, an amazing interview. I want to unpack some things Hikaru said, too, about India being the future, Prague being the future, the importance of visiting the confessional booth and seeing this next wave of top stars embrace the access that the fans deserve and they crave to get to know people. And I think Hikaru was right that there can also be some benefits to it. So much to talk about on the other side of our very, very short break. So don't go anywhere. Our coverage of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues when we come back.
I'm really not sure about my last move. I don't know. It felt like either h3 or h4 is correct, but kind of couldn't decide, and it's like super complicated. But I'm starting to regret I didn't play h4 because maybe that was more dangerous. But it's a weird position. I couldn't really play queen f3 because king g6, h4, bishop g4, bishop f6, queen d7, some typical trick. Otherwise, it would be quite nice. But now I think I threaten queen f3, king g6, knight f5. Because now king g5, queen g3, there's no knight g4. But he can play king g6 now, and then I should probably play bishop e3, I think. And then if he trades, then I open the f file, and it gets really maybe difficult for him to coordinate. So I think, okay, opening the f file, I definitely have some decent compensation. I don't know how much. But maybe we can play rook h6 there or something. Maybe it's not so bad. Actually, I don't know. I could also be worse in these positions, and hard to say. Maybe h4 was better. Yeah, I'm starting to regret this h3 move. Is a bit soft. And h4, king g6, and I have like some d4, ed4, e5. I don't know. Start throwing stuff at him. Maybe that was really dangerous, but yeah, I don't know. It's a super complex position. It could be any evaluation. Could go anyway, so yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, it has gone a bit badly for me today. Yeah, I'm happy that at least I got this 94 in, and yeah, I hope to get some counterplay.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I'm joined by the one and only Vaishali. Vaishali, thank you so much for chatting with me today. Did you have a moment when you crossed 2,500 mentally where you were like, I did it, that's it?
You're completely right. That's what I felt.
Okay.
Like after my second round win, I crossed 2,500, which I knew, and I was like, okay, I finally done this, yeah, because it become Grandmaster. It has been my childhood dream ever since I started playing chess.
Hopefully the childhood dream was also world champion. because you kind of have no choice, right? This is the tournament that ultimately will qualify you to play. So what are the emotions like?
Yes, I'm very, very excited for the tournament. I mean, this candidate cycle was not at all in my plan. I won Grand Swiss and I got here. So I'm very excited and looking forward to it. Like, I'll be playing some best women players in the world. So I'm very excited.
What is it like back home? I mean, to be obviously now Grandmaster 2500 contending for the title. Yeah, just kind of give me a sense of what it's like, because I think it's not like this anywhere in the world and it's nowhere close. So...
Yeah, it all started with one man, Anand sir, and he has got what it is today, and he has brought in like a lot of changes. And for example, this Best Bridge Anand Chess Academy, which has helped us, I'm also part of it, and which has helped us a lot. Like, there are some top trainers there where we get to train, and this Anand sir is doing also these things, and even otherwise he has been helping. He's been doing many things, like inspiring all of us, and. Yeah, as you say, like there are so many things, like Indian players are playing tournaments here and there, and there are probably right now there is one more Grandmaster, I mean the number is going to increase or something. So yeah, we are also getting a lot of support from the government, a lot of sponsors coming in. We have a lot of tournaments also happening in India, which is also helping us.
You love chess and you're really good at it. What do you love to do that you're really bad at?
Yeah, there are a lot of things.
Obviously, don't go and do that, please.
Hey, you do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't live!
Welcome back to our coverage of Round 7 here, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. One game is in the books, and in fact, a second game after it that may have been the game of the year so far, the wildest game ever between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. But we still have 5 more to go. This round is really just getting started. Welcome back into the studio here alongside me, International Master Einar Rudolph, Grand Master David Howell. I am Danny Wrench right here. We're having a great time. You know who's also having a great time? Osket and Udin downstairs competing for the world record. Well, that's a good question, because at this point, when does reality set in and you start regretting your decision? Somewhere between the kielbasa and the 17th solo that you've had, do you start to recognize that this is going to be a really, really long 3 days?
They've got all they need. They've got the food. They've got the ketchup, the mustard. They've got a lot of support down there. Actually, in the break, I ran downstairs. I had to sprint back, but there's a huge group of support. There's, 15, 20 people roughly. They're loving life. I mean, they might not look like that on the camera, but they do say that they're feeling re-energized.
I think it's great that they have this huge support from the fans here, from their families, and Magnus Carlsen himself is a very close friend of both Askild and Odin, and he opened the game or the matches that they are playing yesterday together with his girlfriend Ella. That's a very sweet video on it on socials about the ceremonial first move, as Magnus playing the first move on the one side and Ella making the response, the Sicilian defense. She has studied her openings too, I see.
It's crazy. They're going to have 30 more hours roughly to go. If anyone is watching this and like, hey, wait, what is this? You can go to twitch.tv/chess and get all the action. It's where the coverage will continue for 60 hours straight, assuming all goes according to plan and nothing goes wrong and no weird things stop these guys from going down in the record books as co-Guinness World Record holders of this longest chess games played attempt. So, all right, well, let's back up and attempt today to move over to the Norway Chess Women division and maybe talk quickly about these three games. I know we've had a couple moves there between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja, and we want to get to Praggnanandhaa Liren. By the way, we also saw Fabiano say multiple times that he regretted playing h3 instead of h4, and it was probably clear in that line that he also didn't see queen g8. He was focused on this king g6 idea. So those who saw that interview at the break, that was great stuff from Fabiano Caruana, or not great stuff. It really revealed that Fabi actually missed his opportunity. But I want to check in with Norway Chess Women. And I like the one that we've got pulled up right there between the country women from India, Humpy and Vaishali the Destroyer, Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Let's go around the horn down there and start with the red board on the left.
Yeah, we haven't really checked in on this one. It was symmetrical for a long, long time. It looked like the game, it looked like neither player really wanted to take too many risks with their opening choice, but ultimately the pawn structure did eventually change just on the last two moves. It's still level material, but white now has doubled e-pawns. Not a great sign for an endgame. However, with queens on the board, in return, black's 2 versus 1 on the queen side. I guess, Anna, here it's a bit of a race. Is white's centralization going to be more important, or do you think the potential of the passed pawn on the queen side? Who's the happier, do you feel, of the two?
Very good question. I would be scared from white's perspective of the potential of passed pawn on the queen side, but I also think because it takes still a few more moves for those pawns to be pushed, white can probably use this time for creating her own threats and her own chances. I wonder if there's going to be any moment where you can play e6. Maybe I'm getting a bit too hopeful here about white's position, and if there's anything concrete. I guess from white's perspective, if we also just analyze the factors that are in white's favor, there's more space, more activity. The rook still needs to be activated more than the rest of white's pieces, but it has a potential on the b file, attacking the b7 pawn. It has a potential on the d file as well, so quite a few options for white, and I think that's probably the reason why the evaluation bar is showing advantage for white, that even though long term a passed pawn for black could be a winning factor in an endgame, this is still a very critical and very concrete position where white is threatening to win one of the pawns on the queen side.
The more I look at it, the more I'm struggling to even come up with a move for black. I quite liked your breakdown there, Anna, just saying, okay, e6 is on the cards, rook d1, rook b1, you name it, even h4, h5, white can just put a king on g2, white can chill. There's so many easy natural moves for white to improve her position for Humpy, but for Vaishali, what do you actually play? I mean, the queen has to stay defending her b-pawn. If you touch this pawn, I wanted to push it forward initially, but then the white queen will utilize the b7 square, get in, enter, and start picking up pawns, hitting the black rook as well. Vaishali, we've talked about her great form, but she is a streaky player. She lost a few games in a row at the candidates before that huge winning run at the back end of the tournament, and yesterday, tough day for the Destroyer. It feels like she's got to be super accurate here to hold the balance.
I agree. And the more I'm looking at it, as you guys deliver amazing analysis, I'm just having a harder and harder time finding a way to stop rook to b1. Note how key it is that the bishop, again, the snipers of the chessboard, guards c1, right? There is no rook c1 check, and that is massive. So rook b1 is a threat. Vaishali's done it before, and the position objectively close to equality, but what move are you playing to hold that? What move are you playing to stop rook to b1? Are you going for something concrete maybe you have to go for something with b6, even if you don't like it. And if the queen goes to b7, you move the rook. And if a7 falls, you win e5 and e2. Like, maybe that's one of the computer lines, right? Like some sort of very, very forcing set of moves, something we're probably not going to analyze right now. But if I had to guess, it may require a concrete solution, David.
Yeah, and talking of concrete, I'm trying to calculate here. I only see one way to stop rook b1, but I have a feeling it might backfire badly. Let's just jump in, show one variation to highlight the dangers that await Vaishali here. Rook to c2 would stop rook b1. It cuts the coordination of the white queen to the b1 square. But Anna's other idea of activating the white rook would suddenly come into play, rook to d1. And here black really needs to kind of create some escape squares for her king. If she were to get greedy, for just 1 second and take a pawn on e2, suddenly rook check and queen sacrifice incoming. You can leave the white queen where she stands. Bishop to h6, a common checkmating pattern for everyone at home. Yeah, rook takes queen, and this would end the game instantly. So anytime the white rook gets in, it's pretty much game over. High stakes right now, right here, critical position.
Very critical, and it's crucial that Vaishali here, as you mentioned, finds an accurate defense that is not easy to find. She's investing her time very wisely. This is a critical moment, and she needs to figure out what is the right way to play, because if she doesn't, this position could collapse easily.
I agree, and she's got some time to do it. She's got 32 minutes, down 9 minutes on the clock, but time's still close between these two players, although with 20 more moves to make before you start getting 10 seconds added. Remember, the bonus time increment does not click in until move 41. So, all right, we're going to let Vaishali think. Let's just jump right over to the only game we really haven't looked at, David. We don't even need the bird's eye view. Let's go to Pia Cromling's game versus Lei Ting-jae before we get back to the battle between the co-leaders, and that is, of course, between Muzychuk and Ju Wen-jum. But I feel like we owe this game a bit of maybe a quick recap and a reset of where it's at. A lot of pieces still on the board here.
Yep. It looks like it stemmed from an exchange Slav. P actually mentioned the opening. Just to do a quick recap. In the meantime, we're being told...
By the way, unfortunately, I got to interrupt, and I think we probably should go to the bird's eye view just to at least show the final position, because Praggnanandhaa and Ding Liren have drawn their game. Wow. Such a sudden ending and a surprising one, given that we thought Ding Liren was pushing a little bit, but I'm not sure who offered the draw or what happened. We'll try to get an instant replay at some point and at least get an idea of who extended the hand first and said, hey, you want to go throw down an Armageddon? And the other guy's like, yeah, let's do it. But I want to know what happened there. Like, I'm a little surprised here, Anna.
I think we're all surprised. We did not expect that game to finish, and that's the handshake. A draw was agreed between Praggnanandhaa and Ding Liren. We will replay the last couple of moves to catch up on how they ended in a draw.
Wow, and I can confirm it was Ding Liren who offered a draw on move 30. So the earliest opportunity he could offer a draw, he did. I believe from a position of strength. Only black could have been better in the final position, but Ding just wanted to get points on the board, understandably. He wanted to bank it. This was the final position. Black's last move, bishop to e6, accompanied by that draw offer. The white queen slightly uncomfortable here. And yeah, I do believe that actually he would have had decent chances to win in classical, especially in light of the clock times that we see on the left of our screens there.
I hate to do that. It's just so disappointing because this was the best position he's had in any of the classical games. I'm not trying to add unnecessary hyperbole here. This is the best opportunity Ding Liren has had, and the fact that he offered the draw on the very first move, he was legally allowed to do so per the tournament rules, just shows that an interview he gave here on site that didn't make the airways, everyone, where he admitted he was already just, trying to play to get to the next rest day and could hardly crack a smile. It's just, you felt like maybe something could go his way today, but he reveals his hand and he reveals that what's going on with him is much, much deeper than the moves we're seeing on the board, because he offers a draw the moment he's allowed to do so, happy to get out of here. And Prague, you pointed out, happy to take the draw, Anna, because he's down, almost 40 minutes on the clock and in a position where the pressure is coming. So it's sad, honestly.
It is sad, and we were so excited that maybe this is the game that Liren needs for his confidence. Maybe this is where things start turning in his favor. Maybe he will start finding himself. But it is still being, unfortunately, the same heartbreaking storyline that he isn't feeling well. Not only about his chess, there's something really not going well ever since he won the World Championship match, and we feel really sorry for him.
Yeah. On the one hand, it is sad we're deprived of some chess, some excitement ahead in this game, but we will get an Armageddon.
That is true.
So we'll look forward to that. Just out of curiosity, I was wondering how white is holding this. According to the eval bar, it looks really scary with the white queen placed on h3, and there's actually only one real move to keep the game in the balance for Pragg, and I'm going to say it's a difficult one as well. Pawn to g4.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. That's such a hard move for Pragg to play with 19 minutes on the clock. Show why. Like, give us just one variation that shows why this was so dangerous for Pragg and why Liren really might have missed an opportunity.
Yeah, first of all, there's a discovered attack threatened along this diagonal. The Black Knight is wanting to jump, take this d-pawn and win material. Black here, with all the threats, the only way to change the momentum is to take drastic measures. This creates a forcing move, a big hit on the Black Knight. I'm assuming the Black Knight would have retreated. And now the follow-up, and this is key. It's not the first move, it's the second move. A trade of queens, queen to g3, nullifying the strong Black Queen that was about to enter. And here, for example, if the Black Queen shifts across, White can start chipping away with f3 or f4 and playing on the king side. I'm going to say this is so counterintuitive with a weak king like this, but Pragg, he would have maybe found this. Maybe this is what Ding had spotted to justify the draw for either way. It's clear that a lot of action was ahead.
The best approach for White was to go into a line where Black is going to get even more chances against the king. Like, it's going to be crazy here. And again, with a huge time advantage on the clock. Wow. Okay. Well, it is what it is, as they say. It's an unnecessary sports cliche that objectively means nothing. It is what it is. And we're going to back up and go back to maybe where we were, because I do want to get to Pia Kramling versus Lei Ting-jae. I know we're continuing to see a couple moves there. Alireza Firouzja still apparently with an edge, although Fabi seems to have improved the position a little bit. So, all right, what happened? Pia Kramling just played e4. Let's go back to there and then make sure we just acknowledge, even if all we do is on the bird's eye view, say that Anna Muzychuk and Ju Jun maybe are headed to Armageddon there. It's in an endgame, but we'll come to it in a minute. So what's ahead here before we jump back?
Yeah, I was going to say earlier, what's ahead is likely equality, likely a draw, because it looked so symmetrical. But Pia Kramling is not happy with that. She's in a fighting mood. We saw her in the confessional earlier. Really nice to see. And this last move, Anna, it's committal. White's just pushed the pawn, giving herself an isolated pawn potentially. Is this brave? Is this reckless? What do you feel?
I think it's brave. I am so here for it, the fighting spirit, and I love how Pia always finishes her confessionals. This is already the second time she visited the confessional booth with, all right, I'm going back to fight. She's such a lovely, wholesome lady, and such a gentle, humble human being, but over the chessboard. I think she gets ambitious. Wait.
Sorry, it was really funny. No, the camera switched to me and it didn't get off while you were talking. It was a glitch with the tech, and I didn't realize. I was like,
do you not agree that she's a kind,
I agree with
person?
Every single thing you were saying, but the camera wouldn't get off of me, so I waved while I was drinking water. Okay, continue. No, you're doing great. I apologize.
I'm trying to describe Anna's mom. She's like the kindest soul
awkward.
On the planet.
No, you keep going.
But I was just gonna say that even though that's how she's a person, she is a fighter, she is a warrior, and only a true warrior can be playing competitive chess for as long as Pia has. She was world number 1 in 1984, that is 4 decades ago, and she's still in the top 30 of the women's ranking. She's going to be playing chess her whole life, and that's a love for a lifetime. It's so inspirational.
Yeah, it's inspirational, and I really like this spirit behind this last move. As you say, Anna, it's brave, it's risky, opening up the center, changing the pawn structure. If she wanted to draw Pia Kramling, she would have just put her rook on c1 and said, you do your worst. There's no way of changing the balance of this game. It would have likely remained level till its very end. And now, I'm expecting Lei Ting-jae to maybe trade off this pawn, relocate her knight, offer some trades of rooks on the c-file. Maybe it's still level, but a bit of a fight ahead. This one, yeah, I think we'll check in on a bit later.
Well, speaking of level and maybe a little bit of a fight ahead, let's go quickly to Anna Muzychuk versus Zhu Wenjun. It was a Berlin endgame if you missed it at the top. We said, from a storyline perspective, from a standings perspective, you understood why these two ladies, as you can see, with 10.5 points apiece, they are co-leaders. Didn't want to take big risks in this one. We're happy to get to Armageddon so that they each get some points and then maybe try to beat the other players, given that they've both maybe been playing the best chess. So that's kind of where we're going to leave this one, David. But let's highlight maybe a little bit of what could go wrong, because I think if one person could push, maybe it's Zhu Wenjun, and she did push an endgame against Vantajuli yesterday as black. The bishop pair, that c3 pawn looks weak. Bishop can come to d5. So I'm kind of looking at it and I'm wondering, is there a little bit that Zhu Wenjun could push for, especially when you look at the time advantage on the clock?
Yeah, Danny, as you mentioned, it should be level. It should be a dead draw, but it's only black having the fun. This is actually my ultimate fantasy in chess, just getting this type of risk-free position where you can massage the opponent, you can grind away, try to...
We don't have a word of the day yet. we don't have a word of the day.
And let's not go to that again. I promise. Last time I mentioned that word today. But yeah, it's just the type of advantage you can sit on forever. And clock advantage too. She might wait till way later in the game when Anna Muzychuk is down to her last minute and then start creating the threats. We saw it against Vantajuli. That was also a fortress-esque type of position where black had the bishop pair versus a bishop and knight. So Zhu Wenjun doing what she knows and what has worked so well for her already in the event. I think she's in a great position, Zhu Wenjun, right now.
I think so too, and since she already won a minor piece endgame with the same set of pieces, she should be feeling confident about her chances, even if, as we mentioned, it's objectively even, it should be level, but it is Anna who will need to be careful and very precise so that the bishop pair doesn't start proving their power in this endgame.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad we came here in hindsight, because I think it's easy to look at it and suffer from eval baritis or whatever, the evil bar, deceptive sometimes. But despite what the computers might do here to draw this endgame every time, the moment it appeared on the large screen and we're looking at it, it looks tough for Anna. And again, you look at the clock. She's about to get 10 seconds added per move in just 3 more moves. So that's huge, getting that increment going, the bonus time added from here on out. But yeah, we already highlighted the knight can be undermined. The knight is key to guarding the c3 pawn. And equal or not, equal does not always mean draw. Equal often means that the best player wins. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't mean that it's just a draw. That's why the game is played, as they say. And all right, let's back this thing up to check out the other games being played and finally make our way back around the horn to the position everyone wants to see, and just in time, because f4 for the score. It's on the board now that the dark square bishop has been traded. Fabiano turning things around a little bit. I can't wait to back up, David. I love the position here. It's fire, but I want to back up and see what happened, because I think Alireza Firouzja must have had more than he got.
He really did, Danny. And I think he took his eye off the ball just for half a move. And this has allowed Fabiano back in. That's the fine margins at this top level. Let's jump in. We actually talked about the move queen to f3. This was 4 moves ago. Anna suggested it. And here, the black knight has a choice of 2, maybe logical squares. He chose to go back to the back rank, e8. But instead, knight h7, we were really praising this move, extolling its virtues here, because it gains time. That's the key. In crazy dynamic positions, no matter who's up on material, timing, tempo is the most important thing. You gain time against the bishop. Yes, you might have been checked. Yes, you might have been checked again. But not just if you gain time, but also black's pieces come to life. The queen will soon sit on g6, a nice defensive post. The black knight might come around to g5 in the near future, attacking the white queen, opening up the black rook. There's a real totem pole of pieces here on the h-file, and black would have had a decisive advantage. Instead, he played a bit slowly, a bit tentatively, retreating his knight back to e8. There's no threat, and this gave Fabiano the chance to retreat his bishop. The black king removed itself from the g-file, and now after a trade, f4 for the score, we said. Suddenly the white rook on f1, loving life. Black's pieces look just dysfunctional here. A knight on e8, rook on a7, really awkward squares. This could definitely turn.
It could definitely turn, and he's gonna, for instance, start moving the rook back or move something else. I was wondering, like, how do you free your c6 knight? It's currently bound to the defense of the a7 rook. He chooses something else. He chooses to go queen h6, and that pins the f4 pawn. So he is, at the moment, preventing f takes e5.
Which is key, because you'd love to play a move like king h2 here, right? If you're Fabiano, so that if you lose the queen, it's not check. And by the way, that's not even crazy. You might even be threatening to play f takes e5 because of how dangerous rook takes f7 is at the end of that line, sacrificing your queen. But my point was actually that king h2 doesn't work because of bishop takes h3, and the whole purpose of this queen g8 maneuver finally comes to fruition. But yeah, there's no denying that this is now back to a 50-50 game. And from a practical perspective, because Firouzja missed the chances that you highlighted so well, you kind of like white again. Back to the point I was making. I was wrong about that point, right? It should have been better for black. But when f4 comes to the board, the only reason the computer is still liking black now is kind of the material. The material, because if you do the count of the minor pieces, everybody, the knights and bishops, black is up one. But everything about this is trending in white's favor. That rook on a7, as Anna highlighted, awkward AF, awkward as Fabi, as they like to say. But in this case, Fabi's not feeling that awkward, taking a big sip of the water. Fabi can be awkward when he plays Armageddon. Often wonders if this is real life when he plays Armageddon, because he'd like it to be. He loves the manipulation. He's played Armageddon late into the night. And speaking of if this is real life, or is it just fantasy? David, you mentioned your fantasy. Well, first of all, you mentioned your fantasies super casually. We got to unpack your fantasies. But you mentioned your fantasies on the board is these boring, slow endgames and not these positions. Again, why?
Word of the day, fantasy.
Word of the day.
How did this happen?
Danny, I just woke up in my mid-20s one day and I realized, my heart can't take it. These crazy positions, it's too wild. Let's switch to commentary. These players can battle out, go for the checkmates. I just love my two bishops in an endgame where I can maneuver around for 50 moves.
And we love it, and we love you, and we love that you love it, and we love the word fantasy, and I'm not going to make you talk about any non-chess fantasies. But you mentioned it so casually. I told the team, I think fantasy is going to be the word of the day, but This is a fantasy right now in Norway Chess, because the chess keeps delivering. The format keeps delivering. Even if it's a draw, we get amazing Armageddon. Speaking of which, everybody, there's another one around the corner between Praggnanandhaa and Liren, and we're having fun. And David?
Yeah, I was going to say, firstly, shout out to the featured chat there, the fantasy variation of the Caro-Kann. It is an opening, so it is relevant to chess, the word fantasy. But also, if we can jump in, just to show one flight of fantasy on the board. Danny, you mentioned this windmill, rook takes f7 idea, and I just can't get it out of my mind. It might not work right now, but just to show everyone at home what a windmill is. I know we're not in the Netherlands, we're in Norway. But for example, king to h1 in this position. Danny mentioned the king landing on the h-file would backfire. There is bishop takes h3. But if black took his eye off the ball for 1 second, rook to a8, just for instructive purposes. Actually, I'll play the move a5. Here, pawn takes e5 might be a very strong, or at least playable queen sacrifice. If black decides to take the white queen, then whoops, this would be a check. And it's going to be eternal checks here, Anna. Look at this. Rook takes c7 with a check. The black king pretty much has to move. You can go back with a check, and you go back and forth. You take everything, and oh wait, I've blundered.
Because you opened the rook. It's so funny. And then you should show it why it's a blunder, because it's easy for people to make. Now you can't go to f7 because you unleashed the beast, right? Unleashed the Kraken. Don't take too many pawns. You were supposed to go get the queen first, right?
Yeah, I think in this position, before rook takes b7, is it just rook f3?
That's what I was thinking. I mean,
but you did right. It's just that rook f1 of the other
okay,
the game, and it's checkmate on the f-file, or you win the queen.
I was materialistic. That's my downfall. Yes. And in life, this would have been the best way.
All the pieces fall and it's checkmate. But I think we can still show the idea, David, because you wanted to do the windmill. If we would have moved the rook back to a8, I think that was your original idea.
Yeah, just to take everything on the 7th rank, yo-yo back and forth between f7 and b7. But no, just playing for checkmate. Just watch out for this type of thing. Just disaster on f7. And Fabiano, will he be able to show any fantastic variations to us? It feels like tactics in the air all over the place. over the next few moves. This one is going to be crazy. I still predict that no Armageddon in this one. Armageddon.
Definitely not. This is going to
on the
be
table.
decided in classical chess. I am with you on that. And now it's Alireza who really needs to find extremely accurate moves because everything is on fire. And yes, he stopped f takes e5 momentarily, but there's several ways with which white can prepare it. Not king h1 or not king h2, because then there's the bishop sacrifice that David mentioned. So that was just to illustrate that if the king wasn't on g1, you could even sacrifice your queen as white. He will be considering other options, I am guessing. He could go for rook f3 to guard the queen, but also to prepare doubling rooks. Multi-purpose move.
I like that one.
By the way, just to add fuel to the fire here, agreeing with both of you that this game likely ends in classical, they're on move 20. They have 20 moves to make before they start getting bonus time, as if it's a lot when they start getting 10 seconds to move. And the reason I say that so dramatically is because this is an insane position. This is an insanely complex position where they might spend the time they have on the clock for the next 5 moves. Just to make sure they don't blunder windmills and all kinds of checkmates that you both have been showing, right? So this is so much fun. This has been fire on board from the start. And speaking of fire on board, Armageddon usually delivers as much. And guess what we have, boys and girls? Our second Armageddon match of the day. Hikaru Nakamura already defeated Magnus Carlsen in one of the games of the year. Not even just because it ended with a flag by the world champion and world number 1, but because of so many other brilliant reasons. You're going to want to check out the recap. But all right, guys. Liren defeated Praggnanandhaa in Armageddon all the way back in round 2. But now he has the black pieces. Anna, your thoughts on his mindset coming in here and whether Liren, can he get it done here?
I think he will be perhaps more confident against Pragg because of that earlier win over Pragg in the tournament. That was his only win. That was Liren's only win in the event in Armageddon. But it's also disappointing that he went for a draw in the classical game earlier where he had so much time and there was so much life in the position. And if he was in form, he definitely would have played on. So I think Pragg has escaped. He escaped from a really tough position, and he should be the one that has the psychological edge coming from that classical game.
Yeah, and it is Pragg who switches things up. No more e4, e5, no more stodgy Italian games. It's the Trompovsky attack this opening where black gets the bishops, but does have to suffer with doubled f-pawns for a long time. Maintaining pace on the clock for now, but
I love the Trompovsky.
Yeah.
You don't see it often enough in my book.
English School of Chess. When
English
I was
School of Chess. I've got a crazy Julian Hodgson story to tell you. Like crazy Julian Hodgson. I know you don't need many more, but I've got a crazy Julian Hodgson story to tell you that has to do with the Trompovsky in Las Vegas and a wild night. But okay, we're not going to get into that right now. Julian Hodgson wrote the book on the Trompovsky for many years. He was Mr. Trompovsky. Really, he was. And so if anyone's interested in a unique and dynamic weapon for white, the Trompovsky is that. I played it for years, and this is exactly what you said, David. A position where black has the dark square bishop that white lacks, but the double pawns. I think a good choice by Pragg, just being honest. I think when you're playing for a win as white, you need these dynamic imbalances. Go for it, and I think a good choice from Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, minimal theory. The players are just playing a position kind of fresh here with their own eyes, and yeah, really tough to say where the Black King is going to castle. Will it go long, where it might face a pawn storm? Will it go short, where it has fractured pawns around it? Anna, who would you rather be right now?
I would prefer this from white's perspective. I really like the knight on d4. I know it's not an eternal knight, but if you try to chase it, I'm going to have an even better spot on f5. So e5 is kind of out of the equation here. It would create too much of a weakness on f5 and a knight outpost for white. I'd like to see what white is going to do in terms of the rest of the activity. I was going to say of the pieces, and the Praggnanandhaa answers with queen h5, immediately threatening knight takes e6. Will black castle or play the delayed bone cloud?
My gosh, black does castle, and this is amazing. Like you said, what is white going to do with the rest of the pieces? The biggest piece, the queen, she enters the arena ice cold, and Pragg is going to try to go all in here. It's a little risky, though, because that G file can backfire. At some point, black can use the G file. And I was just going to say, at some point, you play King H8 and you're preparing Rook G8. I love that this is double-edged, and I'm still liking white with a little bit of Trompowsky bias here, but this is going to be fun for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think white here wishes his pawn was back on h2, because then he could go for a really typical plan of pushing the f-pawn forward, swinging the white rook into the action across to try and deliver checkmate. But yeah, either way, the time advantage is starting to slip. It's down to 2 minutes now. This is great for Ding. I think just in view of kind of current circumstances, the Armageddon might actually suit him. No time to overthink things. Just pure instinct, and we know he's a world champion for a reason. Ding, he's playing great chess. F5, a lovely move there, creating a square for the black knight. And he's playing really well. I'm starting to prefer black now.
I love that point, David, just that the faster time control doesn't allow Ding Liren to sort of get in his own way, right? To get in his own head. And I saw you nodding along there. You want to add to that point. The point is, it's just sometimes you need that. Sometimes you need a chance to just, like they say, have fun. It's like just go play street chess for a little bit, right? Remember why you do it. And I think that maybe that's why he beat Prague before in Armageddon.
That's a very good point, and maybe if he could steer his games toward draws in classical, we would see a lot more joy in his play, because in Armageddon he does have a bit more of that, what you mentioned. Why do you play chess? Why did you start playing chess? For the love of the game, for the excitement that you see when you spot moves like knight to g8. Does he need to play knight g8? Is that the only move?
I think that might get an advantage for black, potentially, but I don't see what's wrong with d takes c6. I think there's actually ideas of a big sacrifice by Prague. He'll throw his knight out the way, he'll try and take the black bishop, take the black knight later on, but there we go, he takes the pawn. I think he's bluffing Prague here, because black has draw odds. A move like knight c6 that the blue arrow shows would only lead to a draw.
That is a great bluff, because it's a winning bluff.
Brilliant.
White cannot go for a draw.
We should show it really quickly. Knight to c6. This shows laughing in the face of the evil chess.com computer. Ha 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 ha, take that. Rook takes d6, queen takes d6, and oh yeah, you draw, but guess what? Objectively not the best thing to do when black wins on a draw in the Armageddon format. I love it. Just trolling some of the amazing product team who we have fun talking about. Look at that equal sign, dropping the emotes like they're hot. David Howell over there on the corner. But yeah, knight to c6 is of course the move, but not here, not in Armageddon.
Yeah, Prague, yeah, he was the one to bluff with c4. He hadn't worked it out. He played it on instinct, but the bluff was called, and Ding, great move there. And he calculated it relatively quickly. Time advantage only 1.5 minutes. If black gets one more move, if black gets the move rook to g8, he's going to be safe forever. The black king will be nice and cozy in the corner. So I think Ding here, a huge favorite to take this match.
I agree. I think this is, again, great chance for Ding. I just hope we are not jinxing it, because we said that about the classical game too earlier, that he had great chances to bounce back. So I'm hoping it's okay to say that he does have great chances.
He does. And again, because what's going to happen here in just a second, everyone, is Praggnanandhaa is not going to play knight to c6, and then the eval bar is going to slide for black, because knight to c6 was the only way to hold the balance, and now black is up a pawn, has the dark square bishop. Rook to g8 will come, and then rook to g6, and now white's pieces start getting pushed back. The queen and the knight, the whips are going to keep the lions at bay, and Ding Liren with his maybe best chance. Again, Armageddon is where it's at. Doesn't have time to think, can just have fun.
Wow, he could win his second match of the event, both times against Prague. We often see this phenomenon, these head-to-heads. You might struggle against certain opponents, but often you dominate certain opponents, and Prague just hasn't got his usual game going against Ding in either of their two matches, Anna.
Very true. And Prague has had an incredible tournament. He's playing so well in Norway. He beat Magnus Carlsen. He beat Fabiano Caruana. Both games in classical chess. The world number 1 and the then world number 2, since Hikaru has taken over the world number 2 spot. But obviously, beating both Magnus and Fabiano is huge in classical chess. Now there's a few moves appearing on our board as mistakes, but
rook g8 is appearing as the best move, and Ding Liren finds it again. This has been just great chess from him. We want to see more of this, and it's Armageddon delivering, not just here with the Norway chess format, but delivering for Ding Liren when he needs it most. Now he finally has a game that he can just play fast and not overthink it and get in his own way, get in his own head. Rook to g6. By the way, the healthy pawn majority for black on the queen side is just 3-on-2. So the moment those tactics are no more, the moment you simplify, what happened? There's a blunder.
No.
What is it?
Oh no!
What is it?
Knight takes h7. No, that's not. Oh my god! I thought I blundered that.
What? Oh my god! And Pragg finds it. Oh no!
That's it. That's it. The bishop is hanging.
You're hitting the bishop, but you're playing rook d7 next move if the bishop moves, because the black knight is tied down.
h7 checkmate. You cannot move the f6 knight.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Pragg has tricked Ding.
Ding knows it. He knows. Oh no.
That's such a hidden tactic as well. I mean, how rare is it for a blunder to be met by a quiet move? I think Ding's starting to realize now. He just leveled up the clocks. He was pawn up in the position, but the white rooks are infiltrating, entering decisively. It's turned in one move. Chess is so harsh.
It's so tough. It's so heartbreaking. Is there a way for him to just somehow bail out?
He's trying. He's trying to sacrifice the exchange. If rook takes d6, he's going to take on g5 with the rook. It gives up h6 with check as well, but you have knight h7, but then there's rook d7 anyway. So yeah, I see David Howell's grimace over here. You can't see it on camera. Sometimes you get the nod of approval when you're an insecure IM. Sometimes you get the grimace of a GM. And in this case, it is all grimacing for Ding Liren right now. Heart bleeping breaking.
And Pragg as well. Like, he knows he's not happy about winning the game like this. He knows he wasn't doing well earlier. Just a few moves ago, we were praising Ding Liren, claiming that this is his best chance to win. I think David, we need to show those last few moves and what went wrong, because he went from a nearly winning position to immediately lost.
One move. That is chess. As David Howe likes to say, chess is hard.
Yeah.
And this is heartbreaking. Go ahead, take us through it.
Yeah, chess is a cruel mistress. Rook takes d6, the final move. This was the final position where Ding Liren resigned. Just 2 moves earlier, he had a decisive advantage, however. He played a perfect game, let's face it, Ding. And it's just that happens sometimes in chess. We were talking about black's extra pawns on the queen side here, 3 versus 2. If you can solidify, consolidate on the king side, you are safe, you are home and dry. Actually here, the winning move, if there is one, would be bishop to b4, for example. But this is a bit to calculate. You would hit the white rook here. Obviously, if the white rook sidesteps, then you might simply win a piece with a pin. The white rook on d1 would be then undefended, and this would have been game over. However, the reason this looks so scary, bishop b4, is because white would be able to jump out the way. For example, knight takes f5, hitting the black queen, hitting the black rook. There would be stuff to calculate, but if Ding had a bit more time, maybe he would have spotted that rook takes d2, and at the very end, black would be significantly up on material. 2 rooks and a bishop for a queen. Game over. Ding would have won. Instead, he played the most natural move in the position, and that's what the most heartbreaking thing is about it. Rook g8. I think 99% of us would play that move. It looks like the logical continuation. You crash through against the white king. Ultimately, though, it left the d-file undefended, and there we see blunder, changed everything. It's such a subtle winning reply, though, from Pragg. Pragg dropped his knight back, defending his fellow knight on g5, and the d-file decides it. The black bishop attacked. If you move it anywhere, then rook to d7 would be the killer blow. The black queen now overwhelmed, the 7th rank overwhelmed. Knight takes f7 would happen if the queen moves, and unfortunately for you, the knight is overworked. Knight takes d7 would have allowed checkmate. What to say? It's.
I'm glad we showed it, because we were calculating it so fast and it was dramatic. But just backing up again, it's just good to see. That was the threat. That was why Ding Liren played h6 and ultimately resigned. Was rook d7 and the checkmate on h7. We kind of took for granted that everyone was following that, and so, yeah, just so tough.
Yeah, white just up a piece in the final position. Yeah, Ding. What to say? I mean, that was the best he's played, probably the whole day. He's played fantastic chess. It's just small margins and one slip, actually, the whole day. That's...
And it was the story against Magnus Carlsen too, because he did fight well against the world #1 just a few days ago, and then he blundered checkmate in 2 with half an hour on the clock. These are the kind of mistakes that he would have never, ever done back at his peak, or even let's say a year or two ago in his chess career. So this is maybe a year or two ago. I'm wrong. I'm counting since the World Championship, and then he took some time as a break. But ever since he returned to competing as a world champion, it just doesn't feel like he is the same player, and he knows it, he feels it. Every one of his opponents feel it too, and it's really a heartbreaking and sad story that is sad to highlight. We need to keep saying it because that is the storyline for him in this tournament.
You said it. I agree. And it is the storyline, and it has been the storyline, and will continue to be the storyline. We're going to back up, take a look at all 4 games still in action. If you're just tuning in, both results that are in the books have come in the open section. Hikaru Nakamura defeated Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon. Praggnanandhaa defeated Liren as well in Armageddon. As you can see, the labels there above the board. Gold is Armageddon. The nice silver there is classical as far as defining where we are at in the amazing Norway chess format. We haven't had a ton of action in the women's games there, although Humpy, Canero, and Vantajuli have an interesting position on the board with both queens hanging and both rooks hanging. And it might actually be an opportunity for Humpy Canero to get an advantage. So I know the fire on board, Fabiano and Alireza Firouzja, is just calling our name. So I'm happy to go either way. If we want to quickly check on the queen dynamic that's going on there between Humpy Canero and Vantajuli, and then we'll jump into Fabi and Firouzja.
Sounds good to me.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Temporary fireworks on this board, and somewhat unexpected, Anna. It looked like Black had a difficult defensive job. Maybe we just recap the last couple of moves to jump in. Here we were saying, okay, it's hard for Black to even find a logical move. Maybe ultimately the move h6 or h5, giving the Black king some breathing space, would have been my choice. But Vantajuli, she's a far more dynamic player, and she's trying to solve her problems tactically. Pawn to a5. White plays the most natural move. The blue arrow appears, rook to b1, and it looks like Black's about to lose a pawn on the b7 square, but just in time, rook c4 is a counterattack. Trying to tie down the white queen. What moves come to mind here? Lots of choice for white, actually.
Lots of choices, and I just wanted to praise Vantajuli for finding this resource, because this was probably the only way for her to not lose the b7 pawn. Had she moved the queen in every single line, you are dropping a pawn on the queen side. So this attack where you double Bote's gambit, both queens are hanging, was the only solution to the problem of the hanging pawn on b7 and this issue on the b file in general. What should you do here as white? Should you try to keep the tension, move the queen, for instance, to d3, that still is guarding your rook and is claiming the d file, and there can Black continue pursuing these attacks, or it won't be the same because the queen on d3 is guarded by the pawn on e2?
Can we not go for the concrete line of taking b7 and then taking e7? I mean,
we could definitely try that first. You are right. You're right, Danny. That's the most forcing.
Let's jump in. Let's check it out. What does Vantajuli have in store? I'm assuming a queen trade here.
Because we have rook b8 check as a threat, right? Yeah. So Black has to deal with that.
True. Very true. We should show that idea if Black were to capture the pawn on a4.
It's a mate and bake.
Yeah, this king would be trapped. Rook takes f8 is guaranteed in the next couple of moves. So if not, rook takes a4. I mean, to my eyes, visually, this looks really appealing. How does Black deal with all her issues? Maybe she has to defend e7 and stop the checkmate with bishop to f8. And if you try to pin me now, then I will step out of the 8th rank with the Black king. At least the a4 pawn is doomed.
I think that's okay. So that's concrete and key. It's funny, I was also looking, if we back up to the starting position, I was also considering the other move order of actually taking on b2 and allowing rook takes e4, and then taking b7, with the idea that bishop takes e5 is met by rook takes e7, pinning the bishop to the rook, and on f6. This was the line I actually wanted, and maybe that's better, because if f6, maybe there's something concrete, but even if I just have like bishop h6 and I'm threatening like rook g7 check and stuff, that looks super, I don't know if that's the best, but okay, yeah. This was the line I wanted, and it looks pretty good. And the whole key is because we're taking e7 with the pin of the bishop to the rook. So, and by the way, bishop h6 also threatened the potential of doing something maybe weird to the rook if you're not careful. So, all right. Yeah, I think there's a concrete solution here for Humpy Canero. Will she find it? We're going to see.
Yeah, I like Anna's queen d3 as well, because that's relatively forcing. You're threatening not just the black queen. This rook might hang. There's queen to d8. I think you would force black after queen to d3 to play queen to d4. Then you could go for the variation maybe with rook takes b7. Either way, she's got 3, 4, maybe even 5 tempting options in this position, Humpy Canero. So this is why she stopped. She's the ultimate professional, consummate professional. She spent 12 minutes, and I think it's a good time investment. She could win on the spot here, or the position might just fizzle out towards a draw. Yeah, we'll check back in once we have developments.
Speaking of draws, Anna Muzychuk and Ju Wenjun have agreed in a draw, which I think is a good result for Anna, considering that we were slightly worried that this is the kind of minor piece endgame where Ju Wenjun will put pressure on her. Ju Wenjun had more time and the pair of bishops. Yes, the position is level, it's equal, and it means that Anna has defended very precisely because it wasn't that simple to hold that endgame.
That's a great point. All right, well, the game between the two tournament leaders of Norway Chess women has come to a stop. Humpy Canero, as David said, is coming to a stop and managing her clock, the professional and very experienced player that she is. And we are going to come to a stop, actually, and take a break. As we roll out here, when we come back, we're going to have yet another Armageddon. It's Anna Muzychuk and Ju Wenjun. The battle for first place in Norway Chess women is what that's all about. Our 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess women coverage continues after the break.
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Viswanathan with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is a Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was B3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just gonna try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move F5, B3. And he's like, cool. Viswanathan says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen F4. Get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight C7. What the heck is going on? Knight to C7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to C7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows F6 to happen here. F6 is going to take on G7. It's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight h5. Magnus plays g6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to h6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the h file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too and plays queen to h4. Where is he going, class? h6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black to move. Here's the move, hence knight c7 to put the knight on e8. The saying goes, a knight on e8 is actually f8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm gonna put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to f3 or f4 and actually go for this mate on h7 because you stopped the g7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this. So what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Go for it. B2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Viswanathan. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook f4. He goes here and he's going for rook h4 mate. Wow. This is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. B1 queen. Right, and after B1 queen, knight to f1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's two queens on the board. Magnus has two queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's black to move. He goes queen e1, and then the game is over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, Queen E1? What sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is after Queen E1, where were you putting your rook? H4. Well, I can just go rook H4. But guess what? After I capture it, queen sacrifice, sacrificing one of my two queens. After queen takes H4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right? What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Round 7, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues. It has delivered. We've already got that amazing recap of Hikaru Nakamura's victory over Magnus Carlsen on our YouTube channel. If you missed it, shame on you. You missed it live, but it is there. It's awesome. Praggnanandhaa has defeated Liren also in Armageddon. We are having so much fun, but you know who else can have fun? The fans, the people watching. Let's talk about how you can have more fun on chess.com. You should be playing in some of our community tournaments. People sit around on Title Tuesday and watch the title players. Some people talk about it on social media. I'm not here to talk about that. But you can compete in Untitled Tuesdays every Tuesday. There's also an early and a late event. Of course, there's a ton of other community events going each week. But quick shout out to our Untitled Tuesday. You can go to go.chess.com/community club to get more info on our events that serve you, the fan, watching right now. Speaking of watching and being a fan, that's what we're going to do right now with the 4 games that are still in progress. We're pretty excited about it. And I'm a big fan of what's happened on the board between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja. I want to get back to there as soon as we can. We still have this potential that F7 becomes a crazy feature in the position. But right now, a queen trade being offered by Firouzja because he's up a piece, and that would probably relieve some pressure. So let's head over there. Oh, the queens are coming off the board, so let's get to it. Fabiano Caruana versus Alireza Firouzja.
Wow, queens coming off the board. I must admit, I've been in this mindset from the white side for so long that you have to go for checkmate to justify being a piece down. But Anna, he's suddenly, showing versatility here. He's suddenly veered off course. And what's the idea? Why has he allowed this queen trade?
It's a very good question. What's the idea? Is the idea a pawn storm with g4, f5, f6? What's the concrete line? You normally don't trade queens when you are down a piece. Yes. He has 2 pawns for it. Usually we say 3 pawns is the same value as a minor piece. So certainly not enough material, but something very concrete going on here. Should we play those moves out and see what is happening there?
Let's try. Let's attempt to figure out, because if black gets 1 or 2 more moves, if black, for example, is able to take this pawn on f4 and just swing his rooks into action, I think Firouzja wins that every time. But,
oh my.
I was about to play the move f5, but he's actually captured on e5 instead, trying to pick up the f7 pawn.
I like this, actually. He's going to meet knight takes e5 with d4, kicking the knight and then get back to g4.
So he wants to pick up a 3rd pawn.
I think so. Yeah, you can play g4 or just take f7 straight up, and now you've got the 2 rooks getting nasty over there on the king side against the black king. And by the way, c7 and b7 might be falling the moment the pigs start eating on the 7th rank.
Yeah.
From a practical perspective, I like the pressure, especially with Firouzja getting down on the clock.
Yeah, I know you said 3 pawns might be the magic number, but instead of knight takes e5, let's go back. D takes e5 has just been played, and 3 is now the number of pawns that white has in compensation for the piece.
I somehow expected the knight capture, but probably this is better if Alireza chose to capture with the pawn, and now will bring his rook to f8, which according to our computer is the only way for him to keep his slight advantage and not get into trouble. It makes sense. It makes sense that you said you cannot allow those pigs on the 7th rank. The rooks would enter the 7th rank if you trade, or if you allow bishop h5 and rook f7. He's about to make it. He is about to play rook a to f8. Very logical. Grab the f-file, chase the bishop away.
I have an instructive question I'd want to hear Grandmaster David Howe's thoughts on. Do you trade the bishops in this endgame, or do you play bishop d5 or something else? Like, what is the general advice? I know that concrete calculation always rules the day, and we have to decide if that knight can do things in the pure knight versus pawn ending. But like from just an advice perspective, what is the general rule of thumb here?
Yeah, it's tough. They say when your piece is ahead, when your piece is down, you should try and trade pawns. When your pawn's down, try and trade pieces. I guess that would mean that you try and keep this bishop on the board, if I'm correct, bishop to d5. I mean, also, if we do a comparison of what's left, it's not what about kind of what's been traded off the board. Nobody really should be counting pieces that are scattered at the side of those 64 squares right now. It's what's left here and now. And bishop on d5, I would say, is superior to a bishop on h5. So that comparison alone might be enough for me to keep the bishops on the board without doing any kind of deep calculation here. I feel that white centralized bishop at least will cause black some kind of headaches in the near future. The black bishop on h5, I can't see that playing too much of a role. But Anna, do you feel that maybe in this specific position it might be different? Is there any upside to taking the bishops off?
What is the upside? Bishop takes h5 does force black to take on f2 first. Otherwise you would blunder your rook. But after the rook trade and then rook takes h5, there is no entry square for white on the f-file. So unless there's something then with being able to start pushing the g and h pawns, king h2, g4, king g3, h4, like if those 2 passed pawns start running, maybe that would be a way that you want to simplify in order to get those pawns rolling, because it's easier to roll them if there's less pieces. So I'm trying to now argue in favor of trading pieces, but I have no clue, David.
No, it's tough. It's very different from the Nakamura against Carlsen Armageddon, where it was also rook and knight versus rook, but with the pawns racing down the board. A knight's really bad at stopping past pawns, often, especially on one of the flanks. So I could see the argument behind trading bishops, but...
although in this case, the black king is perfectly positioned to slow down the pawns, right? They often say that you want your king on the side of the board where your opponent has a majority. In this case, it's very much a majority. It's 2 passed pawns and black has none. But that kind of allows Firouzja to let the king sit tight and hold the pawns, and that knight to start dancing around the queen side. Knight a5, knight b3, get behind the pawns if you can maneuver, use your pawns there as well. So there's some risk there, right? And I guess the reason I asked and what I was looking for, complete the tour all the way to c5 and d3, is because I didn't know if there was. Sometimes when your opponent has an extra piece and you let them have two pieces, then they can coordinate them together. So Fabiano does choose to keep the bishops on the board. And the risk is that maybe at some point the knight and bishop together can do things that the knight alone could not, right? And so it's hard, obviously, especially in a limited amount of time, to kind of evaluate some abstract themes versus just being concrete. But just trying to get some advice in terms of how to evaluate and how to decide on big exchanges in these types of endgames where you have a bunch of pawns for a piece. It's not easy. So, well, we just talked about it. I hope everyone learned something from that. I don't know that I did, but I think I did. That was really interesting. Ultimately, Fabi goes for the concrete idea of keeping the bishop on the board. And I think one other thing to consider is maybe you actually would even take c6 at some point. Maybe you would want that, not right away, but you're thinking a lot about whatever the transition would be if white could win another couple pawns. Maybe you would do that as well. So, so a lot to think about here. Really interesting imbalance.
Yeah, and it's really true that the best minor piece out of all three minor pieces in this position is the bishop on d5, tying down the c6 knight because of the b7 pawn hanging. If you move the knight away, also ties down the b pawn. You cannot push it because of the same. The knight would be in trouble. So strong piece on d5 for Fabi, and he's got 3 pawns to compensate for the piece down. He's down a knight. But the Armageddon game between Anna Muzychuk and Ju Wenjun is about to start. The clocks will be reset because they don't start Armageddon with 2 hours, but it's 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black, so 3-minute time advantage for white, but draw odds for black.
They have not made moves yet. Anna Muzychuk, as you said, she's with white with more time. And Ju Wenjun with black. Remember when these two faced off in Armageddon earlier in the event, the colors were reversed, and Ju Wenjun won that game as white. So Anna trying to avenge herself here. These two people are both leading their section as well. Anna Muzychuk and Ju Wenjun have 10.5 points apiece coming in. So whoever wins this will be the clear leader of Norway Chess Women.
Huge game, and we're off. We have action, and will they repeat the opening from earlier? That's always the first question. We talked about it with Hikaru, the mind games involved. Okay, it's not the Spanish, it's the Italian game this time. It seems to be the game of the round, or the opening of the round, sorry. Lots of Italians debated in round 7 of Norway Chess here, and looks like almost symmetrical play at this early stage. I'm pretty sure I had this position when I was 5 years old, first learning openings, but there's some complexities behind it, Anna.
Very many complexities and nuances, move orders and maneuvers that obviously many, if not every single participant here that plays E4 openings, they will be aware of, but there's always subtle changes, and with shorter time control, it gets trickier to notice those slight changes. Who is tricking who here in the opening, and how much of this is a repetition? They played a Berlin in the classical game, so that was the Spanish opening, not the Italian.
Yeah, and by the way, just look at the symmetry on the board. Other than the pawn on a6,
it's
copycat chess, and maybe Ju Wenjun just messed up. She's like, oh, I meant to play a5 so we could play copycat. No, I'm kidding. That's not what she meant to do. The pawn on a6 serves a very specific purpose. You want to control the b5 square. But it is funny, otherwise, to see the complete symmetry. Just despite the simple nature looking of that, it is very complex, as Anna said. The players are jockeying for position right now and looking into their mind for the prep that they brought to the table, and little subtle things will decide a lot about the middle game ahead. So, all right. Firouzja has decided where to put his knight. He goes back to d8, doesn't want there to be any threats of the bishop capturing, and also maybe wants to play c6 and bring the knight over the king side. So, remember how we said that game for sure was going to end in classical?
Are we revising that opinion?
I don't know that it's going to be a draw now, but we've already had 2 other Armageddon affairs between Hikaru and Magnus, Praggnanandhaa ending Liren. Why not a third, I guess?
Yeah, they're not at move 40 yet, so the clock's still playing a bit of a factor. Caruana and Firouzja. Firouzja down under 6 minutes with 7 moves to make. Meanwhile, on the other board, the Armageddon, Anna... It's the other Anna Muzychuk. I was trying to find a way there. But the other Anna Muzychuk, who's had to allow simplifications. With White, you need to win. Do you think she's happy with what's just transpired?
She is in a comfortable position, but it is a good question, David. That is it enough? Is this slight edge going to be enough, especially after more trades of pieces? I think for now, good news is, I was going to say good news is she's keeping her time advantage, but it's not that much of a time advantage. A time advantage starts on 3 extra minutes. Now it's down to 2 minutes.
Yep. She's posting up, though, the White Queen, launching herself forward. Yeah, Anna Muzychuk, she's great in these positions where she can generate a bit of an initiative, create threats, while not risking too much. Oh, Zhu Wenjun, though, she's the queen of Armageddon in this tournament, and she's... Wow, here just ruthlessly trying to get the queens off the board.
She's been so good at it. She's simplifying the moment she can, especially with black. She knows the format. She knows that she wins on a draw. And remember, she probably knows that she's won every single match she's played.
She's won every single Armageddon.
She's won 5 of them in Armageddon, and then she beat Vaishali in Classical. But yeah, Zhu Wenjun has not won. Does that work there? Double negative?
Yeah,
I
totally.
don't know. It was kind of blacked out a little bit as it came out. But yeah, she has not won. And she would like to do it again, speeding up a little bit here. Now she's got a concrete threat to deal with on C7. And she comes back. She says, yeah, let's just repeat. Remember what happens on a draw?
So cynical but effective here. Just trying to force the issue. That's what we talk about, white versus black, the dynamics, right, Armageddon. We were talking right back on day 1 about how it might be an advantage to play black, the draw odds. You can really bully your opponents sometimes with the thought of simplifications, of dull, quiet, drawish positions. Ultimately, Anna Muzychuk retreats her queen back. Will we see Zhu Wenjun do the same? There we go. Not quite a repetition. The white queen's on a different square, but it's looking tough for Anna Muzychuk right now to win this game.
It is looking tough, and she will need to find something that is not a repetition. She either has to trade the queens or move the queen away. I wonder what was she aiming for. Actually, she pushed her pawn to a5, so she is allowing the queen trade, and by pushing her pawn to a5, she's claiming more space on the queen side.
And I like it, though. I mean, I love Zhu Wenjun's chances to draw this and win her 7th consecutive match. But I like the pawn to a5 push. I thought she was going to go for rook a3, rook b3.
I was just too. I really liked it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I liked about it, but I don't like the doubling of rooks by Anna. That feels like a bullet move you play intuitively. Okay, double rooks on the open file, but I feel like White's plans have got to be slow over there and something more concrete. By the way, speaking of concrete, Zhu Wenjun might be threatening rook d5, and then the a pawn really feels the heat.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, there's always counterplay, and it's such a position so tense. There's always stuff happening on both sides of the board, so you have to be really aware of what's going on there. Maybe that will help Anna Muzychuk swing her rook back over to a3, b3 if she needs to find a way to defend her a-pawn. Meanwhile, the g-pawn stepping forward, minority attack potential for Anna Muzychuk. That one is really slow, really strategic. It's going to be a bit of a race against the clock as well. Meanwhile, Alireza Firouzja against Fabiano Caruana. I'm going to ask for a vote. Who do we prefer, pieces or pawns?
Oh, it's a tough one.
I feel like I definitely prefer the piece. I'm biased, but also the pawns are slow. We're not looking at a position where the pawns are advanced enough. And now that the knight has come to c5, I see maneuvers like knight e6, knight f4 coming. I'm in camp Firouzja here. And by the way, more open lines means more ways for black to use those extra pieces like rook a8, rook a2. And yeah, I think that in hindsight, probably trading on h5, which you were calling for Anna, probably was the best move for white. I think keeping the extra pieces on the board here is going to help Firouzja have winning chances.
Yeah, it looks that way. Firouzja slightly lower on the clock, but it feels like he's in the driver's seat here. Fabi's been up against it ever since he was forced to sacrifice a piece, failing to land a mating attack. It feels like he's been backpedaling. Ultimately, a draw would be a great result for him at this point, but Firouzja, we know how ambitious he can be. And, okay, in the meantime, Anna Muzychuk against Zhu Wenjun. It's just hard to look past what Zhu Wenjun is doing. It's just feels so solid, so kind of in control all the time.
Yeah, she's doing great. She did force Anna to go back to a1 with the rook, and now the rook has gone to a4 as well to push the knight away from b4. But black has everything under control. I feel like white might want to push b4 at some point to push further on the queen side. At the same time, it's going to be hard to get through, and also the time advantage is no longer that big. It's a minute and a half for Anna. I think what's also crazy here, Danny, is that we are looking at two blitz games, but one is a classical game. The one on the left side is a classical game of chess, while on the right side we are already in the second game of the match between Anna Muzychuk and Zhu Wenjun in Armageddon.
Yeah, but you're right. It's two blitz games. No, it's a good call out. It should be noted that it is officially blitz until they reach move 40 for Caruana versus Firouzja. At that moment, they will start getting 10 seconds added per move, and you may see the time go up a little bit, which I'm not even sure who it helps more. The person trying to convert there in Firouzja or Fabiano Caruana in defending, or whether either of the players even feel that way. Because as I've said, I do like the piece. I will say if one slip-up occurs for black, white will play d4. And when d4 comes and that knight has to move, white now has 3 passed pawns, including the e-pawn at the end of it. So pawns in a hurry are hard to stop when you don't have a lot of time on the clock. We saw what happened to Magnus Carlsen in that time scramble versus Hikaru Nakamura. Even when we have the eval bar saying it's constantly equal, but one mistake and the pawns get going. So, all right. Speaking of going, look at that. On the right side, speeding up Zhu Wenjun. That rook on the 5th rank is just sliding along the lift, back and forth, up and down, trying to target different pawns. What is Anna going to do about g4?
Gonna need to protect it. You protect it either with the king or rook to f4. She plays king to f3. That protects the pawn and also prevents rook to e4 because black was ready to jump in with the second rook as well. She plays f5. I like this move a lot for black, especially with the draws. You want to simplify as much as you can and open up the files. The white king will have no pawns in front of it.
Yeah, white's queenside pawns, still 4 versus 3 over there, so still some chances alive for Anna Muzychuk, but she needs to speed up. She needs to ask questions to Zhu Wenjun. It feels like in this Armageddon, she hasn't really made life difficult for the world champion. Zhu Wenjun in control, forcing the issue. It's her dictating the pace.
And d4 is on the board on the left side. We were just calling for it. Fabiano Caruana kicks the knight back. He's going to start trying to use his pawn advantages, but Firouzja has rook a2 coming the moment he has a chance. I'm excited to see what happens there. By the way, Firouzja under 2 minutes now, but couldn't agree more with your points, David. Anna Muzychuk has to find a way to ask questions to Zhu Wenjun, especially while she has a little bit of a time edge, but that's going away fast.
Going away very fast. It is a tricky position. She's threatening f takes g4, discover double check.
Discover double check. I love it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a threat. It's not an easy one to fend off either. It looks like maybe temporarily Anna Muzychuk might have to sacrifice a pawn or go on some crazy marches with the white king.
I was going to say king f4, I think, right? That's got to be the only... she does it. And that's nice, because I think it does force you to take on g4. If rook g6, I think she plays g5, and then you're really loving your king's position there. So I think Zhu Wenjun will take everything. Indeed, she does, and is playing quickly as she does it.
There we go. The position simplifying itself. Can black hold the fort here? White's 4 versus 3 on the queen side. Black has a passed pawn, but one that's hard to push on the g-file. Zhu Wenjun down 30 seconds. I'll just briefly mention, this is move 40 now. Caruana against Firouzja. Caruana will get the increment. Firouzja doesn't yet, but he will after this next turn. But the pawns are running. The pawns are rolling. And Firouzja is the one switching his rook back and forth, trying to keep an eye on the white pawns. I mean, both boards, Anna, they look like they're roughly in the balance, but they could turn at any moment.
They could turn indeed. I don't even know which one I would predict to turn. Which one is more likely to go out of the balance? What do you think, Danny, if you had to pick between these two games? Which one will go crazy? Or at least crazy in terms of the result?
I think they both have the potential to. I do think that Anna, now with an extra more time than she she's always had an extra minute, but even more than she had. Like you said, David, she has the 4-on-3. At some point, a timely d5 is coming. It hasn't happened yet, but watch out. At some point, she will advance that pawn and kick Zhu Wenjun's knight from c6. And if it's followed by anything concrete, could get ugly there for black. By the way, Fabi eventually played g4, and I was going to highlight, but Firouzja just showed it on the board. That makes h3 weak. Alireza slides right back to h8 and puts pressure there. But under a minute now, man, oh man, Firouzja going to get himself under time pressure. We've seen this backfire.
We've seen him crack several times under time pressure, Danny, as you mentioned, both in Classical and in Armageddon. Meanwhile, I love what Anna Muzychuk is doing, I've got to say. I think she's really asking questions at the right moment before it's too late. White's rook now on the right side of our screens is finally entering the black camp. Can Zhu Wenjun fend off all the threats? But here comes Firouzja's knight. Despite the fact he's low on time, it feels like his position might be easier to play, Anna. Big threat on the board.
I think so too. And if we recall the previous encounter in Armageddon, where Fabiano was completely winning on the board and on the clock, this is not winning. And he has some more time, but the increment is kicking in. So I think Firouzja does have good chances here to pose very difficult questions to Fabi.
I don't know. I'm kind of feeling the opposite. I feel like getting under a minute was a big sign. He's going to get 10 seconds back, but I feel like this position is less easy to play than it was before. If you just objectively evaluate what black has here compared to what he had 10 or 15 moves ago, it's like not any better at all. And now Fabiano has a choice. He might be considering even taking with the king and then threatening king to c5. Initially, when d4 was offered, I was sure you would recapture with the pawn the moment this happened, but now I'm not so sure. Okay, looks like he did take with the pawn. I wonder what he calculated there. Ultimately chooses not to go for it. Probably made the right decision.
Ooh, king of the hill. I loved it, Danny. But instead, he's going the other way with the white king. He's trying to use the white king to shepherd all of white's pawns, this massive pawns on the king side, in the center. Will they surpass the black knight potentially? Yet to be seen, but Fabi playing active defense there. And in the meantime, Anna Muzychuk still struggling to break the defenses of her opponent. Both sides down around the minute mark now. It's going to be a race against the clock.
By the way, in the meantime, have to make a shout out that unfortunately for Vaishali Rameshbabu, she has lost her second classical chess game in a row after going down yesterday to world champion Zhu Wenjun. So we're going to unpack what happened in the final moments there between the country women from India. But ultimately, the more experienced player, Humpy Canero, gets the job done, which, again, was a dish served cold called revenge, given that Vaishali beat Humpy Canero in Classical when they played in round 2. So much to unpack. Don't worry. We're going to show you what happened in that game. But right now, we've got so much drama on the board. Fabiano Caruana with a bunch of pawns for a piece against Alireza Firouzja and Armageddon action on the right side.
Wow, that Armageddon is really complicated now suddenly. There's all sorts of king and pawn endgames that might arise, and it's tough for Anna Muzychuk to even keep the pieces on the board. But the clock, Anna, it looks like that might be the decisive factor. This is the closest Zhu Wenjun's been run in any Armageddon so far this tournament.
Very true, and a reminder that the increment in Armageddon is only 1 second, which over-the-board chess, in over-the-board chess, it's actually nothing.
I mean, it wasn't enough for Magnus Carlsen not to flag.
It wasn't enough for Magnus?
Wait.
Is Fabiano claiming...
Wait, they just repeated?
3-fold repetition.
Okay, well... Slightly anticlimactic because the other game that was ongoing also just ended in a draw.
Wow.
Leitin J drew her game as well. Okay, sorry, we're getting the final analysis here by these two guys, and we're going to get to the Armageddon because that is dramatic and ongoing. But again, sorry, only mentioned Leitin J because she was black and it felt like she was kind of holding, but Pia Cromling and Leitin J have drawn their game, so we will get another Armageddon. But let's dial into this one right here between the two leaders of Norway Chess women.
And the draw between Fabiano and Alireza means that they are going to play Armageddon in just 10-15 minutes, so don't go anywhere. These two will be back.
We've got Armageddon action. We've got 2 more Armageddon battles ahead right after this one.
2 more? 3 more? How many? Every game is an Armageddon.
I think we have 2 more because Humpy Canero beat Vaishali.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
So only 2 more Armageddon battles after this one.
More chess is better, as we say, and this one, look at it, the time scramble. We're going to have to keep a firm eye on the clock. We saw what happened with Magnus, and here, will it be madness on this board? 3 versus 3 in terms of pawns, but here Anna Muzychuk, she's so active with her pieces. Only white should win, but wow, a check. This is really awkward, suddenly for Zhu Wenjun. Be careful.
What?
Someone's flagged. Zhu Wenjun?
Zhu Wenjun flagged?
Oh my gosh, she lost on time, I think. The arbiter has pointed something out. Maybe we can get a close-up. There we go. The
Yeah,
indeed.
Lost on time.
The world #1 in the open section, the women's world champion here, losing on time in Armageddon.
The only game, the only match she has ever lost in this tournament.
Wow.
Wow, what to say about that? Anna Muzychuk takes the lead now. She will be half a point ahead of her opponent in this game after that clutch Armageddon victory. Impressive stuff. The fact that she put pressure on in that game was the first step, but the fact that she managed to win on time, I mean...
Well, you called it. You said she has to start posing questions to Zhu Wenjun. She wasn't giving Zhu Wenjun enough to think about, and ultimately this is a game for a reason. It's not just about the moves you play on the board, it's the questions you make your opponent answer. It's the pressure you put on them in the practical moments, and ultimately Zhu Wenjun loses her first match of Norway Chess and loses on the clock.
Yeah, and it was the case also with Magnus Carlsen that it's really hard to be living off of the increment and only playing with the 1 second increment over the board. It's very different when you have 1 second increment in online chess. They do that all the time in Speed Chess Championship and the rest of the chess.com events. But over the board, you need to make the move and also press the clock. And there's no pre-move.
No pre-move. And you see it happens so fast that sometimes it takes the real live camera to catch that the clock has run out of time before the DGT relay can even send the signal to the server that there were 0 seconds there. So shout out to the crew for catching that action there. Again, Anna Muzychuk, it felt a little bit anticlimactic just because we were in a scramble, and of course the draw that had just occurred between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja. That will go to Armageddon, of course, so don't go anywhere. But I cannot celebrate Anna Muzychuk's day enough. Wow, huge victory. Did what no one else has been able to do so far and beat Zhu Wenjun. But all right. We want to dive into the other game. Speaking of anticlimactic, we missed the final moments of Humpy Canero's victory over Vaishali Rameshbabu. But David, you got us covered.
I've got you covered. Don't worry about that. Let's just show the last half dozen moves of this game. We left it a bit earlier with Humpy Caneru about to win a pawn. We talked about how she could transition into a rook endgame or a rook and bishop endgame. She actually managed to keep the queens on while winning a pawn, and her technique here was incredible. Humpy giving her compatriot here, Vaishali, no real chance in the final few moves. It's white to play. She retreated her rook back to e4 first of all, and let's get that move on the board. Rook e4, queen to a1 was the reply from Vaishali. And here we go. A bit of lag on my side, sorry about that. But queen a1 looks like it threatens some really nasty stuff along the back rank. White's king here in a bit of trouble. White's king looks like it's going to get checked forward and potentially mated. But after the brilliant move, rook to f4, keeping her calm. Here, Vaishali made some decisive mistakes. First, she gave a check. The white king forced to step to the side. The black queen defended the f7 pawn from afar, but this was a mistake. She needed to instead continue a adventure with the black king. The only move to save this game was incredibly difficult. King to h6 would have set up some sneaky counter threats. For example, if white takes a pawn, whoops, suddenly it's a full turnaround. Queen check and g5 would have been checkmate. So the black king actually helping to deliver the kiss of death to the white king. This was missed, understandably, with no time on her clock. Vaishali played queen to a2, allowing a check. And the final few moves were, unfortunately, a checkmating pattern against the black king this time. King to h7, the white queen stepped in, attacking a pawn. Queen takes e2, and the killer blow here, beautiful from Humpy Caneru. Black king forced forward, and rook sacrifice to end the game. Rook f5 check.
Oh my god, that's so pretty, so classy.
So classy, as you say, Anna. Pawn takes rook, the only legal move. Vaishali actually resigned instead, but this would have ended in checkmate. Just incredible stuff. King hunt at the end. Could have gone either way, but Humpy Caneru took the win.
What a game.
Wow.
And that is the second loss in a row for Vantajuli, who still is having a great tournament. Like she has had such a lead after a couple of rounds at Norway Chess Women that even now, I think she's still doing well in the tournament, being the youngest participant, and she was giving a masterclass game after game in the women's section. But these last 2 rounds have been really tough for her. She lost to Juve and June yesterday, and today she lost to her countrywoman Humpy. What do you think of the game, Danny?
Yeah, no, the game was great for Humpy, but as you said, it's her second loss for Vantajuli in a row, after going 10 straight classical games without losing one. And the difficult thing for Vantajuli is that in the format, both of those losses come with a donut, right? A 0, which if you get to Armageddon, you get that 1 point, and it would have helped her protect the lead that she once had. So unfortunately for Vantajuli, it's been a couple of hard-earned lessons there, and she is now seeing other players pass her by. But okay, we still have several rounds left. We still actually have 2 games left here. We have an Armageddon affair ahead with Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja, and then we have Pia Cromling and Lei Ting Jie. So double Armageddon, double the fun, as they like to say. Don't go anywhere. More action ahead here in round 7 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Hikaru Nakamura, and this is my Google Auto, wait, what was it, Google what? This is my Google Autocomplete. So the first one we're gonna do is right here. This is, what is Hikaru Nakamura IQ? This is a great question, obviously. I don't know the answer to this one myself. I did an online fun one on stream and it was 109 or 102. Obviously, that's not accurate, but nobody knows. What did Hikaru Nakamura study in college? That, of course, the answer would be political science. I did not actually finish, but I would have majored in that. What is Hikaru Nakamura ranking? Okay, currently number 3 in the world in classical chess, and I think number 2 in blitz, something like that. What is Hikaru Nakamura's favorite opening? I don't necessarily have a favorite opening per se, but I do like to move 1e4. How old is Hikaru Nakamura? The answer, of course, would be 35 at the present time. How tall is Hikaru Nakamura? And this one, it's generally 5 feet 7.5 inches. I don't know what that is in European standards, but it's something decent at least. How much does Hikaru Nakamura make? Obviously, I do quite well as a content creator, so I think that's all that people really need to know. How to pronounce Hikaru Nakamura? Now, even myself, when I pronounce my name, it's definitely more Americanized versus Japanese. Certainly, if I was pronouncing it correctly, it would be more like Hikaru as opposed to Hikaru, but I've spent so much of my life here in America that that's just how I pronounce it, and everyone does the same thing. Is Hikaru Nakamura Japanese? Answer obviously is yes. I am 50% Japanese. My biological father, 100% Japanese, and my mother is Caucasian white, primarily a mix of Scandinavian, if we're being really technical, but I'm 50% Japanese. Is Hikaru Nakamura world champion? So this, of course, a generic question. It depends what format of chess they're referring to. If we're talking about all forms of chess, I am currently the Fischer Random World Chess Champion. If you're referring to traditional chess, I am not the world champion. Is Hikaru Nakamura the best chess player? Now, a lot of people like to think I have this massive ego and I think I'm the best in the world at chess. I am pretty good, but definitely not currently the best chess player, and historically nowhere near the top. But I would say I do consider myself to be probably in the top 10 to top 15 chess players of all time, which is still pretty good, all things considered. Thanks to the audience, of course, for asking me these questions, and I hope that the answers are very enjoyable for everybody and they learned something new today.
Welcome back, everyone. Our round 7 coverage of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues. And speaking of the latter part of what I just mentioned, we have a new leader in Norway Chess Women, Anna Muzychuk. Today, you did what no one else has been able to do and beat Zhu and Jun. She's won every single match, whether it happened in Classical or Armageddon. Congratulations, and take us through the match. Just how tough is it to get a win against Zhu and Jun?
Yeah, indeed, the match was really very tough, and I am not happy with my first classical game. I played like a solid line in the Berlin, but then I think my position started to get a little bit worse by worse. So I am glad that eventually I managed to hold it, and in Armageddon it's just... you make the move, you hope you don't blunder, and then maybe sometimes you win. But
let's talk about that, because you've had a number of Armageddon battles, maybe more than I don't know. I don't have the stats, but you played a lot of Armageddon in this event. So I want to ask you a question we've been waiting to ask the other players. Which side do you prefer? You've had both black and white in Armageddon. And what are your thoughts about the format, the 10 minutes versus 7 minutes, and any of the strategies you have coming in, depending on what color you are?
I don't know. As for the color, I think it's I don't know. It's difficult to choose, really. And as for my personal performances, okay, I lost the first 3, so the first 3 Armageddon games here. So I was not happy. I was like, who invented that?
Who invented this?
And yesterday I won against Lei. And today I won another one, so now I'm like, okay.
So you're coming around to Armageddon a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's been an awesome event. You've built up some momentum. We talked about you earlier in the tournament before you joined us. We said that you started to find some momentum. It was before you took a hike. You got a win, so you couldn't credit that. But how are you feeling as the event has gone on? Have you found your legs, so to speak? Do you feel fresh at this time? And how is your chess as we get into the final few rounds here? How are you feeling about your chances?
Okay, there are three games left. So like 2/3 we have played, more or less. And the last rounds are always like the most important. So you have to be fully focused until the very end, until it's over. Books and hotel food. Food is amazing, you know. Normally I don't pay so much attention to food, but here somehow from the very first day I was like, it's so delicious. So yeah, wonderful. The organizers are always in contact with us, like, so anything that is needed is they try to do, and yeah, just great. And I am very happy that this year finally they organized the women's event and that I was invited. So just huge thanks to them.
You had so much praise toward the organizers in your confessional as well. By the way, thank you so much for going to the confessional, your first time in your life. And it's great to see that both Pia and you visited the confessional. We hope that there will be more and more visits by the women's participants as well, Norway Chess women participants. And you thank them for how well this event is organized, how they are treating the players, and also you highlighted something that's really important, that they are matching the prize fund of the open tournament. How does that feel for you? You have played and been in the very top of women's chess for so long. Have you ever felt like this, that you are treated completely equally at the super tournament?
No, it's the first time. I mean, yeah, what the organizers managed to do here is just wonderful. It's a huge motivation for us, and for I hope the tradition will continue and we will have next editions of Norway Chess Women. So, because we all know that for women we don't have so many top-level events, and well, if you speak about classical chess, perhaps it's just Cairns Cup, and that's all. I'm sorry if I just forgot about some. I mean, at the moment, earlier we also had some other, but still it's not comparable with how many events men have for at the top level, and the prize funds are just, the difference is huge. So yeah, we are very glad to have this event.
We hope that this will not be an exception, but it will be a tendency, that Norway Chess will show the way, lead by example, and more tournaments will follow, because I think they should. They have to.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, it's amazing, and we hope that what is first acknowledged as making history eventually becomes ancient history, and that this event is one of the steps on the way. I did want to talk a little bit of chess with you, if that's okay. Maybe we could go through just some of the final moments of this game with you in June, and then we definitely want to get your thoughts as the Armageddon battles get started. But can we analyze just some of the final moments of her blitz battle there, and maybe where she felt she started asking some questions to Ju in June that put her under pressure? We were looking at the game and felt like the time advantage was dwindling for you. You were getting down and it was disappearing, but then you started posing some tough questions and ultimately got her to lose on the clock. So what were your thoughts here in the final moments as the scramble was going?
Yeah, there was some moment when we were about equal, but then I don't remember which move it was, but she spent quite a lot of time as for the Armageddon game. And I don't know, in the end, I just played. I tried to pose some problems, and she lost on time, unfortunately. But
well, did you feel you had winning chances here if she didn't lose on time? What were your thoughts at this moment?
I think it's equal. Okay, and she played King e6, so because if she goes back, maybe I play King e5, King e6. But after King e6, I don't know what I can do. Knight d6 is coming, the pawn on a5 is hanging, I cannot take on b7. So I was going to give a check, rook h6, but somehow I looked and it was 0-0-0. I mean, we are not so much used to play Armageddons. I mean, we are not used at all to play Armageddons after classical game. Usually, if, for example, there is World Cup, you have tie breaks on a separate day, so you have time to switch your mind to playing faster. But in this case, it's just quite difficult. And also, this increment, it's like there is increment, but it's only 1 second. So it's also a question if you will manage to make a move within this 1 second. And yeah.
Increment hasn't been enough to stop people from losing on time, that's for sure, right? It's already happened multiple times, happened to both Magnus and Ju in June today. But all right, speaking of the games getting faster, maybe let's pull up the double board view and get Anna's thoughts on the games that are just getting going. Pia Cromling and Lei Ching-jae. Your thoughts on facing these two opponents? Maybe real quick as we get the game pulled up.
Yeah, with Pia I have played many games. I think our first one was around 20 years ago. So, and with Liren, I didn't play so many, and she doesn't play so much as, I mean, if you compare Liren to any other top level women's player, all of us played more. And but she's very strong. When she plays good. So she doesn't play so often, but when she plays well. It's funny. And yeah, the game has started. I noticed that Pia, in every Armageddon game she plays, she's trying to control, to have control over time. And in this one, we can also see that, 8 minutes versus 5, yeah. So she's trying to play fast. But maybe knight b6 was blundered.
Yeah, double attack. Looks like white is about to lose a pawn, potentially. How to fend this off? Computer, the blue arrow points out d6, giving away the pawn on white's terms, but now black connects the center. Anna, I just wanted to ask, you've got 3 big games coming up. What's your strategy going to be now on the closing stretch?
I don't think I will make some special strategy like right now for my next game. But let's say for the last one, yeah, there may be some. It's difficult to have a strategy in this tournament because you get 3 points for a win, and suddenly, I mean, you can be somewhere in the middle, and then you win one game, and then you are leading. It's unbelievable. So yeah, tomorrow I think I'm playing Vantajuli, but maybe some rounds are switched, so I'll have to check. Yeah, but.
Well, speaking of strategy, did you come in here today? Obviously, you came in today deadlocked with Jum and June, both of you with 10.5 points. Did you have any thoughts about, okay, I'd like this to get to Armageddon, just speaking of the scoring system, ensuring that even if it doesn't go your way, you at least get some points on the board? And what were your thoughts in the preparation?
No, I didn't want the game to go like to have a quick draw and then to go to Armageddon, but it really depended on the opening. I mean, if it was something else and we have another line, then well, the game would have been.
If you could abolish the Berlin, would you do it? Just be honest, right now. No one's watching. Not thousands of people. If you could abolish them together, you would do it.
One by one.
Okay. Abolishing the Berlin and the Petrov, it would happen. I think we said it pretty much. But okay, so you didn't come in with an idea that you wanted to draw. Ultimately, it was the opening choice by Zhu and June, and you took what came.
Okay, we can say that I didn't want to take so much risk and to go for some crazy line, and then who knows what happens. Yeah, so I just played the line I analyzed, and that's it. But the line was not so interesting, and not so much happened.
Okay, well, to David's point, you have 3 more games. You have a half a point lead. You're saying no mass strategy changes besides take it one game at a time against the opponent. But if you didn't want this one to go to Armageddon, will you try to do that a little bit going forward, just given the overall kind of marathon that is Norway Chess? Is there any part of your brain that thinks about the scoring system and is like, well, it might make sense for me to make sure I'm getting some points on the board to protect the lead, or is that just a recipe for disaster to start thinking like that?
I don't know. It's well, when you play, you cannot like not to think about Armageddon, because even when I in the very end, when I saw that the game is leading, is going like to a draw, I thought, okay, I'll have to play my next game, and then what to play in the next game, and then if another Berlin, what to play, and so on. But otherwise, like until now, I didn't think about it.
Okay. All right. Well, if we talk to you at the end, if you win, we'll ask you if you were thinking about it at all, if that changes in the last few rounds. But any other questions for our now leader in the Norway Chess women's section?
I just wanted to add one more question, because when you went into the confessional booth, you were so grateful toward the organizers, and you showed so much compassion toward Ding Liren. Could you tell us more about what you think of the situation? As we think it's a very heartbreaking storyline for Ding Liren, and we wanted to have your thoughts on how do you feel about seeing his tournament and how he has been playing recently.
It's sad. I mean, I don't know him personally. I have never talked to him. But but I know how it feels when things go wrong. And it's not only one tournament. I mean, one tournament can go badly for anyone, but it's already like a long period of time. And we can see by his face, by his body language, that something is wrong. We don't know what yet. But I wish he fixes all these non-chess related problems. Because, as I have said, I wish that we all compete when we can all show our best, and then to determine who is the best. Because this way, yeah, it's just sad. We remember Dylan Jurgen, the player who didn't lose a single game. I don't know, 1 year or how long was it?
Yeah, it was a very long streak.
Yeah,
over 100 games.
Yeah, and it was not so long ago. It was what?
Yeah.
And after that, he became the world champion. So, but yeah, somehow things don't go right lately. And yeah, let's just hope he will manage to recover and show his best play.
Yeah. It's a great call out that he, not too long ago, had the longest unbeaten streak in chess. And I appreciate the reminder, because it really is just it adds more to the story and how mind-blowing it is and how much we all want that Ding Liren to return to top-level chess. All right, Anna. Well, you're playing great chess. It's a pleasure to watch you, and we're wishing you the best of luck in the rest of the event. And who knows, maybe we'll be talking again, especially as we get into the final rounds about a victory or not. But best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
Good luck, Anna, and we hope to see you in the confessional as well.
Yeah,
good luck. Keep it up.
All right. Well, that was your leader, everyone, of Norway Chess Women. She defeats Zhu Wenjun in Armageddon, does what no one else has been able to do so far, and win a match against the women's world champion here in Stavanger. Anna Muzychuk really finding her momentum, finding her flow here in Norway, and seems to be getting better with every round for Anna right now.
Yeah, and I'm so happy for her. I think she already expressed that she's full of gratitude for being able to play here, for being able to be here. She showed so much solidarity and compassion toward Ding Liren. She is just such a humble, sweet person, and I'm so rooting for her in every tournament also because we are friends. I cannot not say that.
It's okay. You can say it.
The Anna power.
It's okay. And now we're looking at the board and well, rooting for both of these players, Pia Cromling and Lei Ting-jae, but right now it looks like a little bit of a one-sided affair, David.
Yeah, Pia Cromling, Anna mentioned she loves to handle the clock. She loves to be kind of to keep some time up her sleeve for later, but unfortunately a slip in the opening has led to this position where Lei Ting-jae is simply 2 pawns to the good. No real counterplay in sight. White does have a very strong bishop, but in a situation where a win is necessary in Armageddon, it looks like Pia Cromling needs a bit of a miracle right now. Just that one slip and no way back. In the meantime, Fabiano Caruana against Alireza Firouzja again. It's a very stodgy e4, e5 Italian. This time much quieter, and Anna looks roughly level.
It does look level, which is what Alireza wants and needs. He's got draw odds, but less time on the clock. At the same time, it's the kind of level position that it has still quite a lot of life in it. I think Fabiano will try to keep the pace. He'll try to keep playing fast because he will need that extra pressure, the extra factor being the clock and his time advantage.
Yep. 2-minute time advantage still for Fabiano. 1 minute advantage for Pia Cromling, but yeah, at least she's making a threat for the first time, potentially. White's queen on the right side of your boards. Pia Cromling might want to deliver a check on the back rank. Lei Ting-jae fends that off easily, though. Fabiano, he's got to try something soon. It looks like Firouzja today. The first game was a bit wild, but he took some really solid decisions. It feels like he's been in the mood to just try and shut down Fabiano here, and that's all that's needed in this Armageddon game right now. I really like Firouzja's handling of the position so far, but the clock usage leaves something to be desired. Still so many critical moments ahead.
And I agree with you. I like his handling of the position, but I also like the position for Fabiano in terms of being one that he knows well, right? This is not a crazy piece stack we had. This is an Italian that, again, I feel like I see those doubled E-pawns in games where Fabiano Caruana is on the white side more than any other human being on the planet these days. And we saw him play a structure similar to this in Magnus Carlsen, though that game, in his game versus Magnus Carlsen, though that game did ultimately not go his way. Here the exchange happens. Again, still a very equal level position, but I guess what I'm saying is from an Armageddon perspective, this is a comfy and comfortable position, well known for Fabi.
Well known, but creating winning chances will be the real challenge. It's a bit like Anna Muzychuk's Armageddon. You need to ask questions at some point.
Yeah.
Firouzja, it's easy to see how the black pieces improve. The black queen can come out towards the king side. The black rook has a beautiful open file. But for Fabiano, I was going to say less obvious, but he's a classy player. A nice knight maneuver there. You've got to go back in order to go forward sometimes. And that white knight will leap to f3 next turn. Yeah,
I
that
do
one's really
like
tense.
that. Yeah, this knight maneuver is very classy, and the knight will be more useful on f3 than it was on e2, putting pressure on the h4 pawn, making sure that black's queen is tied down to the defense of that h4 pawn. Knight g5 prevents knight f3. At least it's saying that if you do go knight f3, we're going to trade even more pieces.
Yeah, I'm starting to like Firouzja's chances more and more with the Armageddon odds. You're right, David. Even though I think it's a comfortable position, a well-known position for Fabi, it lacks teeth, right? And you need to win as white. And where's the beef, so to speak, right? I think you hope that h4 pawn might be overextended. Okay, now a threat of the rook. Is it followed by c5 or something? We'll see. But I think Firouzja is, other than being down on the clock, is in a really great spot to get the draw. Maybe just queen h8 now and offer a draw if Fabi's just going to shuffle.
Yeah.
The repetition favors Firouzja, obviously. In an Armageddon, Fabiano cannot. If he makes a draw, it's the same as losing the game. So he will definitely try something else, something different. c5 is on the board.
And now if d takes c5, queen b2 wins the e5 pawn, everyone. So there's a trick there from Fabi. You can't take that pawn if you're Firouzja because the e5 pawn and the a3 rook will come under a double attack. But all right, speaking of double attacks on the right side, Pia Cromling has to deal with both the b pawn and the extended h4 pawn that is targeted by the black queen. So getting tougher and tougher there. Mutual time pressure, though, so anything can happen from that perspective. Remember, when we see it here, I almost take it for granted, the digital display of the clock, 1 minute and 15 seconds to 1 minute 27. It almost feels too comfy and cozy like an online event. And then you have those scrambles where Magnus Carlsen loses on time, and you remember, oh, wait, over-the-board chess is really a nightmare when you get under a minute.
Yeah, we saw the nerves of the players. Firouzja just looked up at the screen. He's not yet safe in terms of increment. The players will not get that 1 second increment for a few moves yet. For Pia, it does look like unfortunately, another match loss, but it's just her openings. Here we go, a check. It's going to be a double attack to end this one. Her openings with white haven't quite cut the mustard. And there we go, handshake.
The bishop falls, and with it, so does Pia Cromling. Lei Ting-jae gets the dub as black, and the victory in Armageddon is 1.5 points for her, 1 point for Pia Cromling. Again, you said it's her openings. She's really played great chess, a bit of a fan favorite, but another match right now that unfortunately doesn't go her way.
Yeah, she got her first match win yesterday, Pia, but unfortunately, Armageddon, it's a bit of a 50-50, and today it wasn't her day. This game, though, still going. Fabiano maintaining his lead on the clock. That's been impressive from Fabi so far. I wonder whether we'll see any big turnarounds like the first clash between these two last week. That was just chaos on the board, pure chaos. Firouzja down to 2.5 minutes. Nothing much is changing over the last few moves, Anna. What do you foresee ahead? Will we see... is this the calm before the storm?
It could be the calm before the storm, and Fabiano still is up on time. Not as much of an advantage as it was before, but if he starts speeding up, he will pose some problems to Firouzja, at least in terms of the time management. Just to remind everybody how their Armageddon went last week, it was Fabiano winning on the board, Fabiano winning on the clock, and then he collapsed.
He blundered and completely fell apart. Firouzja stole a victory from the jaws of defeat. Fabiano would love to return the favor here and find a way to steal a victory from the jaws of what looks kind of like a draw, but is as good as a defeat in the Armageddon format. But Firouzja is looking great. I mean, the more the game goes, I love d5. I love that the white king might also be in more danger than it first appears right now. That's a bit of a net with that black pawn on h4, that knight on g5. You got to watch out for some craziness. All right, queen c2 gives up the b4 pawn. But what's the plan if black just takes it?
Ooh, I think there's going to be a double attack.
Ah, it was queen c3. Okay.
Queen c3. That would have led to some
queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7 and the d5 pawn might have fallen. So
okay.
Fabi, he doesn't play what the blue arrow said there. Queen to b2.
Double attack would have been.
Now he plays it, but is it too late? He's given up a pawn in the process just to land the white rook on f1, but the black king relatively safe still. f6, never play f6 they say, but the black king now, it has a knight, it has a queen around it. It feels like Fabiano, especially in a must-win situation, he's running out of ideas. He gambled. It backfired.
Yeah, I'm still puzzled by the rook f1 move when he had queen b2 immediately with the same idea, but instead of giving up the pawn. He must have missed something. Maybe he missed f6. What did he miss?
Maybe it was f6. It's a bit curious there, a bit mysterious. Anna, we talked about their first clash of this tournament, and it feels like Alireza, maybe just the speedier player overall, just the more confident when the clocks are ticking down now.
He's a very speedy player. He proves that each and every time when he participates in chess.com's events, and now he's gobbling up even more material.
Making it look easy right now, honestly. I mean, Fabi, his body language looks dejected enough. I wonder if he was just resigning there. I mean, he doesn't know what to play to find some sort of chance at counterplay. Remember, he has to win. The best moves in a position like this are to try to swindle a draw. But how do you create chances here? He's going to come to the 7th rank and hope that a mating net just magically creates itself against the black king.
Yeah, some checks. It's a bit like that Humpy Canaro against Vantajuli game where the kings were literally living life on the edge. Whose king is going to be checkmated first? That's always the question. And Firouzja, wow, flashy move. Rook sacrifice. But if you take this rook, it's given a question mark, but it's a safety first move. If you take this rook, then double attack check. And the rooks have been traded. Wow, really professional from Firouzja. Not going all out for the win. Instead, trying to keep things simple. A draw's enough.
A draw is enough, and this trade led to white winning one of the pawns. The pawn on b7 is gone, but black has a very strong passed pawn 2 squares away from promotion.
Okay, but the white knight keeps that black pawn at bay for now. And if the queens ever come off, watch out. The white b pawn will sprint forwards.
Yeah.
Suddenly Fabi's alive.
I was going to say, it still should be a draw, which again is a win for Firouzja in the format, but I'm not as thrilled with his decision. I thought that the pieces on the board were putting so much pressure against the white king. But now Fabi gobbles that pawn. And, okay, Firouzja doing a thing that, should be fine, especially if you have a lot of time on the clock. But it's also opening up the black king and maybe creating potential counter chances that could happen in a time scramble.
True, but the white b pawn can no longer be defended. I think he was just trying to remove that passer.
Okay.
The white queen kicked off the 4th rank, and it's 3 versus 2. White's knight passive. I agree. The black king looks a bit open, but a knight is a king's best friend. Both sides with knights around their king defending. Fabi, it's going to be tough to win this, barring a swindle or the clock playing a role.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult. Now Firouzja is below a minute.
Queen e7 is nice. Just solid. Guard g5, threaten e2. And leveraging not just the advantage that black has in the position, but also the advantage black has in the format with a draw. So, simple stuff there. And, yeah, shout out to the featured chat there. Firouzja only needs a draw. That wasn't a blunder. And Fabi running out of ideas.
Yeah, white's queen, white's knight are tied down, preventing the black e-pawn from promoting, covering the promotion square. But here we go. This is where the bullying comes in, where you just offer the trades. You force white to play subpar moves just to keep the game alive, and Fabiano has to move his queen away. I wonder what the winning blow is right now. The blue arrow tells us, but that was too complicated.
That would have been fun, though. It removes the defenders. Both of them, the queen on a5 and the knight on f3, are guarding the e1 square. So knight e5 would have been quite the fun move, but a risky one to play when all you need is a draw. King g7 is good enough.
Yep, no need for any fireworks here, Anna.
No fireworks needed, just to keep the time situation as it is. Like, Alireza does need to keep the pace, keep playing really fast moves, because I think that's the only way he will not win this Armageddon game, is if he goes really low on time.
I totally agree, and the more you see Firouzja move, the more you like the approach. He's just going back and forth with the king, pointing out that Fabiano, if this were a classical game and Firouzja was trying to prove a win, we'd have a very different discussion going on here. Because it is winning, but it would take a minute, probably then Firouzja would find 95. But in this case, Firouzja's like, I don't care what my game review scorecard looks like at the end of the game with a bunch of missed wins. Forget you with the analysis of my accuracy. This is leveraging the Armageddon format. Black only needs a draw. And by the way, we're now getting down low enough that crazier things could happen. No. Firouzja brought the knight in. Should be good enough.
Yep, white can win the pawn, but it will come at the cost of further simplifications. The white king is now open. It feels like Firouzja should be able to force a draw within the next few moves. And there we go. He pins the white knight. The black knight is the one coming in. It's going to be check. It's going to be check. And it's going to be a draw. Firouzja is going to take the Armageddon. Surely.
Fabi down on time. He might just lose on time. Oh, barely moved, looks like, apparently. 3 seconds. All right. Okay, and Fabi surrenders, gives in. He accepts his fate, which is a draw, and ultimately that means a victory for Alireza Firouzja in the Armageddon format. For Fabiano Caruana, it's a couple of decent days in a row, given that he beat Hikaru in the Armageddon and then lost this one but gets points on the board. He has stopped the bleeding, so to speak. No longer losing in Classical is Mr. Caruana. But Alireza Firouzja gets it done and kind of keeps pace, keeps a little bit of pressure on Hikaru and Magnus, who are in the 2-horse race spot. But overall, a good day here ends for Firouzja.
Yeah, this was our 5th Armageddon of the day. There was only one classical decisive result. It's crazy to see how the tendency is shifting. We started with many Armageddons, then we went on to many decisive in classical. Now we are back to the more solid in classical, so more Armageddons. The thing is, either way, we win. There's always so much chess and so much exciting chess.
You know who wins? We do. We win in the format. Commentators win. The fan wins. The fan wins. The fans win. All right.
One fan is watching.
One fan, the one viewer we have out there on the 12,000 different monitors. Hi, Mom, over and over again. No kidding.
I'm looking over to my good friend Huga, our friend and one fan on site.
Or one fan on site. Hi, Huga. But all right, let's bring it up and show everybody the results. Anna called it. There was one classical victory. It was actually Humpy Canero getting the win over her younger country woman in Vaishali. Unfortunately for Vaishali Ramesh Babu, it was her second classical loss in a row after 10 straight games without losing. But at the top, it was Hikaru Nakamura who got it done in Armageddon over Magnus Carlsen. And OMG, what a game that was. So wild and so fun. You have to check it out if you've missed it. We just saw Firouzja win his black against Fabiano Caruana. Praggnanandhaa beating Liren. Again, struggles continue for the world champion. And just before we saw the Armageddon finish between Caruana and Firouzja, Pia Cromley went down to Leighton J, and Anna Muzychuk is our new leader in Norway Chess Women. We should probably bring up the standings just to give it a visual. Where do we sit in the Open after Hikaru Nakamura's victory over Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon? We had a shakeup. Not quite at the top. Hikaru down a half a point, but a bit of a shakeup as they both move forward. And yeah, I mean, it's not a 2-horse race. I really shouldn't say that. Prague is continuing to keep pace at this point, David.
Yep, Prague continuing to just be thereabouts. One decisive game in Classical, and he might well just catch up or even overtake some of his rivals. Firouzja's not out of it yet either. Still 3 rounds to go, but it's hard to imagine at this point Fabiano catching up with the pack. So Hikaru closes the gap. Prague sitting there as well in the mix. Firouzja, though, doing his duty. And here we see the standings in the women, Anna.
Indeed, and after the Armageddon game that Anna Muzychuk won today against the invincible Ju Wenjun, we thought she's invincible. She won every single match, either in Armageddon or in Classical, but today, for the first time, Ju Wenjun, the women's world champion, goes down against Anna Muzychuk, and that gives Anna a half a point lead over Ju Wenjun. She is our sole leader. But as mentioned, the classical win is 3 points. Anna herself said that the scoring system here is so different to the usual ones that you can't really count on, oh, I'm leading, so I'm gonna like protect my lead. You can't really play it solid because there's gonna be other people that might try to win in classical and leapfrog you.
You can't count on playing solid. And by the way, you cannot count out Vaishali. I know she's lost 2 classical games in a row, but you see the lead that she had worked so hard to establish was 10 points, and she's not that far behind. So good to point out that Vaishali was the first woman to get a win in the classical format without needing Armageddon in the event. That was all the way back in round 2. Here she was the first one to lose in classical today, but a bit of a turning of the events. You just shouldn't turn your back on Vaishali, though, at this point. So, all right, you definitely shouldn't turn your back on our coverage tomorrow. Let's preview what's ahead. We've only got 3 rounds left here in Stavanger. And what are the pairings that we will see tomorrow? Let's jump right into that and do a quick preview before our other host, Jovi, she'll do an amazing preview of the round before we kick things off tomorrow. But to just let you have some dreams tonight about your favorite matchup. David, we start with you. You get to circle 1. What is your favorite matchup? The word of the day was fantasy. You're not allowed to have a fantasy about this matchup, but what is your favorite matchup?
Wow, it's nice to get to choose first, because this time I'll jump in and say Magnus Carlsen against Pragg. So many storylines here. Can Magnus hold on to his lead, which was kind of halved today, his lead in the tournament? He also has revenge on his mind. Pragg, the only player to beat him in classical so far. That's my pick, Danny.
Anna?
I have my clear pick. Anna, picking Anna because Anna is the sole leader of Norway Chess Women, and Vaishali has been doing so well before these last 2 games. As you said, you can't count her out, so that is going to be a huge derby for the first place.
You both stole the picks I would take, so I am just not going to pick and just play the role of traffic cop here and keep the show moving along. But I think those are great picks. And again, Vaishali versus Anna was really my highlight of what's ahead for tomorrow. All right, let's remind everybody of the schedule while we're at it. We only have a few more days ahead. Tomorrow is round 8, and then we have our last and final rest day on June 5th. June 6th and 7th will see us ultimately determine the champions of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women here in 2024, unless we need tiebreaks. And actually, no, even if we have tiebreaks now, it happens in the same day. We actually don't go to an extra day, which is a slight adjustment there, which is great, actually. We will be here late if it's tied. I mean, I don't know if I'm rooting for that, but we do love free chess and crazy tie breaks in Armageddon. So anyway, join us for round 8 tomorrow, everyone. You're not going to want to miss a moment of the action. Magnus Carlsen versus Praggnanandhaa. Will he look for revenge in classical to fight back against the young generation as they try to storm the gates here? And of course, Vaishali getting the white pieces against the now clear leader in Norway Chess Women on a Muzychuk. So the rounds we're circling, I guess we're sticking in the family there with Pragg and Vaishali. But okay, with that, I think we're going to bring it to a close here and thank everybody for tuning in. Thank everyone who is going to stick around as we probably send you over to watch the official Guinness World Record attempt that's going to continue. We're going to go downstairs in a minute and give the boys a massage and make sure that they're doing okay as they try to do some great things. But as I said, on behalf of everyone, on behalf of the players, we hope that you are entertained with the chess that they delivered. We hope you are entertained by the amazing format the organizers have created for us here in Stavanger. For my team, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Anna Rudolph, International Master Danny Wrench, and the whole crew working super hard behind the scenes. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Have an amazing night, and we will see you tomorrow for round 8 of Norway Chess.